just can't erase you anyway. So here we go again, touch your skin, pull me in, you and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above, light from up above. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above, from above, yeah. Give me all your love, give me all your love. out through my veins, the oil, the bones of my trepidation. for you to come through. For all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm.
Spring Split.
To the 2022 LCK Spring Preshow. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, of course. We are back for the new year, and it is going to be a great year. There are going to be so many new additions to the show. How are you doing, Chronicler, joining me for the beginning of the year?
As we all know, League of Legends casters don't actually have a life outside of casting, so the off-season was it's very hard. There was no Pro League, nothing for me to do all day, so I just sat inside. And now League is back, so now we come outside again, and I'm super excited.
I mean, there's so much to talk about, right? There's all the new changes that have happened in, of course, the patches in the preseason. There's stuff that's new happening here at the LCK. Also, one thing to mention is that we do have an analyst desk for this entire season. So we are going to be here. It's going to be me and Chronicler sometimes. It's going to be Atlas and Wolf. We're going to have all four combinations joining you here on the analyst desk. So we get to have it in English and give our thoughts on the games.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I think that was one of the things that the cast, we always tried our best to do it. And of course we have Jason who also did an amazing job translating the desk, but getting a desk of our own I think is really nice. Gives us a lot more flexibility in the things we can do, and also the ability to go a little bit more in depth into the games.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Really looking forward to that. And of course, later on today, when we do have the games, you and I, Chronicler, will be here giving you the action and the rundown in English. So will be very fun to do. Of course, we do have the 10th anniversary thing that's kind of going on here at the LCK. We did start back in 2012. So we'll have some special videos, some special stuff to look at for this 10th anniversary as well. But first thing we're going to look at is the stats from 10 years of the LCK.
Everyone loves stats. I think, for me personally, the one I hold closest to my heart is that GNR Greenwins versus SKT match.
Of course.
Single-handedly responsible, one might say, for adding Elder Dragon into the game, right? So I was like, no more.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we tried to do it again. Didn't work as well. And the fact that the game with the most kills goes back all the way to 2013 spring, and right, look at the names as well. CJ enters Frost, there's the KT Bullets, like insane. And also, I feel like a lot of other leagues will have topped that record in the meanwhile, but with the LCK, so I'm pretty sure that one's going to stand.
Speaking of the LCK, I mean, 3 kills in KSV versus Rockstars. Like, we gotta hope that we don't get too many more games like that, but definitely is pretty representative of some of the action or lack of it that we have had here over the years. 10 years of LCK, here are the champion records and the most common matchups. Obviously, Ezreal, very, very popular. The most picked champion over the course of all of these years.
Kalista, pretty sure, I think you joked about it previously, that Ruler is responsible for approximately a third of those bans. And both the both Zverev and Nessus benefiting from an extremely small sample size of like, what was it, I think 3.5 something thousand games. And one has 60% win rate, the other 38. Also, the fact that Garen has never been picked, even with how popular Garen Yumi was for a while, shows a lot of the old habits of the LCK, a little bit of reluctance to pick up new stuff.
Yeah, most common matchups, we do see very even between Gnar and Gangplank up on the top side, which is pretty interesting. We were talking about how maybe it was going to be Azir versus Corki in the mid lane, but Azir versus Victor, obviously a very common matchup of old, and does take the cake there for mid. But let's talk about some players now. Most games, most wins, most kills will go into the pockets of Faker, and he is still here playing in the LCK.
Yeah, greatest player of all time. Helps a lot. If you win 9 LCK championships, then gonna rack up a lot of kills, gonna rack up a lot of wins. Also really nice. Gorilla, of course, still part of the LCK team there with the most assists out of anyone. Personally, I like that most pentakill stat. You know, we always joke about Ruler. The moment that the second kill goes through, he starts screaming penta, but say what you want, the man, he gets results.
Yeah.
That's 5.
5 and maybe more to come that will be happening here. Also, shout out to Bengi. He got out before the going got bad. And he does hold the highest win percentage of anybody in the LCK currently. So shout out to him. He's doing pretty well. He's still coaching now. And it's really cool. We have a lot of history here at the LCK, and we're going to take a look at some of the names that have been involved over the course of LCK. Let's take a look.
LCK 팬 여러분 안녕하세요. 울프 이재현입니다.
하입니다.
페이커 이상혁입니다.
프레이 김종인입니다.
미션입니다. LCK가 이제 10주년이 됐다고 하는데요.
축하드립니다. 우!
와우! 벌써 LCK 10주년이라니 정말 놀랍네요.
진심으로 너무너무 축하드리고요.
저도 LCK와 함께 자랐기 때문에
이게 10주년이라는 게 믿겨지지 않을 정도로
벌써라는 생각도 들지만 아직 10주년밖에 안 됐어? 라는 생각도 드네요.
제일 좋았던 기억은 우승했었을 때고
우승이 떠오릅니다.
웅장한 오프닝이나 화려한 영상들이 기억에 남고요.
나 때는 경기장이 용산에 있었어요.
뭔가 또 그때만의 감성이 남아있는 경기장이었던 것 같아요.
팬분들께서 보내주시는 응원과 뭔가 열기
응원 소리, 함성 소리가 가장 기억에 남습니다.
환희의 기쁨도 있고 뜨겁다. 가슴에 불을 얻어갑니다.
나에게 LCK란
인생의 전환점이었던 것 같아요.
기회라고 말하고 싶습니다.
역사죠. 탄생과 역사.
20대 전부를 바쳤거든요.
청춘이지 않나.
엄마의 뭐 베스트 프렌드? 아마 중마고 약간 이런 느낌이지 않을까.
저도 이제 곧 있으면 10주년인데 같이 이제 좀 오랫동안 나아갔으면 좋겠습니다.
LCK 한마디.
LCK에게 한마디.
10년 동안 고생 많았고
야, 너 정말 오래 가는구나.
LCK야 아프지 말고 오래오래 건강하게 지내자.
앞으로도 더 긴 시간 모험, 여정 떠났으면 좋겠습니다.
한국 e스포츠의 중심이잖아요. 많은 e스포츠들의 모범이 되고 있는 것 같아서 뿌듯하게 느껴지고
우리 10년 동안 잘해왔는데
30, 100년
승승장구하시길 바라면서
멋진 발걸음들과 또 성장을 응원하고 기원하도록 하겠습니다.
LCK 진심으로 응원합니다.
고맙다 LCK.
전설을 만들어갑니다.
전설을 만들어갑니다.
LCK.
LCK.
파이팅!
LCK 10주년 진심으로 축하드립니다.
Really awesome to hear from all the members, not only from the LCK, but also some Korean celebrities that obviously are big fans of the LCK, to say some kind words for these 10 years and hopefully for a lot more to come.
Yeah, it's incredible to take that trip down memory lane. Like players like Mad Live that completely reinvented the game at the time, and to see they're still around and they're still appreciating the LCK, seeing all that the league has to offer. It's always really nice to look back on what has been.
Yeah, and you know, it's really cool that we get to start yet another year. And we did have, of course, a lot of the Korean players and now coaches and even celebrities that are watching the LCK and having a lot of fun. And obviously, a lot of you out there, big fans of the LCK. And we're not the only ones that like to cast, actually, the LCK in English, but we will be taking a little bit of look around the globe as well in just a moment. What's your favorite moment of the LCK chronicler?
That's a very broad question. Summer finals last year, because it was my first summer finals and it was amazing. It was really, really good. A bit selfish, but
it was a great final.
It was
a great final.
Or 2018 when Score finally won.
That's a big one. That is a big one, guys. But we do have another video for you guys, actually.
Chúc mừng kỷ niệm 10 năm LCK. Nhân dịp kỷ niệm 10 năm LCK thì Văn Tùng sẽ được chúc cho LCK sang tuổi mới sẽ có được nhiều thành công mới trong năm 2022 này.
Và Linh cũng hy vọng LCK sẽ ngày càng phát triển hơn để có thể mang lại nhiều nội dung hấp dẫn và sáng tạo hơn cho giới mộ điệu liên minh huyền thoại trên toàn thế giới.
Và hy vọng là các bạn sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ cho LCK trên sóng của LCK tiếng Việt nha.
LCK 10주년을 축하합니다. 앞으로 리그가 점점 더 성공하기를 기원한다. 다음 리그에는 모든 팀들이 좋은 성적을 거두길 기원합니다. 화이팅!
chúc mừng kỷ niệm 10 năm
LCK!
LCK 10岁生日快乐！是的 ，LCK 是我们最好的朋友，也是最强的对手啊！
是的，
希望我们在世界赛上再相遇。
期待你们给我们带来继续精彩的比赛。
What you doing?
The LCK turns 10 to split.
Oh, that's true! Zum Geburtstag viel Glück! Zum Geburtstag viel Glück! Zum Geburtstag, liebe LCK! Zum Geburtstag viel Glück!
안녕하세요. I am Etrurian, one of the Italian caster for LCK, and I want to celebrate with you the 10th year of LCK. Fighting!
Wow. Some really awesome guys that do cast the LCK from around the world alongside of us. So shout out to them and the many different languages that you guys do watch the LCK. And I'm sure that some of you watching right now may even watch some of those casters on a daily basis.
It's hard to say what was my favorite, either the old school T1 jacket or the guy in the background dancing around with the happy birthday sign. I really enjoyed that. It's a hard one to see.
I liked the birthday sign. I liked the balloons as well. I loved the acting as well, where they're like, what's going on? Oh, it's the 10th LCK. It's really cool.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. Guys, you do have the split changes that are coming up here, so we're going to take a look at that right now and take a look at some of the CGs here as well and see what has changed. Lots of money on the line, Chronicler.
As per usual, I think that the main thing that we personally care about is just to see who's the best team, right? But for the players, of course, it's an incredible amount of money that also comes. Also, all the awards that we have, all pro teams, best coach, rookie of the year is always something that's great to look at. A lot of those rookies go on and do incredible things as time progresses. So it's always a category that I think says a lot about a player's potential future within the LCK, or unfortunately for us, fortunately for other regions, in other regions.
Yes, exactly. We do have some changes, some updates to 2022 LCK. Roster changes allowed weekly, which is very interesting. We might get to see some of that challenger talent coming up and showing us what they got. We do have strategic coaches that can be registered on the official team roster, and some regional qualifier changes as well.
To me, what I'm most excited about is that those weekly roster changes might mean that we're going to see, especially teams that are struggling, pull up the players from Challenger, get a lot more of that up-and-coming talent that we've seen has been a very reliable pool. Think of Berserker going to C9, right? Think of the current bot lane of Liv Sandbox. All those players coming in from Challengers might see a little bit more rotation in that regard.
Absolutely. So guys, we do also have some updates to the Rift for 2022. We're going to take a look at that right now and see some of the changes. Some of them more liked than others, Chronicler.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Valdez. I think that we can unanimously agree that one of these two Drakes is a little bit more like. This is the popular kid, you know, Hextech Drake. He provides a lot of new opportunities with the teleporters, the soul and the effects in of themselves. are generally well liked, they're well regarded. It gives you a stacking bonus, which
This is actually
in itself,
Chemtech buffs on the bottom.
Yeah.
So
I was about to say, like, as we get to Chemtech Drake, thank you for pointing it out. This is the one, not quite as popular. The camouflage is a bit divisive.
He's kind of like, you know, the dark guy. He doesn't talk too much, but, you know, he's got some friends. He has some interesting views on politics. You know, he's kind of that guy. Obviously, the buffs on the bottom, those are for the Hextech Drake, so keep that in mind. We kind of got those swapped around. Sorry about those guys. Chemtech Drake will be interesting to see how the LCK teams do deal with that. We do also have objective bounties, so this is another way for teams to try to come back in the game if you do fall behind, indicated by these gold orders.
Initially, somewhat overtuned when they came out during the preseason. People not a big fan of those. I do like the concept behind it, because I think the game can benefit from some more combat mechanics, as this is what really is going to make a big impact, I personally feel, with the amount of popularity that items like Crown in particular have seen over the preseason, really completely changing up how a lot of champions build at the moment.
Yeah, even Shroud as well. We'll definitely see a lot of that Winter's approach into Fimbulwinter. Definitely could see that from time to time. Shadow Flame, another pretty strong item as well.
Actually, Mark is the one where I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's more when you're really stomping your opponents. Don't know how reliable that's going to be. Rune changes, goodbye, Omnistone. You were, I guess, regarded okay. I don't think anyone was really passionate about Omnistone. First strike is back, 3-vamped Clapto. Glacial Augment, actually a really interesting change that has seen a lot of play for supporters that have the ability to keep triggering those Frost Rays, and of course the Lethal Templar revamp as well.
Yeah, you get this extra attack speed and also extra range when you do get to max stacks. It is pretty strong. Definitely will be seeing some of that as well, alongside of supports that do bring the Glacial Augment in, as we do have the patch point from 12.1. Obviously, we did see a lot of the changes to the Rift and stuff like that in the, I believe it was 11.24?
Yeah, correct.
Which was the preseason patch, but this is 12.1 specifically.
So Diana, she was broken, her clear was nerfed, and now it's buffed again. So get ready to see that champion back on the Rift, maybe accompanied by something like a Yasuo. These nerfs, I think, for competitive, maybe not going to be as high profile. Rek'Sai mostly a solo queue nerf. Sona, I think, in competitive a little bit more punishable, but her ability to kind of get out of lane unscathed was simply too good. Immortal Shield Bow nerfs should not be surprising considering how insanely popular the item was. Although its accompanying champions, Yone and Yasuo, cry a little tear for that.
A small one. I think they might still be building it. We'll see how often the Immortal Shield Bow still does get used. Force of Nature, the new kind of hardcore magic resist item, did get buffed here on 12.1. They're trying to push that item a lot. This is the real big change, especially for competitive. The teleport change moves up to 6 minutes before 14 minutes in the game, and then it goes down to 4-minute cooldown afterwards, and you can teleport anywhere.
Arguably the biggest change of the preseason, and it drops on the first patch of the new season, right? It's not even really a preseason change. And considering what we saw a lot in the previous years, where there were so many double single teleport plays to our bot side, there was not really an opportunity to punish as well as you might otherwise like, unless you had really good vision control. Might all be changed up. We've seen some teams stick to the TP, some teams swap to things like Ghost Flash, so that remains to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to take another look at another CG here that we do have coming up. And just a lot of stuff changing in the LCK. Not only the game, but also the teams. The 2022 Stove League, a reference to, you know, regular sports, everybody hanging around a hot stove, discussing the off-season. And these are the off-season changes.
A lot of players coming in. Zeus, of course, has had hype behind him for the longest time. We got Arya, who had an incredible year in the LGL, now making his way over to the LCK. A lot of challenger representation as well in that Live Sandbox bot lane.
Absolutely. Going to be seeing a lot of new faces here. We do have, you know, the strong players from these two teams. Arguably, they have other strong players, but they secured their key players. How strong will T1 and Damwon be in the 2022 season? I have to say, both of them at least top 3.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. T1 in particular, I think, are going to be insane. And this we don't have the same opinion on this, but this should be the roster to match them, right? Gen.G, incredible individual players, a roster that I think everyone's looking towards with incredible expectations. The rumors are good, but I have faith in them. You not so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel that T1 and Dom1 Kia are still incredibly strong. And I think that Gen.G have to prove it as a 5-man unit. You know, individually, they're all incredibly strong. Like, even Peanut had an awesome year over in Nongshim. Got a lot of votes for us, for MVP votes and stuff like that. And just everybody here, especially ㅣ2022, obviously one of the most hyped names in esports right now, you could say, kind of leading from the middle of that team. But we need to see their synergy between those 5 players before we say anything else. Obviously, BDD and Peanut did swap sides. BDD over to Nongshim, Peanut over to Gen.G. Interesting swap here.
I think BDD had one of the best worlds you could wish for. It's done incredibly well, as we also take a look at some returning names. Aiming, I think, the one that we should collectively be excited for. KT didn't have the greatest split, and having him come back and playing with Live might actually give KT a little bit more of a boost compared to last year.
Yeah, we have new bot lane duos, obviously a bot lane meta at the moment. A lot of people are saying Aiming and Life, Deft and Beryl. It's going to be an interesting one. Teddy going over and joining Hoyt once again. A couple of guys that used to be on the T1 roster. Ghost and Effort, and of course, Ruler and Lehens.
I really like the switch up. I think in 2021 LCK there was limited changes, and now we've completely thrown every bot lane into the blender, scrambled them, and now we're going to see which of them will actually end up on top. Spoiler alert, they might not be on this list. It might just be Gamusha and Carrier, but they stayed the same. They were incredible. So I do think that it's more about who can match them.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, we do have a lot of former players who have now become LCK coaches. Mafa, Pawn, Score, Bengi, Mowgli. A lot of legends even on this list as well. What impact will they have on their teams? Definitely a big question. You know, Score especially, obviously an awesome player with a huge career, but how can he be as a head coach?
Yeah, the main question for me is Score, in the end, got it done. He got his title. Now, can he help some of the players under his tutelage to do so as well? Because that's what you're going to be thinking about, right? And it's also a really interesting opportunity for, I think, Score again in particular, coming back and immediately going into a split as head coach. That's a lot of pressure.
It's everybody's got eyes on you and your roster to see if you can bring those talents that you had as a player into actually coaching the teams, because it's totally different, you know, especially over in these esports teams. You're kind of like the father figure. You kind of like got to get everybody together, make them work on the same page as well. And guys, we do have the week ahead coming in just a moment, just to see what matchups we are going to have in the next week here for week 1 of the LCK 2022 Spring. We're starting off today with DRX versus Live Sandbox, and then finishing with T1 versus Kwangdong Freaks. That's the new sponsor for the Afrika Freaks. They are now known as the Kwangdong Freaks. Don't get it confused.
Personally, I think, especially in the first week, every match is exciting because we have no idea. We have a somewhat of a gamble, and again, T1 barely changed their roster, so we know they're good. But every other team, we have to see what is going to be their style, what is going to be their identity. I think most people would agree, though, today's second match, incredible. And then also, the dessert at the end of the week, Dom1 Kia taking on Gen.G. That, to me, is going to give us a really good idea of both how good Gen.G really is and what I expect to be the start of Dom1's developmental curve. Which I don't know if that's going to turn out to actually be the case.
Their developmental curve with 4 veterans that are amazing. We'll have to wait and see how that goes, Chronicler, indeed. I'm excited for the matchup against KT as well. I think that there are a lot of exciting rosters here in the LCK, and KT has, you know, interesting names. They've got Rascal, they've got Cuz, stuff like this, and to see how they can go up against Dom1 Kia tomorrow on Thursday will also be fun to watch. Yeah, just good matches all around. I think that, you know, objectively, when we saw all the roster swaps, we had the obvious winners, right? You know, the Dom ones, the Gen.Gs, the T1s. I'm curious to see how some of the other teams, you know, we saw Hama Life, they didn't really pick up a lot of veterans, a lot of big names and stuff. They're kind of going into a development year. Live Sandbox as well. Fred and Brion not changing up too much, but they have a lot of synergy from last year, and they showed a lot of interesting stuff like taking down Kings. They were kind of the Kingslayer team. I'm really curious to see what they're going to bring.
And to me personally, that's always, especially the early weeks of spring. Hopefully we don't get another Udyr Hecarim situation where it's just that getting played and that kind of throwing everything off balance. But it's also where we're going to really get an idea of how are these teams going to play, right? What is there going to be their identity? Because even though I agree with you, the Dominant's going to be very good, I don't think it will be the same team that they were before. Baron and Ghost was so pivotal to the playstyle of this team. And even though I think Dr. McKellen are insane, what kind of Dominant are we going to see here? And as you pointed out, what is Kwangdong going to do? What is KT going to do?
Yeah, just a lot of questions. And this is kind of the fun of the new season, right? Because sometimes you get seasons where it's like, you know, a couple of players here and there changing. It's kind of cool, but it's not quite like this season where everything just gets blown up and all the pieces are put together in different shapes and forms. So a lot of cool things to see. And, you know, talking about Dominant, I think that Duck Dom, he's kind of one of these new big rising stars. You know, can he find a lot of luck? Will be interesting to see. Also, DRX playing in the first game. So how are they going to look?
It's a really interesting question because personally, I think that DRX is going to be inconsistent like they were in their successful iteration last spring. Whereas if you look at players like Deft, like Beryl, these players, when they're good and when they're not playing as well, is a really big gap. So I can see DRX really fulfill kind of the wild card role, whereas I expect a team like Kwangdong or Nongshim to just be all around good.
Yeah, me and Wolf were doing actually a fun show for WCG, and we kind of had to place all the teams where we thought they would be. We kind of had DRX off the charts because we're like, we don't know what's going to happen with this team. They have a lot of very well-known names, but there's so many different pieces. You know, as I said, everything blew up. They're kind of like from 5 pieces of the puzzle. So very interesting to see. Guys, we're almost ready to jump into the 2022 LCK Spring. We're going to have some awesome opening events. We've got Caster Jun on the mic as well, giving us a nice little opening announcement. That's going to be really cool to watch as well. So I hope you guys all tune in, and I hope you did enjoy the pre-show. We're going to be back for the analyst desk as well, so don't miss it later on in the day. But for now, enjoy the 2022 LCK Spring, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
새로운 전설을 만들어가고 있는 LCK. 우리는 LCK 10년의 역사를 통해서 많은 것을 배워왔고 최고의 선수와 최상의 e스포츠 문화를 만들어감과 동시에 또다시 앞으로의 10년을 향해 나아갑니다. 오리진 앤 퓨처 2022 LCK 스프링 스플릿 지금부터 시작합니다. 번째 황금길은 지금 우리를 향해 다가오고 있음을 확신합니다, 여러분.
저는 제 실력에 대한 믿음이 있거든요.
새로운 팀원들과 새로운 마음으로 제대로 보여드리겠습니다.
T1의 주축인 만큼 팀원들을 잘 이끌어서
LCK의 새 시대를 만들어 가겠습니다. 제가 갖고 있는 모든 것들을 쏟아서 정리할 겁니다.
올해는 꼭 이뤄내겠습니다.
이번 농심 누가 봐도 강팀인데 이젠 제가 없잖아요.
제가 LCK죠.
이번 농심 누가 봐도 강팀인데 이젠 제가 없잖아요.
제가 LCK 최고의 서포트라 생각해요.
이번 시즌 정말 미친 듯이 쏟아붓겠습니다.
달라진 DRX 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
작년 결과는 아쉬웠는데
어느 때보다도 자신 있습니다.
LCK로 다시 돌아온 만큼
기억에 남는 미드라이너가 되겠습니다.
탑으로 포지션 변경을 하게 됐는데
최고라는 타이틀 제가 가져오겠습니다.
올해도 새로운 동료들과 함께 뒤져버리겠습니다.
저희는 여기서 안주하지 않을 거고요. 이번 우승도 저희가 꼭 가져가도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. Huge thanks to good old Valdez and Chronicler on our brand new analyst desk for the pre-show. That was absolutely fantastic. And we have to just take a step back just for 1 second, Wolf. That intro was fire. I absolutely loved it. Just a trip through memory lane. Did you guys pick up all of those moments? I was like getting goosebumps, man. I loved it.
It was definitely really cool, and the animation was really awesome to see. I was a bigger fan, though, of where we had the kind of opening trash talk style where everyone's walking in, they've got their teams, we're seeing all the new changes, Teddy and Faker crossing past each other there in the middle of the room. You love to see the energy that is coming with in LCK that is going to be so much stronger, I feel, on paper than what we saw last year. Lots of upgrades to rosters. Not every team got the best of it, though. There are some teams we'll be talking about in the next few days that definitely got the short end of the stick, but it's not anyone can win this season. It's which team is going to win it this season. We're going to find out as these teams develop over the course of this season. It's going to be a great spring season.
Yeah, and let's get straight into our first match. Let's check out some of the rosters and the changes for our first one here. DRX up against Live Sandbox. Starting with DRX, I think this one is really, really interesting. I've actually heard whispers that this team is performing better than I think a lot of people expected. Kingen and Purshik certainly rocks of this roster, still here from last year, but Zeka coming over from the LPL where he debuted, picked up by Coma, and then played for Coach Kim as well on BRG after his time in Vici. And then Deft and Beryl. Deft finally unshackled from the rookies. He gets to just be his own man down there towards the bottom side of the map with veteran Beryl as well. So really excited to see how this team goes.
Yeah, me too. For Live Sandbox, of course, they brought Pawn in as a coach. So two really big ex-pros, Mowgli and Pawn, joining as coaches for both these squads. Dove is role swapping to the top side of the map where Summit is going to be replaced, and Closer coming in from T1, the shadow of Faker throughout a lot of 2021, but did have some incredible moments when he had the chance to play. Now he's the starter. There is no sub for him, so very excited to see how he does. And first match here, veterans coming back to DRX and Live Sandbox a new start. Most people expect our first match of the LCK here might be a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, I have a feeling that DRX certainly looking like they have put together a little bit of a stronger roster, but you don't know anything until we actually get onto the Rift. So I'm going to reserve my judgment. However, if I was to put down a prediction, which we actually have, we'll talk about that in the POG state a little bit later on, I think the DRX do definitely look like they're a cut above. But we don't know. And honestly, I think that like the bottom lane is where I'm going to be mainly drawn to. I think that Envy and Kale in Challenger last year, if you spoke to Chronicler, he was actually singing them some praises last time around. So looking forward to seeing how that one's going to go. But will Dove prove to be the Korean Xiaohu is a tough question.
It's a bit early to be asking, but yeah, when you think about some of the most famous role swappers of all time, most of them are extremely high-profile players, right? And Dove,
like Dandy, for example.
Yeah, Dandy, you know, you think about players like Caps, right? I mean, there's players across all regions. Xiaohu himself who's listed on this graphic, but Dove hasn't proven himself really as a mid laner yet, so maybe top ends up being a better role for him. Maybe we end up being surprised, right? Maybe it ends up being that he shows his potential more, but we need more time before we can find out.
When I saw it on paper, I was thinking, well, I mean, the guy plays a lot of Aatrox and things like this, like relatively tanky bruiser mid laners often throughout his career, so theoretically should just be plug and play towards that top side. But let's have a look at the mid lane here. Zeka making his debut versus verified prospect Closer. Closer, of course, came in instead of Faker in a few of their matches over the last little while for T1. Closer definitely did show that he had the potential to be great, but was ultimately not considered as the successor to the greatest player of all time. And to be perfectly honest, that's a difficult set of shoes to fill. But
it says verified prospect. I'd say he's a little bit more verified than Birdall or Zeus, for example, in terms of other players that were rookies that had a lot of potential. But let's see how he does. Let's see how he performs.
Yeah, exactly right. But we've got some trash talk for you, so let's get into that right now.
안녕하세요. DRX로 다시 돌아온 데프트 김혁규입니다. 혁규 형한테 먼저 카톡이 왔었는데 여기 오겠다는 거예요. 고민을 많이 했는데 물론 이제 결정하는데 두식이도 지분이 있었죠. 날 보고 온다고? 너무 고마운데? 근데 내가 잘할 수 있을까? 약간 이런 생각이 많았는데 그렇다고 해주는 게 두식이한테 좋을 것 같아요.
팀 분위기는 이제 약간 활발한 형들이라서 또 이미 벌써 다 친해진 것 같아요.
되게 잘 될 것 같아요.
안녕하세요. 저는 이번에 리브 샌드박스로 다시 돌아오게 된 도보라는 닉네임 쓰고 있고 이름은 김재현입니다.
리빌딩 되는 과정에서 저희 팀 탑에 포지션 변경하는 선수도 있고 힘들었어요. 네.
진짜 일주일도 안 됐을 때는 엄청 너무 어렵고 힘드니까 괜히 했나 싶을 때도 있긴 했어요. 정말 솔직하게.
일단 들어오고 나서 처음에 닉네임을 신입 탑 쓰다가 좀 자기도 못했다고 생각했는지 쓰레기 탑으로 닉변을 한번 했었거든요. 처음 했을 때 좀 많이 투박하고 못한다였는데 지금은 괜찮게 하는 것 같아요. 네, 나쁘진 않아요.
그냥 그런 생각은 했어요. DRX전을 해서 킹겐 선수 상대로 제가 괜찮게 잘 한다 싶으면 그래도 내가 꽤 괜찮은 탑라이너가 되는 계기가 되지 않나.
탑인 킹겐 선수가 라인전을 되게 잘하거든요.
라인전 제일 잘한다고 생각하고 있어요. 라인전적인 부분에서.
코리안 샤오.
까봐야 아는 거 아니겠습니까? 이제 다른 라인은 딱히 관심 없습니다. 킹겐 선수 제가 한번 박살 내드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 이번에 리브 샌드박스로 새로 입단하게 된 클로저고 DRX에서 미드를 맡게 된 제카 김건우라고 합니다.
두 선수 다 물론 굉장히 잘하지만 지금 당장의 실력으로 봤을 때는 저는 제카 선수가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각해서 미드에서는 제카 선수가 이겨줄 것 같아요.
사실 클로저를 빗대어 말할 만한 선수가 루키 선수 보는 느낌 나고요.
피지컬도 만능이고 운영적인 부분에서도 거의 만능이라 클로저 선수가 제카 선수를 이기기엔 아직 부족하지 않을까.
제카 선수한테 안 될 것 같아요. 확실히 이번에 분대를 보여줘야 되지 않나 싶습니다.
주연아, 긴장하지 말고 편하게 들어와.
제 첫 재물이 되신 거 축하합니다.
새로운 멤버들과 첫 경기인 만큼 팬분들도 저희 팀에 대한 첫인상을 좀 좋게 가져가셨으면 좋겠어서
LCK에서 뛰는 것도 처음이고 이제 처음부터 이제 강렬한 인상 남겨드리고 좋게 2대0으로 이기겠습니다.
예상 스코어요? 근데 이제 그건 중요하지 않고 제가 킹겐 상대로 스코어가 저는 더 높았으면 좋겠습니다. 저만 이기면 됩니다.
그럼 뭐 그냥 한 판은 쉽게 그냥 먹으라 하고 내주는 정도로 2대1로 이기겠습니다, 저희가. 딴 건 잘 모르겠고 창현아, 넌 죽었다.
이번 22년 LCK 재패해보도록 하겠습니다. DRX 화이팅!
리브 샌드박스 화이팅!
And there you have it. Definitely fitting that Closer was in fact the closer, but let's introduce DRX with their brand new roster outside of the jungle and top side of the map. Joining Kingen and Pyoshik is, of course, Zeka, Deft, and Beryl. Zeka is massive, by the way. I thought that it was going to be another year where we're just lorded over by lava, but I think that Zeka is definitely going to give him a run for his money as far as build is concerned. The guy is just huge. Let's see whether he can live up to that on the Rift.
I mean, there's a lot of things to talk about. There's a lot of things to break down here for DRX, but it feels like this roster is very DRX in that...
It is super DRX.
You don't know what to expect. It's a patchwork quilt of players from all different backgrounds, players returning, players who are veterans, but also players who are still trying to get their stripes. And I think DRX is a team that will always grow over the course of the year, but where their peak is this year is what everyone is wondering about. Will we reach that 2020 peak that DRX so lauded and how well they did at Worlds, and everyone will remember that DRX roster, but will this roster live up to that? It's hard to say right now.
And I think so much falls onto Zeka as well as far as how well he performs as to whether or not DRX are going to be able to make it across the line. And from what I've heard, the man has some skill, so looking forward to seeing whether he can make that one work up against this squad, and namely Closer in the mid lane, who we know definitely has the skills.
You know, this roster just doesn't feel the same to me without Summit. I will be honest about it. Summit, he got us 2 role swaps. He put Fudge in the mid lane and got Dove in the top lane. Across the world, Summit is shaking things up, man. Such a romantic, even outside of the LCK, but here with this Live Sandbox roster, there is hope, right? If Dove can find his footing and be a stronger top laner than he was a mid, maybe there's hope for that to work out. The mid lane, we know Closer has a lot of potential, right? This is a roster that, when you look at the bottom lane and how much they've grown throughout the Challengers League as well, this might be one of those rosters we look at in summer season going, okay, this could be the same powerhouse we saw in summer 2021 where Live Sandbox grew and grew and grew and they were forced to be reckoned with at the end. But right now, most people put this team bottom 3.
Yeah, I think that this is it's a scaling comp. We've definitely got a scaling comp here. We're looking at, September. Let's see whether we can get it together. But right now, it's not feeling like it's necessarily something that's on paper going to be able to go up against the likes of DRX all that comfortably. Envy and KL have a lot on their shoulders, especially up against Deft and Beryl in this first match. I think that the mid lane should be almost favored for Live Sandbox, but it's how well the team plays together and how they make it all work, the cohesiveness that they've managed to build this off-season that is going to be so very important. And let's have a look at some of our points of the match here. And of course, we're looking at the bottom lane, and this is unfair. We do this in the LCK way too often, where it's like, this is obviously going to look bad for Live Sandbox.
I mean, almost every player who we call a veteran, I mean, some players we might call them a veteran after 2 years, but generally you don't have as much of a pedigree as Deft does. I mean, very few players can say that.
I mean, it's literally only Faker that can say that, I think, that's still playing.
In the LCK currently, and Beryl, of course, has taken home a Worlds title already. And then you look at the results here for Envy and Kale, and it's not even fair, but look, I mean, one day we might have these two players.
Wait, where's the MSI win? Oh, okay, there we go.
you might, but one day, you know, Atlas, we might be looking at these players as 2022 is where they start, and we're looking at their, you know,
yeah, exactly. Like in 2028,
yeah,
2030, yeah, exactly.
So
2032. It's the 20-year anniversary where we look back on Envy and Kale, and this is where their utter domination of the LCK began. Wolf, we were here. We were here. Well, we'll see whether it is actually going to work out like that. I have a feeling that we were being a little bit facetious, but Coach Kim, as you can see on your screen here, heading up DRX and has brought over one of his, you know, former prospects in Zeka to now try and carry them to a victory.
So not only does, you know, Coach Kim reunite here with Zeka joining the roster, but you also have close friends Pyoshik and Deft. And I mean, we've talked about this so much on the broadcast. Every time Hano Life faced off against DRX last season, we were talking about how these guys were hanging out. They were super chill with each other. They were eating with each other oftentimes separately from their team. And it's great to see two friends reunited.
Yeah.
And they didn't even do it together. Like, you know, you saw that message that Deft got. He's like, got a text like, yo, like, by the way, I heard you're moving to our team. And he's like, yeah, it's happening. And I love to see that sort of camaraderie. And that's what makes me believe in this roster, more than Deft's raw skill alone, or Kingan's growing experience, Pyoshik, his power in the jungle. The fact that this roster has some synergy between the coach, has some synergy between the jungle and the bottom, it gives you hope that maybe they can really pull something off here and in part of the latter parts of Deft's career.
Yeah, no, and I actually think that on paper, like, you look at the DRX like composition and the players that are in it, and you think, I see how this can work. They've got a very strong bottom side of the map, an explosive support that likes to get around the map and cause a ruckus, but can also be that center of attention when it's required. And Kingan is a fantastic weak side top laner. So if we see DRX playing to that weak side top, play around mid, trying to cause that chaos, it's going to work exceptionally well. But we've also seen a lot of these players really fail to perform. So I think it'll be a bit of a coin flip, but I think what we see in this first match will definitely dictate what we get from DRX moving forward. And Wolf,
it's time.
Let's get into ban and pick for game number 1. DRX are on our blue side. They, of course, were our home team. They had the choice. And let's do it. Let's see what's going to be taken away first. Of course, guys, if you're wondering about meta changes and things like that, basically there's not too many of them. 12.1 did allow this ban to happen almost every single game, which is the Diana now skyrocketing back to popularity. But Renekton, his changes were reverted.
Yep.
And so he's going to be on the ban list permanently as well, but especially against players like Kingy.
Though I want to see how high priority champions like Caitlyn go here in Korea, because she's
pretty high
removed now, and if you do now on red side leave the Jinx up, then it means that you will lose out on that, but you can sometimes take high priority champions like the Lee Sin with the Jinx, so they actually banned that away here. We'll see if that ends up going to the third ban here, because right now in terms of AD carry, it's all about Caitlyn, Jinx, Aphelios, high scaling late game champions. That's the name of the game. So we do have that Caitlyn removed now, and I want to see how Live Sandbox respond, because as we've already seen in the LPL and in minor regions around the world, that is extremely high priority. It's their choice to make right now.
Yeah. Twisted Fate, of course, is extraordinarily busted at the moment as well, so is going to be on the bench one more time. Remember, this is DRX now with Deft back on the roster. You mentioned Jinx. We have to talk about that ridiculous win rate that Deft has on the champion. It is going to be Leona that's banned away, so theoretically Jinx could just be picked up, but instead the Aphelios is locked in. So Deft is going for that instead, and Envy can pick up the Jinx if he would like to.
It's a pretty smart response here. When you see the Twisted Fate ban come out like this, you know that DRX is basically winking and say, let's trade top 80 carries. You take one, I'll take one. And to pick the Aphelios first here means that you have to consider...
Oh god, Yuumi, no.
You have to consider the Yuumi, but also the Jinx potential with Thresh there to deny the Thresh pick. At least DRX will have that option, but you don't feel too great about picking a Thresh into the Yuumi.
No. Let's see where Beryl decides to go with this. I assume that they kind of knew that Yuumi was coming. Yuumi is actually, like, not exactly a favorite at this point in time, especially of myself. She's just a little bit strong. As Sona recently nerfed, being hovered, but and locked in. Okay,
first day of the LCK. What's up?
All right, Beryl. All right, Beryl. So let's just introduce Beryl, shall we? He's just an incredible engaged support player. Plays some brilliant engaged champions. His Leona. He's got a skin on that one. He's playing Sona. Viego also being hovered once again, quite strong. More for his damage rather than his tankiness, but Pyoshik is going to be happily picking that one up As far as the trifecta of junglers, it feels like Viego, Xin Zhao, and Lee Sin certainly are the ones, and as we can see in this draft, looking like that way as well.
So we'll see what Liv Sandbox want to take here in terms of AD carry here. The more common pairings we've seen with the Yuumi in the past would be something like an Ezreal or the late game hyper carry Jinx, especially when you have a great engage with the Xin Zhao, but they'll take the Jhin instead. And when you have Xin Zhao here with the Yuumi as well, Xin Zhao also benefits from Yuumi. It's going to make his front line stronger, and that means Jhin has a lot more freedom at long range to actually chip away at DRX's composition. Viego, a lot less tanky, is not going to be able to take a ton of abuse the longer the fight goes on, so I like this adaptation here quite a bit from Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, the follow-up though with, you know, Sonarok coming out, that crescendo, and being able to pick off a target, you can understand why Viego would certainly work out very well there, but we'll have to see how this roster does pan out. Jay's going to be the first ban away from King, and of course an understandable one. King and a fantastic Jace player. LeBlanc taken away from Closer makes a lot of sense as well, and we'll see where the focus is going to remain. I think topside going to be somewhere that Liv Sandbox wants to focus, make sure that Dove has his debut top game with the most comfort possible.
Yeah, you take away these champions like the Jace, you know, that has very few counter matchups. Then you take away the Akali, which has a lot of really strong power in the mid lane, and now Liv Sandbox are feeling like they're sitting pretty on what they have right now and want to respond to the first of those solo picks DRX will show us. And when you have a composition like this and a draft like this where AD carry is sorted out early, jungle's picked up early, you feel nice being on red side. Yes, you have to pick one of yours first, but you do get the final say in terms of counter pick matchups. And in this position, you can actually pick one that's flexible to both top and mid if you'd like to. And something, you know, like Renekton, if it wasn't banned, would be ideal here. But let's see what Liv Sandbox are thinking. It's going to be that mid Syndra pick.
Yeah, it's going to be locked away for Closer. Things like the Corki that a lot of people have been having a lot of fun on, still available, but I don't know whether it's necessarily what you want to take into Syndra very early on. Deft is going to have to decide exactly where these solo lanes are going to be going, though. As you can see, a bit of a wry smile on Zekka's face, as that's a Graves. And that could mean that we're just sacking every other part of the map and allowing a Graves to win the game. Could honestly be a way that DRX win this one.
Yeah, it's definitely very common to see. Just put all your resources in the Graves basket, and he does extremely well later on. We'll see what that final pick is going to be into the Syndra and the Ryze. I'm really not surprised to see Ryze shine in Korea. Victor is the champion that really comes to mind here, considering the fairly low-range composition that DRX has that has a lot of damage. Like, if you really want to go Fountain Laser, Victor is what's more common, but Ryze here is going to scale extremely well, too. We'll do fine in that Syndra matchup. And it's going to give you a lot more ability to roam around the map as a unit to fight for objectives later on. And will it be the Tryndamere? The Tryndamere, Dove has been playing a ton of Tryndamere in solo queue. I checked his profile earlier today. I would not be shocked if this is where we go.
I just love that Dove's debuting on Tryndamere in the top lane, one of the easiest possible champions to play. Oh, it's just perfect. The narrative writes itself, Wolf.
Yeah.
But still, also a good pick at the moment, as you illustrated, and I'm not trying to throw too much shade. I just think it's kind of amusing. And King going to be picking up the Graves this time around, and we'll see whether the Tryndamere is going to be able to survive long enough to really get to relevance.
Atlas, nameplates off here. I feel like both of these compositions are very strong, and they both have their own strengths, right? In terms of engaging, you've got the Syndra to set up with Scour of the Week. You have the Xin Zhao can go in deep with Tryndamere. It's very difficult to play around this type of basically invincible frontline that also has Yuumi and a Jhin at the back to fire. But what I'm more concerned about here for Liv Sandbox is, will they be able to stand up to the veterans on DRX in the laning phase? If this game goes sour early and DRX get a nice advantage, I think this game kind of plays itself here. The composition that we are seeing here for Liv Sandbox needs a little bit more time to come online. And if you let this one get a lead, the late game for this composition is incredible. When you have the Ryze and the Aphelios plus that very powerful topside Graves. I'm very concerned about Liv Sandbox if they don't, you know, end up staying stable in that mid game. That's why I'm most concerned they're going to drop the ball around those first few objective fights.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it does go. Of course, it's a bit volatile on the side of DRX. Not exactly a large amount of tankiness, but they do theoretically have sustain. But Liv Sandbox, they might be able to play around it, but I think a lot of it has to do with what Croco is going to be able to get done earlier on in this game to set them up for, you know, that late game that we know that they will be able to figure out. They've got so much single target burst damage, a lot of AoE CC. Let's do it. Let's hop onto the rift for game number 1 with fans here as well. Let's see whether we get a cheer. happening? There's so many people here.
No,
it may be forbidden due to COVID, precautions. So
I got very excited that we.
I wasn't sure if we were going to get it or not. And the Korean caster seemed a little bit
apprehensive as well,
yeah,
right?
So it'll change as time goes on, but.
Well, I mean, the fans aren't used to it. We haven't had fan cheers for what feels like 2 years.
Yeah. We have about 70% capacity here allowed at the LCK, and just from looking behind myself, I think it's pretty full.
Yeah.
70% is allowed, so.
It's pretty crazy, considering the fact that the T1 match is next one, and not this one. But of course, the debut of the LCK for Spring 2022 makes a lot of sense that everyone's well and truly ready. Dove debuting on the Tryndamere here. Looking forward to seeing how he's going to go. Doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun in the earlier stages, as Kingan's taken the Ghost Exhaust.
Yeah.
On the Graves. Exhaust fantastic into the Tryndamere, so you can understand exactly why.
It's going to buy you a ton of time if Dove ever decides to try to all-in. You can outlast his ultimate too later on. Very, very strong combination of summoner spells. And as was mentioned earlier on the pre-show, teleport is nerfed until you get that unleashed teleport later on in the game. You don't have the ability to use that to freeze a wave on the top side of the map, and just overall weaker in general. So you'll see a little bit more of this type of summoner spell used. I think this one is very matchup specific, but don't be shocked to see less teleports on the Rift.
Yeah, I feel like this was certainly chosen just to make sure that they had the easiest time possible. But looking forward to seeing how it all develops. And I like to see that it's not like you have to take teleport, otherwise you've just instantly lost the lane, Having a look at Envy and Kale, certainly players that I heard a lot about, because Chronicler likes to talk about Challenger a lot, so we heard a lot about them when they were playing for Gen G last year. So now moving over as a duo, and will be joining Liv Sandbox. But now up against Deft and Beryl. Could be difficult, but they do have the Jhin and the Yuumi, which might be able to just add enough champion power to make things work. As Closer really starting to put on a clinic here in the earliest stages against Zeka.
Yeah, still has Biscuit as well, so is actually just going to be able to sit pretty here for a very long time. This is a little bit annoying for Zeka. We'll have to go ahead and do an early back here. But what's really interesting about this composition for Liv Sandbox, you mentioned it earlier, is how much power Croco actually has over controlling this game, because early on, Xin Zhao is extremely strong, and with Syndra setups, okay, we have to mention it's been 1,650 days.
So long, and it was also Max. Oh, I miss Max so much. The man that I believe got a quadra kill on support Sion. As part of his career. So
as you do.
Yep, as you do, absolutely. Oh man, that MVP team was actually a lot of fun, but he was the last one that played it a million years ago, so there you go.
Yeah, here's some stats about Dove, but Croco, if he could set up some early power in this, over the first Rift Herald and over this mid lane, hold that thought, as Pioshik, speaking of which, is creeping around.
Yeah, Pioshik going to get a flash out here from Closer in the early stages, so should take a lot of pressure off Zeka.
It's definitely going to be massive. That's actually huge, because that also means Croco's potential follow-up to roam to the mid lane there and actually look for a gank is going to be a lot weaker without that Syndra Flash follow-up. They've already both traded teleports, so taking a risk like that at this stage as Liv Sandbox is a lot less powerful.
Yep. Last time we saw Tryndamere on the top side of the map, I believe. Of course, no, we didn't see Tryndamere in mid lane until Worlds, right? So
yes.
Wasn't actually played in the LCK, was played by Chovy, of course, in Harma Life Esports, their very first game.
Yeah, I actually,
play-ins?
I forgot that, yeah, until you mentioned this, and when that popped up, I was like, no, we saw that just a little while ago, but no, not actually. I was casting in the studio while it was happening, but it was not actually during this league.
Yeah, it kind of felt like it was here because we were here.
Yeah, and it was Chovy, etc., and,
But nope, it's been a while. Almost 2 years since we saw that. It was a loss, but I could imagine that playing Tryndamere into Ornn sounds like an absolutely awful time. As you build a Bramble Vest, and he just has a really awful time. So kind of makes some sense. This one might be a better matchup for Dove, but time will tell. Right now, down by a few CS, but otherwise nothing to write home about. Zeka seems to be a little bit more comfortable here as well, as Pioshik is going to find Croco in the jungle, dashes out of the way.
Got to be so careful
becomes lightning
here, because Zeka has flash, remember, so he can easily set up for that route if he wants to commit from a long distance away. So a lot of respect being shown here. And they're just going to give up ward control. Definitely the smart call here for Liv Sandbox. Don't want to let DRX get ahead with this Rise at all. If you do, I mean, this game falls apart so quickly.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be a thing that happens, right? It feels like in this early to mid game, Syndra should have a bunch of the extra control. But right now, with that little visit that Pioshik put down, is able to jostle for position and find some superiority. It does mean about a 300 gold lead for DRX, but otherwise not too much has in fact happened. We'll see where the focus is going to be. The first Drake will be the Mountain. We'll see whether we get any of our new ones. Of course, if you guys have been watching the LPL as they started on Monday, you will have seen a few of the new Drakes here in competitive play and how they've changed things up. Hasn't really made too much of a difference.
Yeah,
I don't think. I feel like the game is very similar.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree right now in terms of the differences the Drakes have made, and we've only had a few different items. I like the spice that is added, but it's definitely, you know, as my second year of casting LCK, it's definitely not the, there are a million new items and all the icons have changed.
We at least had Kesper Cup to figure things out in your first year. This time, not so lucky on that front, but it's still all right. Pioshik going to come over and find another control ward, as Envy not going to be able to engage on them with their jungler around, but just trying to put on as much pressure as possible. So far, not too much.
Yeah, this is
really happening.
Yeah, this is the time where you start to take a little bit of bot control, can contest this bottom Rift Scuttle, and look for an early Drake. And if you could time this out well enough, you might be able to get both major objectives here with the prio they have on bottom side. And Sona just gives you so much sustain, and as an Aphelios, you're very happy to just kind of auto-attack and push the wave and give power to the jungle. So I like how they gave that you know, Pioshik rotation a lot of respect, Live Sandbox, but it does mean you lose control of that objective, which is so critical. And as you can see, Viego's taken that scuttle, and we're gonna, you know, potentially see a Drake collapse here.
Yep. Beryl just trading back and forth here as far as you know, the Sona versus Yuumi. Seeing who's going to be able to. It's more like playing with a mana bar rather than a health bar when it comes to these lanes.
And we're just going to be trading, of course, some Spell Thief Edge stacks, you know, and the like, and that's just how it's going to be.
Oh, Deft getting a bit aggressive here. Is Envy just going to blow up Deft? Grabbing first blood and instantly breaks the game as we hop into a pause.
Well, I will say that, as you guys probably noticed on your screens, your television sets at home, as soon as the kill happened on our screens, Deft's hands were already off the keyboard, so he clearly knew something didn't happen as it should. So, yeah, that was us for a second, but
in the dark.
Def definitely knew something was up right away, too, so I'm guessing we might have to do a little bit of rewinding and whatnot.
Oh,
that's my theory.
Rewind in our very first game. That's exactly what we want. Of course, in the first game of the LCK of every year, something has to go wrong. And so far, it had been a little bit too clean, to be honest. But we'll get word of exactly what happened. We don't quite know yet, but I'm sure G-Sun is on the case. She is a fantastic detective. And hopefully we figure out exactly what went wrong. But of course, Envy just like standing there and dying is probably not what he wanted to have happen.
Definitely not. I'm gonna be like raising eyebrows at Mao, like Kronk being like, okay, I thought you said this guy knew how to walk. You know? No, I think definitely there was some sort of peripheral issue or lag spike or something of the nature.
You'd hope that it's not a lag spike considering we are offline.
Yeah, yeah, not an internet lag, but my game client is a RAM leak or something led to in-game lag, which is very rare, especially when we have the amazing setups that we do here have at the LCK.
Yep, and we'll get some investigation as to exactly what happened. Because we could see that, you know, Envy probably didn't like want to die there. However, you don't necessarily know what it was that went wrong or what we can actually do to change it.
Yeah, and what's really frustrating about this too, you know, in terms of if this kill goes through, right, and if assuming there you know, detectives rule that this actually just goes ahead as it did. This composition for DRX, we talked about how it doesn't have a front line. Both compositions have strong scaling in terms of what they could do later on. Live Sandbox has a front line to back it up, but DRX doesn't. But as the game goes longer, especially if Aphelios and Ryze get those kills early, you just delete the enemy front line so fast that they might as well not have it, you know?
Well, also you get to take their front line and use it against them because you've got a Viego. That's the thing that makes it really, really rough.
Yeah.
So as soon as they can delete that first target, I feel like the snowball potential from DRX is just ludicrous. Isn't this cool though? Finally, we actually have people back in here.
Yeah.
So when we get these giga pauses, it's not just us talking heads at you
It says,
while we try and figure it out.
So Closer and Cloud Templar, both their names both start with Klur at the beginning in Korean. So it says our mid is not Tem like Cloud Templar, but actually Closer. Very cute there.
I mean, that is true. Beryl fan here in the audience. Beryl Whiting.
Yep, with his real name there as well. Always great to see Beryl here in the LCK, because there were a lot of rumors that he was obviously wanted to take some time off from the game, or he wasn't happy with how he performed, and we all know that Beryl was the brunt of many analysts' critical points of Damwon Kia throughout the latter half of 2021, and even at MSI. But he landed on his feet in a really strong roster with a really strong dual partner in Deft, and I'm glad we can keep him.
The alpaca in the car. So good.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah, I think our cameraman is realizing as well and kind of giving that the attention it deserves. Also, I like the alpaca to the bottom left there. Matching hats as well.
Yep.
And 383 days since we've seen Deft and DRX. Back.
Sort of come back home. And of course, that DRX roster was like probably one of the most adorable rosters ever, with like Deft and Carrier being like best friends. Carrier, if you watched the recent T1 video, was actually talking about Deft when they were introducing the new T1 roster, and I thought that was incredibly cute. But of course, Pyoshik, we heard from them as well. We are going to be chrono breaking, unfortunately, guys. So we are preparing for that right now. Because I still don't exactly know what 100% went wrong. Oh, okay. So I believe that it might be like an MV screen freeze or something like that.
Yeah,
and I believe that League officials have deduced that is in fact what went wrong. And
yeah, that's
he's
not
looking a bit
shocker.
frustrated about it as well. Maybe you can channel that anger
Well,
into clapping back in lane.
At least he will be granted the chrono break, so it appears. So that's good, and you could tell. I mean, Deft. Go back and watch that footage if you missed it. Like, he had his hands off the keyboard before the kill landed because he knew, like, this isn't it. Like, something happened, right?
Yeah.
Like, this guy is not just, like, giving me a free kill. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be all right. It will take us a little bit of time to get back into the game, but...
It's a classic. We just have to make sure that we have the slight pause on day number 1. I hope you guys had a fantastic Christmas and a very happy New Year as well. And now we're back. Now we're back for... what is going to be an incredible amount of League of Legends.
Oh, yeah.
For us especially, because everyone just like five days a week for all of us. And so we get to be a part of every single match. Do you know what I thought about first when I was thinking about this, Wolf? Is that I will never miss out on a 92-minute game ever again.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the cool part about us doing everything is everybody gets to do all the best games no matter what. For those of you guys who are curious, whoever is not casting will be doing the desk, and vice versa, obviously. So that we will do all 4 combinations. A Croco, rookie of the 2021, with an actual Croc. Love to see it.
I love how derpy the Croc is as well. It's absolutely fantastic.
It looks like the Lego Renekton skin.
Yeah. It actually kind of looks like the Lego dragon that you used to get back in the 80s.
With the really sharp back, if you touch it, it might actually hurt your finger.
It turns like stepping on a Lego to being really annoying and frustrating to let's go to hospital.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Anyone who had Legos definitely knows.
Yeah, and there was actually the Lego crocodile that came out in the jungle set a million years ago as well. This is completely unrelatable to most people that are quite young, but that also existed and did look a little bit like that little crocodile.
I saw a graph somebody had holding up of DRX earlier, and it had a bunch of different years and timelines, and I just think to myself, it's kind of hilarious how DRX is so inconsistent in terms of its performances as an org that you do kind of need graphs and charts to sort of figure it out over the years.
And I mean, it all began with Longzhu as well. They go to Worlds, hyped as this god tier team. I was one of the people that was joining in on a lot of that hyping, and then they completely let us down. And then through every iteration of DRX, whether it be Dragon X, DRX, Longzhu, it doesn't matter. You never really get what you expect.
Yeah.
And that's the best part. Did we expect a chrono break? We kind of did, I guess.
Honestly,
because it's day one.
Yeah. Didn't think it was going to happen in the first game. I knew today, first 10 minutes wasn't really, didn't see that one coming, but looks like we're back in. Oh, this is
yeah, we're going to have a look at the pro view from Deft. And he apparently apologized because he was like, wait, he's DC. This doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
So that's what he said. I actually heard the dressing on the dog.
Yeah.
Perfect. We're slowly improving.
It looks like maybe my camera feed was a little bit delayed because he didn't have his hands off before the kill, like I was suggesting earlier. On our feed, it looked like that was the case, but obviously you could see in that replay. Assuming the replay wasn't delayed.
Yep.
But still, yeah, he knew what was going on, so... it's always good to see humility in pros as well in moments like this. For Def just being like, well, you know, it happens. Sorry about that.
I mean, of course, it is Deft, and he's just always been a bit of a good dude.
Yeah.
You know, it's just how it goes. That's why he's loved by so many, and also by so many fellow players, be them on his team or not. It's just how it goes. Man is all class. And hopefully,
I feel like if Deft robbed a store, you would still like somehow spin it to like. No, he was actually just changing the economy.
Are you saying that I'm a little bit biased towards the alpaca wolf? Are you saying that I may have been a fan for too long? Is that what you're saying?
It's just robbing the rich to feed the poor wolf.
I'm pretty sure they didn't need that particular coffee. Okay.
Yeah, he was just definitely trying to help somebody out, man.
Yeah, he needed the energy so that he could play better in solo queue later on, Wolf. So that's why he stole the coffee, okay? Selflessness, 100%.
Does anybody in the whole world dislike Def? The answer is obviously no. So.
Yep. So it's an in-game issue. The screen froze and the champion didn't move, and it was immobile for no reason.
Yeah, so the screen didn't actually freeze. That was the first diagnosis, but actually apparently it was the champion just immobile itself. The screen wasn't frozen.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the screen wasn't frozen.
Yes, but that was the original theory.
Yep.
But we've reviewed it since.
Which is exactly why we are now chrono breaking, because you don't chrono break for a peripheral issue generally.
Yeah.
Generally chrono break if there is something that went wrong in the game.
Lesser known fact, actually, the same technology that's used to show us replays and then give you that pro view where the players are moving their hands really fast and you can see all the clicks is the same technology we can use to prove that in fact Envy was innocent in this case.
Indeed. I kind of wish that we actually had the full court and we could show it on screen for exactly like, well, you need to plead his innocence, and we actually get like Phoenix right up there saying like, well, as you can see, the game has frozen. And then you like can yell out objection from the other side of the room, and
we get like the most famous esports lawyer. He's like defended like all the bad esports guys who cheated or like unplugged their Ethernet cables.
Yep, there are certain names we're not allowed to say here, but I'm certainly thinking of them right now.
Yes, I definitely was very careful to not say any names.
Yes, I was like, why isn't he saying that? Oh wait, now I understand. We're not allowed to say that here. We do not do that anymore.
No one's
of course,
ever
if you guys
unplugged.
know about it, you'll know exactly what we're talking about as well. But otherwise, it's a short Google away.
Yeah, we definitely will do the wink, wink, nudge, nudge, open a new tab and find out for yourself. Or ask your parents about it.
Back in my day, when esports was just beginning, there was a certain player that did a bad thing over in Korea.
And you know, we'll give a seminar later to the families out there on how to talk to your kid when he says, "Did a player lose a game on purpose?" After we teach you about how to handle the Santa Claus situation.
Yeah, that one's good as well. The Easter Bunny is after how to talk about the esports situation, which we obviously is just a little bit worse. The game is almost ready, and Ji-sun said it with a little bit of exasperation in her voice. She's like, these guys are talking about ridiculousness already. Oh man, we're only into the first game of the year. And then she put up a sarcastic smile in our prompter as well.
It's the backwards smiley as well, left parentheses, colon.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go.
Here we are, we're back in again. We get the thumbs up from Kingen as well to show that everything is all right. And let's see whether history repeats itself here towards the bottom side of the map, as we did not waste any time at all. And see, Envy moved away from the enemy, and that was a better move, as it turned out.
Well, you know, it's funny, you and I were talking about, like, scaling and Viego stealing tanks and all that stuff, and we were, like, discussing, and when that trade happened, you and I didn't even, like, play-by-play. I didn't, like, throw it to you, because we were both just, like, in disbelief this isn't really happening, right? But anyway, we're back, and everything's fine.
Yep. Croco clearing out some vision here. Dove going to have a look towards the Rift Herald, and that might be where we'll see some scuffles. As you can see, Deft and Beryl now rotating up, and it looks like our obsession with Rift Herald is still here, even in 2022.
You could see the bot duo for Live Sandbox trying to stick around for a little bit of extra mana there, but the desperation is real because the rotational advantage here definitely goes to DRX at the moment with the ward control in the bottom side of the river too. There's no way Live Sandbox could try to trade objectives here. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation, and they will actually come down, but far too late with no vision. So a wasted rotation here for Live Sandbox. DRX get this for free, and in fact even cost a lot of CS down to Envy and Kale. They could have been down there farming and pushing the wave. They will not be able to do so.
Yeah, Crescendo now available from Beryl as well, so a big power spike for the Sonar is now Dove. He does have his ultimate available, however, I don't know whether he's going to be super happy about the situation. But yeah, a little bit of a misplay there from Live Sandbox, in my opinion, just because they knew that they didn't have tempo, so they were never going to be able to get to that play on time, so why then rotate? Unless, I guess, they're expecting the full lane swap and then need to head towards top lane anyway. But it does feel like DRX definitely utilizing their tempo correctly here in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, that is something you have to really, unfortunately, in terms of having Aphelios on the other side, respond quickly to, because Crescendo will lay waste to turret plates so quickly. It's kind of a lose-lose situation here for Live Sandbox because, like I mentioned, they had no vision in the bottom side of the map either around the Drake pit, so there was no way to even try to force a trade. But at least they're not going to lose that plate there on the top side, and that's the, I guess, silver lining here. Yep. As you can see, it's a pretty significant small advantage here for DRX with this early control.
A significantly small advantage.
Yeah, I was like, it's significant, but it's not like massive.
Yeah, man, I think English was difficult in that particular moment.
Yeah, let's just go with that.
Well, Kingen is just trying to shoot Dove. Of course, Dove has a Q button, which means that he lives through quite a lot. And so he's just going to be weathering the storm as best he can. Envy now could be in a bit of trouble here as Beryl does have the ultimate. He's holding on to it for a little while. That's a beautiful Captain Jack there from Envy. Has now got a battle on the bottom side as well. Pyosik going to have to use the ult to get himself out of the way, and in the meantime, Envy's dead again. Do we have a pause? No, we don't. We instead have a fight here towards the bottom side. Croco gets exhausted. Kingen almost able to get this one back as Zeka, not exactly what he wanted, as he realm walked in and is going to have to get himself all the way back out again. So Kingen taken down, but it's in trade for Envy.
Yeah, there's not enough presence on the map here, unfortunately, to contest this Drake, so they're going to look for plates here on the top instead. So DRX, again, with that Crescendum available here for Def, yeah, just going to swap it there, is going to be so powerful here. You also get Zeka grabbing a plate here on bottom side. So they had control of top and bottom, couldn't contest the Drake, but you're still winning out in terms of gold right now here as DRX. And it took just way too long for them to kill Kingen there on the bottom side, as they're going to grab another one. And here's the Herald, it's the whole turret.
Yep, the turret is just dead, and a whole lot of money now going over to Deft and Pyosik. Beryl might keep himself out of range so that he doesn't get all of the gold away from Deft. No, I believe he just got some. Do you mind? As Envy, yeah, he's going to have to try and stop this from getting the double charge. As Deft has the most gold in the game, and if you're a Deft fan or a DRX fan, you know that that is certainly a good sign. Envy does prevent the charge, however, he's not going to be able to prevent the crash. Oh, he might, as he does, of course, have some sustain here with the zoomies available. So, not going to hold the wave or anything like that, because, of course, this is Korea. We don't do stuff like that.
No, certain commentators of the LCK in the past would have been very upset about it, but this was the really nice cleanse that you mentioned, Captain Jack here from Envy, so he did escape here, bought some extra time. But I think the bigger story here really is what's going down on the bottom side of the map, as that was a beautiful flash forward there to grab ult. But what happens down here is it takes way too long here for Live Sandbox to actually capitalize on their advantage on the bottom side, because Syndra doesn't have control of the mid wave. So this is actually a 2v2 where Live Sandbox can buy an incredible amount of time. And, you know, obviously, eventually,
like, yeah,
he dies. But, like, he has Vampiric Scepter, and he's going to live very long and almost takes Dove out.
Yep, Dove, I believe, held the ult as well, so there was no way that Zeka could have pushed further forward, because he was definitely going to die. So just a little bit unfortunate, maybe Zeka slightly late on the trigger pull, because it looked like Kingen thought he had a lot more support than he did after Pyosik did, you know, ult away from the fight. So slightly unfortunate, might have been a bit of a breakdown of communication, but still absolutely fine for DRX, as they were able to grab the first turret there towards the top side of the map and really start to get Deft rolling.
It's all the plates, you know, that are really starting to stack up in this gold advantage that you could see, you know, 1,300 or 2,300, excuse me, ahead. Right now here for DRX with 2 kills in the game, and that is how LCK often goes when you get that Rift Herald control. And it's not so much of a lead that this is not recoverable for Live Sandbox, and they will have that Drake buffer, as well as their front line that's still at this point in the game extremely powerful, is Envy.
Yeah, he's going to get stunned up. Kale is here to try and help him out as the ult comes forward, as Envy is just dead. Not a lot that they could do about that one as the ult comes through from Pyoshik. Now going to be transforming, does manage to get that reset as we saw. Croco now taking so much damage, and Pyoshik eventually flashes his way out, but he'll be able to pick up the kill with the help of Beryl. And now Kale is just a cat on a book with nowhere to go and will be decimated. DRX with a huge victory on the bottom side.
Yeah, and this is just, unfortunately, Liv Sandbox getting collapsed on so quickly. It's beautiful rotations here from DRX. The shot calling is crisp. They're on point. They're on time there to collapse onto Envy. And then their composition, even though it doesn't have quote-unquote a front line with this Viego, it has a scrappy enough team fighting power in these smaller fights with Beryl having the ability to ult, get those stuns, win these longer fights. And Deft is already so ahead in this game. 2 kills, 2 assists. He's stacked up all those plates. I mean, I think we're looking at a game where recovering at this point for Liv Sandbox is going to be so incredibly difficult when we're looking at really only 180 carry on the Rift.
Yep. Shout out to our observers, Jonah Strong there, of course, feeling like the Realm Warp was incoming, but not going to happen. Zeka, in fact, going to be backing away. Does pick up his Everfrost, and Kingen throws out a few autos. Dove is able to clear out that ward, gets confirmation that it's there. As we're going to check out this replay here of Envy standing very, very far back, but not far back enough.
The wards actually here are what let Envy feel safe. You can see there was a control ward and just a regular ward totem there in the brush, so he felt like he was actually going to be fine to actually push up and look for that wave, but was obviously not the case. Then in this scrappy fight again, you just can't tussle with this much healing, the ult coming through from the Sona, and Deft is easily going to clean up a kitty cat here. No problem.
Not too difficult whatsoever. Pyoshik almost gets the win, becomes lightning kill. As we come back to live, there was a little bit of a scuffle. Beryl just getting that Song of Celerity out, making sure that everyone's moving as quickly as possible. I believe that was where the nerf was against Sona, stopping some of that added movement speed. Not going to stop Beryl from picking it up into the Yuumi.
It's crazy too, he's already got the Purifier in his inventory, Beryl does. Like, this game is really off the rails so quickly. When
look at where it's off the rails as well, Wolf. Oh my god, that's a big old lead.
Like 2,800 gold at 15 minutes. I mean, that is more than half of the gold advantage that their team holds in total at the moment. And very soon, Deft is not going to need anybody's help in these fights either. He's just going to rip through the front line so quickly.
No, it'll be absolutely absurd. It already is absurd. As Hextech Drake is going to be our second. It's now getting taken by Liv Sandbox, while the rest of their base and things like that are getting just destroyed. Gravitum going to stun up Dove for a couple of seconds, but of course, he's able to move himself. Oh, are we going to get another charge? No. Shelly is going to yeah, she doesn't want to go towards the top side. That's not going to work out there. But Zeka is going to be able to deliver a lot of these minions towards this inner turret, and I love the rotation to get even more from this play. So it's 3 turrets.
3 turrets.
For a Hextech Drake.
For a Drake, and you're very happy with that because we might not be looking at a Soul this game with how the lead is right now. It's certainly going to be, when we get to that 3rd and 4th Drake, DRX are going to be winning, in theory, every single team fight as long as they're set up as... Okay, this actually kind of worked out. The best case scenario for Dove would have been much worse if he had gone in just a second earlier, but...
Yeah, not a lot for Dove to do right now. Just going to tidy up this minion wave and see what he can get done. Of course, you want to be sticking in side lanes a lot of the time as the Tryndamere.
And look at the builds here, too. Like, this is not a game where Ryze needed to build Crown of the Shattered Queen because Croco is not a real threat. There's no real threats to get on top of him. There's enough CC between the exhaust that Kingen is holding to make sure that he should, in all circumstances, be safe. Even, you know, his item that he ended up picking here at the end of the day is also going to give him somewhat of extra peel, so he'll be safer in that way. But you look at the second item here for the Aphelios coming through, and... They're just like already ready to kill the tanks. They're not worried about their squishies getting blown up. They already have an exhaust. Immortal Shield Bow's out, even though it's nerfed. It's still extremely powerful.
I don't know whether Lord Dominic's was all that necessary as a second item here for Deft, but Deft has actually been a bit of a felon when it comes to item builds and being a little bit stubborn. But it doesn't actually matter. He could have just filled his inventory with BF swords and he'd still be extraordinarily strong. Which I guess, I mean, if you have an inventory full of BF swords, it's probably going to be fine. It's a lot of money though. As Zek are going to be pushing this top side of the map, and you can see the suffocation from DRX is really starting to amount to too much. The snowballing very, very strong, and I don't even know whether ㅣ2022 can get towards an objective to try and capitalize on some of our new bonuses when it comes to trying to get back into the game. Because as you can see, like, look at how healthy the outer turrets are for DRX.
Yeah, and look at how unhealthy this one's about to be. Unfortunately, too, in this game, they've been so far behind in terms of wave management because they've had no vision control that Tryndamere hasn't been able to do what he does in this stage of the game, which is to split push and be annoying and force rotations, then escape to give you that vision back. But they're just one step behind, so every time they clear this, they're taking one step forward and two steps back, and so Dove isn't able to make anything happen. Well,
yeah, Kingen has to be a bit careful here. Has pops the ghost, wants to get that quick draw over the wall, is going to ult to do it. Gets over there, but he will be collapsed on. ㅣ2022 get themselves one kill. Can they get themselves more? Because the thing I was going to talk about before is that DRX, when they have a lead with this composition, it's so easy to snowball it. We saw the Realm Warp utilized in that way. Song of Celerity as well, to move as that 4-man unit if it is going to be Kingen split pushing in a side lane. It's just so much easier for DRX to push that control forward. But if they drop the ball like they did here, ㅣ2022 can possibly find their way back in because their team fighting's still strong. Their CC's still strong, still things like this.
It's a scry too far here for Kingen. He's trying to clear too many wards as Graves. You know, he only got 2 of the shots to clear those up, so it takes him longer than most champions to do that, and he gets punished. But again, it's not really. That kill alone isn't going to be what gets you back into the game. You're going to eventually need to win team fights. And this is what I was talking about in the draft. Like, if ㅣ2022 falls behind, how do you win with this comp? And one pick like that is, it's like almost a step in the right direction, but you're going to need more. You're going to need to threaten this Ocean Soul, because that's going to be great with your tanks and your front line.
Yeah, Kingen, of course, the only one that's died this game, so if there is going to be a report from DRX, it's probably against him. Let's be honest. Def did manage to get the memo, so he's starting to fill his inventory up with BF swords now, and I very much like that. I appreciate that he's listening to the global broadcast.
I mean, he loves you. He loves you as much as you love him. Tell yourself that every night.
I think that's actually impossible, Wolf. I think it might actually be impossible.
That's how Max sleeps at night.
I just think to myself, Deft also feels the same way.
He has a hover hand picture with Deft in his bedroom. That's not true, I don't think. I hope not.
No, I've only got a hover hand picture with Koma. That's the only one I've got. As Croco's going to start up this fight, save us from that conversation. Going to be able to get the ult out of Pyosik to start things off as ㅣ2022 are committing to this one. Realm Warp looking to try and get Zephyr out, but it's not going to work. And the last bullet will secure the death of the Rise. DRX possibly back into a position where they can make something work, but Deft's going to take way too much damage. Not going to get slowed down by the Prowling Projectile, and Wind Becomes Lightning not going to connect onto Kingen, as that is going to be just a pick for ㅣ2022, but they're showing signs of life.
Yeah, now they can actually look to force this Drake into their hands, and that's going to force that Cloud Soul point I was talking about. And this was, again, one step too far forward for DRX there, and it was essentially a 5v4 fight because unfortunately Kingen wasn't with his team, wasn't able to do that extra damage, and you can see how this composition will work when you have a Gene in the back line, curtain calling, when you've got really amazing front line there. Dove is unkillable when he's in his ultimate, so DRX really struggles to deal with this without that extra oomph of that Graves damage. Look at the map right now. Look at how far away Graves is. He has to cross so much distance. Meanwhile, teleport comes through here from the Syndra. So this becomes a 5v4. Because Graves didn't take teleport, your opportunity cost is right here in front of you.
Yeah, the Crescendo not going to get all that much value either, and with the fact that the map was dark, they couldn't just face check towards Envy. Ult comes through just to start things off from Closer, and I like it. Make sure that Deft cannot be that raid boss that we've seen in the early stages.
It's one step back into this game. I mean, this was a real, actual victory for ㅣ2022, and if they can win another fight like this in 4 minutes, I mean, it's easier said than done, but if they do it, grab that Cloud Soul, there is a way into this game, but again, small baby steps here.
Yeah, I think the comeback mechanics as well can be capitalized on by picking up the Drakes, so of course ㅣ2022, if it did actually come on in, I didn't actually see whether or not they got the extra gold confirmed.
I don't think so.
But if it was there, then those Drakes certainly were able to get them a little bit more. But as we can see, it's still about a 7,000 gold lead. And DRX knocking on the front door of ㅣ2022 right now. We can see that rotational power once again coming into effect as they take down the inhibitor turret. Envy going to take a little bit of damage here as Pyosik gets camouflaged. But they'll just move themselves away as now Dove looking for Kingen.
You don't win this one, Kingen.
Yeah, and when you use your E to approach, yeah, the little quick draw over the wall is going to be enough.
Fight or flight, you know, in this case, we know which one.
Yep.
He's just going to get the blast.
Bring around the Rosie is, yep, both of them now trying to get in. So another spin comes through from Dove. Diving on top of King in here as he dashes over the wall, has to wait out the ultimate, and it's not going to be enough as Dove grabs himself the solo kill theoretically, but there is a Jhin that got an assist, so technically not.
I mean, the thing is, like, King, and this is the third time this has happened to him now, and he buys a lot of time in this particular scenario, but you're being so greedy pushing that far, and your team isn't getting a Baron with that, right? And this is just giving Liv Sandbox small opportunities to get back into this game, to get map control, to clear some of those wards away. So we're going to watch this one more time. He knows that he's in there. He is able to see over the wall. And yes, we play a little ring around the Rosie game here, but at the end of the day, without Flash to get over the wall, you're going to lose this no matter what, because he can press R, and you can't kill that. Sorry. He tried his best. Look, he went to the brush, he did everything he could, but you lose those.
Yeah, and I think also there was just not enough mana to use the collateral damage to get King in away, from what I saw. So just out of options. For Kingen, but also he's just very far behind right now. Has got a lot of global gold from the fact that DRX have taken every single turret that is outside of the base of Liv Sandbox, plus one there in the mid lane. But if Kingen keeps making mistakes like this, they are going to open doors for Liv Sandbox to find their way back in.
Because, I mean, look at what happens after the resets come down here. Now you've got a Liv Sandbox that can clear waves and look to actually contest Baron. If you know, Kingen hadn't actually died there, you could have actually made a play to slowly rotate in. They had, you know, ultimate vision control. You can see they're grouping up now to make sure they can have some more of that deep vision. But Dove is going to side push now, and that's something that, you know, Graves unfortunately isn't going to be able to respond to every time that R is up. Clearing this away one more time, but it's very transparent with DRX, where they are and what they are doing. So no surprises here. You could see the rotation in from Envy with his Collector, and I don't think they could start this Baron.
Yeah, it's very difficult, I feel, to do Baron as DRX, just because that curtain call can threaten so effectively from safety. And you can see Liv Sandbox have done a great job when it comes to getting themselves some vision control back in their own topside jungle, so their protection against that Baron certainly looking okay for now. Still, it's 7,000 gold the lead for DRX. They're in a great position. But as the game goes on, this Tryndamere is going to become more and more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, once the quick blades come through too, like he's going to be so frustrating. And the fact that there is no answering teleport, unfortunately, for this Graves really hurts, because it means he has to kind of be with his team when Liv Sandbox are sharking around this Baron and trying to clear away vision, which means Tryndamere has a lot of pushing power. He's got control of that Drake now, 40 seconds to go, where they have full vision control over that Cloud Soul.
Yep. You can see Pyoshik taking a little bit of poke here as he's going to get stunned up by Closer. The ult comes through and he's just exploded. Chain CC is beautiful in the final chapter now onto Beryl, trying to keep them in position, but it's a double kill for Envy. Liv Sandbox, they might be doing it. They might be making the comeback happen as Zeka waiting in the brush here on top of vision from Liv Sandbox. But this should be a Baron, right? He's taking away the jungler.
Now, there's no way. I mean, Unfelios can't come in here. It looks like he wants to try to maybe set up for a trade here, at least with the Drake, but that is not a trade you want to take here as DRX. This is actually an incredible position now for Liv Sandbox. They can actually control these waves. All that extra gold you've been talking about in those standing turrets will go over them. We will very likely see a gold lead swing to Liv Sandbox in the next moments. The Baron power play is going to be massive. And again, this is the front line working. And yeah, it's not that tanky. Unfortunately, the Viego P's burst first. You're never going to be able to steal anything away. The follow-up curtain call is beautiful here. And Kingen, where is he? Unfortunately, a little bit late to the fight once again. And this is the biggest comeback we've seen in Spring 2022.
Well, here's a fight as Kingen once again going extraordinarily low. Shield Bow does proc, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save him here, as there is a cat on a book. And, you know, that Demacian guy with a spear, but is able to still get himself out of the way. The Ghost, I guess, is going to be enough. So Kingen survives this time.
Yeah, he had collateral damage, and Graves is extremely mobile, believe it or not, getting out of these situations. So he bought a lot of time for a mid-push here. This is really going to slow, actually, the Baron power play quite a bit. We don't actually have to call it that. It's not sponsored right now. But
it's not a specific energy drink Baron power play, but we can still call it a Baron power play. I think that's fine. That's like up towards the top right of your screen right now, sitting at 1,500. And Liv Sandbox well and truly back in this one, as of course it is under 5,000 gold, and at 30 minutes into the game, not as much of a big deal. Plus they're sitting on 3 Drakes, that Ocean Soul going to be coming through relatively soon, and that is going to be that outer turret that's going to be taken down. The standing gold on the map just gigantic for Liv Sandbox as they're pushing towards this mid lane outer.
Now, a lot of pings going down here as well on the top side of the map as there is a push from Kingen at the same time, and he's getting away with it so far here. Liv Sandbox will eventually have to respond to this. Now, Dove will get a lot more done, but DRX are getting away with this for free in Baron, so definitely want to respond to that as quickly as possible. And unfortunately, Closer had teleport, but is going to recall here, so a lot of damage done.
Yeah, I mean, DRX got nothing though. The inner turret was already dead. Yes, they pushed this wave towards the turret, but with the fact that they took everything so early, that trade always going to be in favor of Liv Sandbox. There's a minute left to go on this Baron buff. Still an opportunity for one more play if they want to go for it. But Liv Sandbox, I mean, you're sitting pretty right now. You've pulled yourself all the way back into this game.
You've pulled yourself back into the game. They didn't take a gold lead because they weren't able to grab all of that inner turret gold in mid and bot, but still a huge swing back. They saved the inhibitor turret there on top, were able to force that rotation back. Wasn't as big as I think it could have been per se, but they're playing it very safely because one wrong step at this stage, you lose the game. You still have the ability to take that fight now on the Cloud Soul. And I gotta say, again, Graves very mobile. Kingen is really trying to prove exactly how much you can kind of cross that gray line with a Graves in the side lane, but needs to be very careful because if he gets caught before one of these upcoming objective fights, as like literally he could right now if he didn't recall at this exact moment, then that could cost you big.
Yep. Thankfully, Kingen not going to fall for it this time around. Fool me 3 times. Not going to happen. So thankfully going to be going back home and looking for what looks like an Infinity Edge as item number 3. A lot of damage here from the Graves, but you can see Dove, he's well and truly hit 80 carry status on this Tryndamere. Yeah. And he'll just be eating through these turrets in side lanes. The split push that Liv Sandbox certainly had in their arsenal to start things off is starting to come to fruition, mainly because DRX made mistakes.
And Kingen, he did not want to be there. He is really trying to clear as many wards as possible this game, but that's not the one you want to clear at this moment in time. And we do see, again, focus on the top side here with Zeka. He's about to have his Unleashed teleport online. He also, of course, has Realm Warp, so this situation is a lot better than the previous one. He can really push the envelope here, force Tryndamere to defend rather than push. Yep. So the wave's caught there from Kingen on the bottom side. And DRX are just stemming the bleeding until we get to that next Drake fight, because again, their composition is extremely strong with all the extra gold they had earlier, but the difference in lead isn't what it once was. And I think Liv Sandbox, without control of side lanes, will struggle to get that earlier setup, which they so desperately need to use their tanks to set up for Jhin, for example.
No, exactly right. And, Deft and Zeka, they both have stasis available. Of course, Zhonya's for the Rise and the stopwatch for Deft. So the Unleashed power becomes less of an issue that they're going to have to deal with. We saw that be so valuable for Deft, but, sorry, against Deft in that earlier fight. But now, it's Liv Sandbox setting up for this Ocean Soul they will have potentially available for them. And I don't think I need to tell anyone that Ocean Soul plus Yuumi is revolting.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at also a Tryndamere and a Xin Zhao on the other side, it is going to be pretty nasty. Plus, I mean, I have to say, Liv Sandbox here getting this Drake controlled for basically free is, again, DRX rotating a little bit late here.
They are going to be able to get at least bottom side of the river vision, and Beryl should be able to keep them alive while this poke does rain through. Look at Envy's positioning. Great scat of the week there to get a bit of a stun. Yoshik taking a bit of damage, but remember, sustain on both sides. We'll see when the engage is actually going to come through. Dove looking for that flank. Kingen now getting up into position. Dove, though, coming from the side. I don't think they have any idea, and he's ghosting on in. He's looking for Zeka, but he's going to go golden immediately. Dove straight taken down to the ultimate, but the Rise is just sniped from the back line. Envy doing some work now as Closer's going to go golden, avoids the collateral damage. It's a double kill for Envy once again, but now it's Deft's turn to start popping off. Croco looks for it, but doesn't quite get there, and now Kingen trying to run around 3 people. Deft, can he stay alive is going to be the question. The answer is absolutely not, as Dove comes on forward and pops him, and Liv Sandbox win themselves another fight. That's an ace. That should be the Ocean Soul.
And that might be the final step that Liv Sandbox need to take this game back into their hands. Watch this fight again. Look at the position of Dove. The flank setup here between the Jhin ultimate from Envy and Dove's ability to collapse in here is amazing. Look at the target here on the Zeka. He stasis far away from his team because they have to rotate away from Dove, but that means he's isolated. He's taken out first here, and now, yeah, you collapse on the closer. He's still got his stopwatch available, and this is when the fight just goes completely awry. They're going to turn this into Ocean Soul plus a second Baron here, all the extra gold that comes with it. And Atlas, I mean, this game could not have gone more wrong for DRX. I mean, they had this one almost locked up.
And I love that Dove changed his mind, right? They felt like they had Zeka out of position, so obviously that was the shot call. But in the middle of his spin,
he turned.
He like Gale Forces back and just dives right on top of Deft. It meant that he wasn't actually able to try and fight with, you know, Zeka having all of the aggro from the opposition. So second Baron now, Ocean Soul available. Liv Sandbox finally find themselves with a gold lead. This is absurd. If you go back to like the middle of this game, it looked like DRX were just definitely cruising to a victory.
I mean, we were looking at a 15-minute, like 5,000 gold lead or so for DRX, and I mean, now we're in a position where, hey, Dove, you said, I think I can handle King in my first game. I just want to prove. Yeah, you crushed him in this one, I have to say. You know, a Graves that took exhaust.
This is an Everest of a gold graph, by the way. Like, it got up very, very high before Liv Sandbox pulled it all the way back down again.
Yeah, it was like, you know, maybe a tree's roots down there at the bottom compared to, like, I don't know, Mount Rushmore at the top. So
well, we're going for a base race here. Not sure whether it's necessarily going to work out in favor of DRX, but they are going to be able to take it as they get a bit of an extra gold as well, given the fact that DRX haven't had the greatest last 15 minutes, as we could see. So they get themselves the inhibitor turret, able to capitalize.
3-0 and 5 in this game as Dove, who had a rough start in the lane, but really just punished King at every turn. That flank was fantastic.
You guys thought that Score had a great role swap. You thought that Ambition had a great role swap. May I present Dove, the god of role swapping.
Hey, he played the easy champion, but you know what? He's pulling it off, and
I was not expecting this, Wolf. That's why I'm sort of losing my mind here.
But we will criticize King, and rightly so, for some of the over-aggressive decisions he's made, but still, I mean, Tryndamere's power cannot be overstated when you get ahead like this. You get to this stage of the game. He's got a Randuin's now as well. He's nigh on kill, but he doesn't have to press that ultimate button until long after many skill shots have crashed into him. Look at him go. This is a very terrifying situation now for DRX, and clearly Liv Sandbox have practiced this style of composition. 2 tanks in the front line with the Jhin. The Jhin pick at first seemed puzzling, but when the comp comes together like this, you can really feel why they've chosen it.
Yeah, no, it's working. And Envy, of course, like, there just wasn't a lot resting on his shoulders, right? He just stands back, allows Crocker to start off these fights, and then lands the bullets where he needs to. And he absolutely has been doing exactly that. This Genji Academy bottom lane certainly proving to be a fantastic choice for Liv Sandbox as they take themselves the mid inhibitor turret. The bot lane one's going to fall down as well as now Croco diving on forward. They look for the final chapter and they get it as Bioshik tries to find his way out. The exhaust immediately, but the whirling death is there. The Tryndamere just dives on top. Deft is dead as well, and Liv Sandbox are going to push for the victory here in game number 1. And oh my god, it was not the game I was expecting. What a banger between DRX and Liv Sandbox. Liv Sandbox staying tenacious and keeping themselves in it. They'll even grab another kill onto King in here to wrap it all up as the Nexus falls down.
Very impressive turnaround. I joked the biggest comeback of the season so far, but I don't think anyone would have expected this level of return to form here for Liv Sandbox. They made all the right choices in the late game, and they punished the small mistakes for DRX. I mean,
this was the most DRX game we could have ever had.
Well, I hate to say it this way too, but you know, when you're DRX in these situations, you've got to stay more on point. You actually have to know your win conditions better. There's no reason to be risking it all for clearing 2 more control wards deep, you know? Like,
yeah.
If you're looking for bigger objectives, you're trying to threaten like an inhibitor, you get caught for those, you can really feel, okay, well, I mean, the risk was worth the reward. But in this case, you know, the things that Kingen did, the overstepping of bounds that he made, were really the few moments Liv Sandbox could go, okay, well, now you guys have to reset. Now we can actually get vision control around this Baron. Now we can actually take this team fight. And that flank we saw from Dove, win Envy pop,
that was
curtain call.
So good.
That was the winning moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Felt like Dove really had a phenomenal debut in a new role. Of course, playing the Tryndamere as well. We were joking about, you know, the skill ceiling for that particular champion, but he played it perfectly for what they needed to do. They kept their wits about them and made sure that they didn't get tilted and stayed in it. Whereas DRX, it felt like they let their foot get off the accelerator halfway through the game. They're like, well, we're chilling here with a gigantic lead. They haven't done any damage to our turrets. We should just be able to take this one. At one point, they had all their turrets up and they took an inhibitor turret and every single other turret that wasn't an inhibitor turret, right?
Yeah.
Like, just insane stuff.
This was done largely with Live Sandbox not actually getting much bounty gold at all in this game until obviously the very last moments there. A lot of that was really just clearing up objectives, clearing up all those turrets, and what a comeback. I mean,
yeah,
this is how you want to start a season of LCK, I think. This is fantastic. This is only our first game of our first series.
Yep, and we've got another one that's going to be coming up as well. And do you know what's also really cool, Wolf?
Analysis desk.
We also have an analyst desk. Heck yeah! Oh man, it's just it's all starting off exactly the way we wanted. And now that we've got an audience in LoL Park as well, it means that we want 3-game series, so we don't have to like sit down for an hour between. Like, everyone knows that you don't want to deal with that. Let's have a look at some of the damage done. Of course, Kingen did do a lot of work. He was just smacking Dove around as much as possible, so you can see why that number was very high, but Zeka really not able to get amongst it. Outranged by the majority of Live Sandbox, as you could expect, and Closer was the one that was really able to get work done.
Closer was quite literally the closer in those fights. Like the fight where Zeka was blown up early, Closer just got on top of him and ulted him, and every single time he was set up to do so by Dove, coming in from those flanks or Envy's curtain calls coming through, and Zeka was just not allowed to play the game outside the laning phase, and that's not what this composition needs. This composition needs to have its fountain lasers online, and they only had one in Deft.
Yeah, and I mean, like, honestly, I don't think we can fault what DRX did, right? Because we saw what their comp was able to do when they were in control. And when they were able to get all of that rotational power that they built for, we saw that it worked extraordinarily well. But then, if you throw a couple of fights, give away every single Drake, and then lose 2 Barons in a row, you're going to lose the game. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to lose the analyst desk. Let's go to a short break and then hear from Valdez and Chronicler.
보여줄게.
나 위치 살짝 갈렸고.
너를 맞아 볼게. 살짝 볼게. 비고
앞에 풀 없나?
앞에 막을게. 사진 막을게. 확인. 나이스.
천천히 피 회복하면서
나 3다이스
이런 거 해줄게. 피 회복하면서 하자. 타워. 아 이거거든요.
미안하다. 단판 더 잘해볼게. 고맙다 얘들아. 나이스. 해용 발.
죽여. 나이스. 죽여.
야 말 잘 들어. 고맙다. 가자.
더 잘해볼게. 미안하다.
말만 잘 들어줘. 캐리해줄게.
sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome everybody to the official analyst desk without a desk for the LCK Spring 2022. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler. You guys probably joined us for the pre-show. If you didn't, you missed out. But we're gonna be here during the games, in between the games. How do you feel, Chronicler, about that game that we did just see?
My heart is happy because I love the sandbox. Everyone knows how invested I am in challenges. My brain did not. I think both teams really have to shake the rust off. There was a lot to be desired. In draft, was actually decently okay with either of these. I think the pivot to the Tryndamere was nice, trying to shy away from the Devil composition that the opponent has, and trying to go for a side lane route. I think the Sona as a response to the Yuumi is nice, even despite the nerfs, doesn't really matter in this matchup. However, drafts notwithstanding, when it came to in-game execution, there were a lot of oopsies. It is okay, you know, it's the start of the
Yeah.
split. It's the first game.
We're not going to
go
get
too
a
hard.
chronicler monologue about either of these teams just yet, but
It's too early.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, the draft is pretty interesting. I loved the Yuumi and the Sona. I feel like that's going to make a lot of people kind of frustrated, so I thought it was pretty funny to see that coming in here. I was actually pretty pleasantly surprised with Closer's Syndra, rather. I thought it was actually really good. We do have some highlights for this desk, so why don't we go ahead and throw it to a highlight when we can. That first one, which was actually an invade by DRX. It was them getting in the faces of Live Sandbox.
And this was a big turning point in the match. Gold lead completely out of whack here, right? And the key thing here is that whereas I think that this is a really good capitalization from the sandbox and identifying that this is the moment to strike, the iron is hot, there is no reason for you to be in that position, because what DRX want with this comp, especially with a lead that they have like this, just start an objective, because you have a comp with an insane amount of sustain, you love big wide open team fights. If you kind of turn it into these small choke points, if you fight without one of your fat members king in there, because even though he died a bunch of times, he was still doing a lot of hurt, it doesn't work out.
Yeah. I feel like the timing on the fight wasn't exact there, but of course new to the analyst desk, some growing pains for us as well, perhaps, Chronicler, but we'll get those timestamps good for G-Sun in the future. That's our fault, not G-Sun's fault.
It's mine specifically.
Yes,
I should have done better, and I will.
I agree.
It's a fresh start for everyone.
Yes, but obviously I think DRX a little bit maybe too feisty. They're like, I just really want to fight. I just really want to get in their faces. They were very far ahead. And I suppose, you know, not thinking about the comps, they just said, we just got to fight them. And they got a little bit too overzealous there without their Graves. We do have a second team fight and highlight here from that game. This was actually Dove on the flank around this dragon, which you guys will remember.
And this setup was already one of the things I was talking about earlier, right? Like, there is not enough control from either team here. There's no prio on mid, and Dove actually able to sneak really nicely around this wave. And once that Trinmer actually gets into the backline, you're in so much trouble. They feel relatively safe as well. You can see it. They're not aware that he's there. Dove for a second there, hesitating because he thinks that the Viego spots him. But once you're on top of them, there is just not enough. Look at how much damage the man does. Completely splits up the team fight. Envy having kind of a subpar start, just standing there in the back, providing supporting fire. And then it is Croco and Dove, the two veterans on this roster, that really, really clean up the game. And here, yeah, that's good. That's a lot of chaperones, but if you get one tapped by an angry Tryndamere, it's not going to matter at all.
Bot.
Yep. And from that point on, right, like they run towards the objective, they get Baron, and then you're trying to face, as the quote-unquote better teamfight composition, a Tryndamere with Baron buff and a team that suddenly got, I think it went from 8k gold behind to 3k gold up.
Yeah.
Over the course of like 10 minutes, it's not good.
I mean, they were down 8,000 gold for like 17 minutes into the game, right? It was a stomp that DRX were putting on them. All they had to do was play their composition a bit better and not get so anxious to take a fight, I think, and they would have had a lot better of a time. So I felt bad for Deft as well in that one, because he was kind of like,
can't do anything.
What can I do? I almost blew up Closer, but then he stopwatched and then he got a kill and he even almost got away, but not able to do it all alone. But guys, we do have the player of the game almost ready to go. I'm getting the word, because we do get to reveal that here on this desk as well.
Oh, we're finally real.
Yeah,
we have powers. We actually even that. Should we keep that a surprise until we get the scoreboard?
Yeah, maybe
it's nice.
A little bit in the future. We do have that player of the game ready, though. I am hearing. So let's see who it is going to be from Live Sandbox picking up that player of the game. And it is Dove on the Tryndamere. I don't think this should be too much of a surprise. Will pick up the 100 points for that first POG. And yeah, just, you know, from the beginning, he just stayed even. He did really well. He was just side pushing very well. He got the solo kill onto the Graves. And, well, he got this one, and then he got a solo kill as well.
That's the best way to start your role swap, right? I gotta admit, I was very skeptical, and I'm still skeptical of Live Sandbox as a team. As much as I love them. I do think, though, that Dove here really showed a very keen understanding of what his role was within this fight. I think the team could have played around his possible split push pressure a little bit better, but when it came to target selection and applying pressure, making DRX just lose their mind because there's a Tryndamere in their midst all of a sudden that's on free items and is going to two-tap any of their squishies, is incredible. I think also shout out to Croco. I would have liked him to get a little bit of recognition as well, but in the end it was Dove that I think had the biggest impact, and look at that.
There we go. We have KRN/EN
You get a vote.
So
I say we.
It was him. It was him. He got to vote, and I agreed with it. But guys, that's going to do it for this section of the Analyst Desk. We might join you after game number 2 if we do have Live Sandbox winning. Let's throw it back to Atlas and Wolf for more of the cast.
thank you for the translate. Wait, hang on a second. Thank you, gentlemen, for the analyst desk. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Dove picking up the player of the game. I think some honorable mentions are necessary. Kingin, I'm sorry, Closer actually had some fantastic plays.
Sure, yeah.
Fantastic plays. Really was a standout on the Syndra and got them back in with a few of those scatters, but definitely the Tryndamere, that one flank, honestly, that's probably enough to get him player of the game.
Yeah, I mean, his synergy, though, with Closer this early on, and with Pioshik there as well, like, or excuse me, not Pioshik, Krako, was really, this early on in the season, good to see. Now, I think this series might end up being a messy one. It might end up going to 3 games. We could still see DRX bounce back here. But at the same time, you know, I mean, for those who worried, and I am like at the top of the list, for those who worried about Live Sandbox, and
I was definitely there too. I agree. Yeah.
I'm kind of, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I am feeling a little bit less concerned. I'm feeling a little bit more positive. This is the first step, and I think that people who are worried about this roster, like myself, like you, look at that first game and go, well, you know, I mean, we could see what it looks like at its best. We could see what it looks like when it all comes together, and maybe there's hope yet this team could make a playoffs run.
Yeah, we'll see whether it does work out here. Coach Kim standing behind his team. I imagine he probably had some stern words for them after they were ahead by so extraordinarily far and then dropped the ball, really throwing us into 2022, you have to admit.
Yeah, quite a throw.
Yes, indeed. We're pitching for the cheap seats. Let's just say that. But I think it's likely that DRX can pull this one back around. I would assume that there will be some slightly different picks and bans here. I think the Yuumi in the later stages of the game was extraordinarily powerful, but honestly, if they just stick to their guns with this kind of roster, I'd understand for DRX. But let's find out right now as we hop into pick and ban for game number 2. Live Sandbox now with an opportunity to end this series early.
And with the side here being red again for Live Sandbox, they have that opportunity to counterpick for Dove, and I think that's one of the reasons why you're going to continue to see Live Sandbox prioritize that red side. Now, of course, DRX in this case, they had the first choice. They chose blue. They lost, so they can choose it again here, but I think Live Sandbox will still be happy with red side. And we're seeing the Yuumi ban coming through this time, not going to be left up. And I do wonder if Live Sandbox will now likewise consider an 80 carry ban here.
Yep.
The Jinx still, we haven't seen it yet, but still a very strong pick around the world.
Twisted Fate's still available now as well, and is going to be banned here on the red side. So that leaves Leona as the champion that got through, and DRX are going to snap up the Aphelios as first pick once again. And based on what we saw in the laning phase, you ain't going to fault him for that one.
I wouldn't mind to see Jinx Thresh here, because you can obviously deny the Thresh pick, and then you can, you know, end up having a really strong bot duo with that. You give Jinx a lot more escapability, but Leona has been a lot more priority. We're even seeing it in the LPL first band as we saw last game. So
yep,
that's going to come through here first.
Yeah, I think Leona Jhin would also be absolutely fine, but Xin Zhao going to be slightly higher priority given the fact that Lee Sin has been taken off the board. So Pioshik can have to figure something else out. Might just be Viego again, though, to be perfectly honest.
Might be Viego with the Lulu that's available here, or potentially...
So Jarvan was nerfed just a little bit?
Yeah, but he's still very strong on this patch. And is seeing a lot of play right now. I mean, I like it.
Demacian Spears. It's Demacian Spears in the jungle this time around. I like it.
The question really, I think, becomes now, I mean, you have really hard engage with the Jarvan, can work really well with Thresh. Because when you're looking at this Aphelios otherwise, like with the Xin Zhao on the other side, like the Lulu pick is extremely strong. And could even be seen as a denial, but I think when you combine Box plus Cataclysm, Thresh is the way you want to go, but the Akali is going to actually raise up and make it through this time here for Closer. And by the way, Closer loves playing the aggressive mid picks. The Akali, the Irelia, if you guys remember from his time on T1 that he picked, ended extremely well on.
Yeah, his Irelia was absolutely incredible. But Akali, a very fun one, but certainly not a pick that I was expecting blind. You can now ban away a couple of the champions that are going to have a better time into it. Things like the Victor that we can see already banned away. As Samira is going to be taken off the board. Of course, Envy, a bit of a Samira aficionado back in Challenger.
That's true. It's one of his better picks, and also with a composition like what Live Sandbox is going, it looks like they're kind of all leaning on the idea of getting an early lead and kind of snowballing the game. with the comp that they have built so far. And so Samira is a great way to cement that when she hits her power spike with that Immortal Shield Bow, spins around team fights, and just prevents DRX from actually taking any fair fights. So it's a great ban here by DRX, and we'll see if it follows through with one more AD carry ban. It'll be the Syndra instead, actually, expecting an Akali to flex to the top side, but that leaves open the Ezreal.
Yep, Ezreal going to be locked away here. Of course, a lot of options, like Jinx was still available as well, so Envy not necessarily needing to dig into the depths of his champion pool. That being said, yeah, the Syndra being banned away, expecting that Dove, of course, can utilize his array of champions that he learnt in the mid lane to put towards that top side of the map. So still expecting that this could be flexed as
Graves.
I was going to say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it was kind of broke.
But also, like, he can fix it. And, like he really needs to fix it, actually, in this next game and play a little bit safer around. Now, when I saw the Ezreal pick come through, I thought, okay, Liv Sandbox are going to pivot a little bit. It might be a Jace pick in the top lane, but not into the Graves. Looking like we're going to just run it back completely here with the Tryndamere. Look for the same type of success. Now, I will warn Liv Sandbox fans out there, this worked well last time, but a lot of the success was really a failing of DRX and a failing of Kingan's positioning and his overextensions. This in a vacuum doesn't necessarily work that much better than it did last time in, you know, if DRX get that same kind of lead. And that's where things really need to change for Liv Sandbox, is actually making sure they can go through that early to mid game without too many hiccups.
Yeah. Also, I think that the Jhin was very, very useful. Especially in those mid to late game fights, the curtain call was so valuable. So now Envy going to have to be a little bit more up close and personal to try and get the same sort of value. But based on how he played last time around, kept himself cool-headed and was really able to get stuff done. A champion that can excel so well in the later stages of the game like Ezreal can certainly fit into that wheelhouse very nicely. So Liv Sandbox sticking to their guns just a little bit, but the mid lane has certainly changed up with this Akali instead of the Syndra. Closer really starting to flex his muscles now.
Certainly true. I think Zeka, if things don't go awry early in this Akali matchup, which on paper should be fine for him, will have a lot more agency in this game because he has a Jarvan now to help support him. You know, they didn't really have a front line last game. They had Viego's trying to, you know, end up getting those last hits, those last moments, the kill secures and transform there in the previous game. But in this game, they have a front line to actually allow Ryze to actually sit back and do that damage. So that's going to be a big boon for him, and I think you'll see that damage number a lot higher than you saw in the previous game. And this is, you know, just a moment where I get to shill for best of 3 and say, well, let's watch the evolution of a series. I'm glad that we could still do that in our region.
Well, I mean, it could have just been that Liv Sandbox were actually first place in the league, you know, after their first match. And yes, if they win this game, it is still going to be the same point. However, they will have to prove it 2 games in a row. As DRX back on the blue side once again, pretty stubbornly staying there. Coach Kim has been known for a bit of stubbornness when it comes to stuff like that. Not necessarily as bad as CV Max, but has stuck to his guns, and we'll see whether it works out this time around. Only a slight change when it comes to these compositions. Pioshik switching things up. He's going to go towards the Jarvan, and Beryl is on his Thresh this time around. Meanwhile, on the other side, it is no longer the Syndra, and is instead the Akali, plus an Ezreal in favor of the Jhin.
Ward clear here on the top side. Very standard to check. Very easy for Jarvan to make sure there's nobody in that brush if you're on blue side, so see it very commonly.
Yep.
And this is going to be a game where, again, both jungle players have a lot of agency in mid. We saw, I think the game started to get really, really DRX favored in game 1 when Liv Sandbox lost control of the bot lane and then missed the rotation to the Rift Herald. So see if that ends up changing this time. And Krako didn't get to have a lot of power because that flash was lost by closer so early on in the game, if you remember.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that Pioshik's early movement was actually fantastic, and now he's on a Jarvan, a champion that is the king of early ganks, right? If there's any champion in the game that is not like the god of early ganks, I mean, it's 100% him. So let's see how it's going to work out here. As Akali into Ryze, certainly a pick that has worked well in the past. However, sample size leaves a bit to be desired.
A lot of that was during the era of Akali mid that was very brief here in the LCK, where she was let through a few times.
It was when Lava and Gori were just like mopping up all of those POG votes.
Yep. That was the era. Those are a lot of those 5 you're going to see there.
Yep.
It was also a time where people believed Ryze was kind of a free counter, and they were proven wrong. with Everfrost, you know, you feel a lot safer against an Akali, but that's not going to happen for a while here.
Yep, right now though, you can see the early game still not exactly a fun time for Akali. Trading your health bar to try and pick up this farm is the name of the game, so don't worry about the fact that the health bar is going down low. It's just how life is for an Akali.
Yeah, it's the early parts. Zeka is really pushing the envelope, which of course is what you want to do in the early part of this matchup. Gives a lot more agency here now to Pioshik, who's going to look to rob this jungle, look for a smite fight here with Kroko. Unfortunately, just a second too late.
Yep, not going to be able to get there, but they do now know that this could be a bit of a problem. Does go into the Shroud, is now closer, should be all right. Zeka actually flashes over the Audacious Charge. That was so sick. Wind becomes lightning also now on cooldown, and Zeka's just going to smoothly move his way out. The slow from Pioshik with the standard is going to be there, and that's the flash forward. So Kroko eventually picks up the kill in the end.
I mean, it's still an incredible play, though, from Zeka. The fact that he's able to force the flash there, because otherwise that's 100% a kill. But I have to say, this wasn't really necessary. That was an extremely forced dive. He tipped his hand, Pioshik did, when he went into the red side jungle there. So he knew that, okay, they're going to collapse on me if I don't do something. So he decided to try to rush it into the 2v1 there in mid. But at this stage of the game, you're level 3, the turrets are going to hit hard. And this ended up backfiring massively.
Yeah, it certainly is. Stun comes down onto Deft, takes himself a land to try and get into a better position, as now Envy taking a bit of damage as well. Deft gets the grab at him off, and that's the hook from max range. In goes Beryl and picks up the first kill for the bottom lane. Deft now trying to get out of there, and he absolutely will, as Gravitum remains onto Kale. He's going to have to flash to get himself out, but is it going to be enough is the question. Infernum not quite enough range. As the flash forward from Deft, he wants more. The flash hook, but Kale just hugs the wall beautifully.
Oh, we are seeing, how many mechanics can we see in the first 4 minutes of a one League of Legends game? We're seeing a lot here.
I don't know, this is like more mechanics than a Fast and the Furious movie.
Oh man. My favorite mechanic is still Sparky from Speed Racer, but I haven't really seen that many Fast and Furious movies. But look, I mean, this is still a really nice turnaround for the bottom side of the map. Obviously, look at the CS difference, all that extra lost farm. Some of that will, of course, be cleared up here now by Envy as it crashes into turret, but still, huge, massive win in the bottom side of the map. As this is once again going to be the same summoner spells taken from Kingen. The early game going to be frustrating to play here for Dove. But we will check back in on that lack of teleport, right, for Kingen, because obviously a Tryndamere can push freely in a side lane where it's a lot more dangerous for Graves, and the Graves isn't going to be able to respond as quickly either.
Yeah, especially when Live Sandbox, it is a bit of an investment composition, right? You put a Tryndamere in, he wins in a lot of side lanes in the later stages, and by what it looks like here, he also wins relatively early as well, as now Closer once again finds himself in trouble. Pioshik off to the side looking for that flank. This time around, though, going to be respecting the Shroud and going to let Closer live.
I think maybe like things will finally calm down. We might get some of those replays, but things were so high intensity for so long that we've been kind of holding our breath on those. As once again, an aggressive trade here. Closer is actually slowly becoming a champion in this matchup, but not quite there yet.
Yep, Zeka actually with his control vision able to push back onto Closer. So not exactly a time where the Akali is going to be too comfortable just yet. And as you can see, Zeka does have a bit of an advantage.
Okay,
but
so
backflip going to connect.
Ping's coming through, meanwhile, by the way, on the top side, because Kingen does need Pioshik's help here, and they are going to group up. You see the question mark ping is going down right now. This is actually a really nice call from Kingen to hide, as we're finally going to watch this. Now, he actually switches to Gravitum. Watch this. He has Calibrum up, so he can actually get the long range after the Ignite goes down. And then he's able to switch. Look at that. Boom. Long range Calibrum into the Gravitum for the root. And then the follow-up hook is perfect. They grab the kill there. Deft and Beryl, hey, day one, already a duo that's clearly got practice coordination. Love to see that Calibrum switch there. You can't expect it as the opponent unless you're really counting bullets. Kale still dodging is impressive too, but Deft, that was an insane play.
That was so sick. That being said, I mean, Deft knows that the Gravitum's coming up, but must have been very unfortunate when Live Sandbox see that purple orb come up above his head. They're like, oh, crap. Because obviously that play was coordinated based on the guns that he had, but oh man, the ammo management just beautiful from Deft.
It's just so great because you know that like your opponent's going to be taken aback by long-range Gravitum when they can't see that you could swap like that. Like if you have both showing, then sure, but it was just a really cool surprise play from Deft.
Clean. Now, Deft going to be pushing on his own for a little moment before Beryl does make his way back in. Flash available for Envy, and no flashes for DRX here on the bottom side. We can see the Xin a little bit further away, so not going to be going for anything just yet. The item advantage is pretty large here for Deft, especially with the big minion wave as well. Dove now going to be diving towards King and gets another summoner spell. There's both of them on cooldown right here as he goes back and tries to pick up that cannon.
Hey,
okay, Xenopet going to come on through. Is now KO trying to block him. Deft does take it in the end. Loses a bunch of his health bar. A little bit too far forward there.
Yeah, it's a really nice punish there from Kale. It's going to force a set of backs here, which will relieve a lot of pressure in that bot lane. They should be able to also clear that control ward in the brush, which will be pretty massive. As you can see, Dove is starting to just kind of freeze the lane here and be annoying to deal with, and he knows that if Jarvan isn't nearby, he can, of course, force an all-in onto Kingen when his ultimate is available. And they're actually going to try to sneak this away. Now, a very early Realm Warp comes through. Krako's going to spot this. He's got Scryers.
Yep.
And they're responding a lot better, a lot faster this time around.
This time the Realm Warp's there though, so the tempo advantage should still be there. And Deft has the Crescendum available, so even though Live Sandbox do rotate earlier, it's not early enough. As the playback onto Croco, he flashes forward, gets the knock-up onto Deft, who is still alive for the moment, takes himself a lantern, is now closer, dives on forward, executes the Aphelios, but meanwhile on the other side of the fight, the Xin Zhao has already fallen down. Dove, can he actually do it, King? And oh, the flash out of the way, Dove! The top lane Tryndamere God is making this one work, as now Zeka, nothing he can do 1 versus 3 or 2 versus 3, I guess.
So you grab the Rift Herald gold, but you're not going to get that eye. It is denied here. And yes, you mentioned it still had positional advantage, but Live Sandbox came just in the nick of time, still able to get a team fight. Remember last game, they weren't able to get that. This time they forced the team fight, and it's essentially 1 extra man you have on your team when you have this Tryndamere because he's unkillable. So yes, you do get the secure here on the Herald, but look at the dive here. 1v3 Croco's here by himself because he knows the follow-up is there. And look at how long it takes for them to rotate in, and yet still, the burst damage from the Akali executes the Aphelios, and now this is a war of attrition you simply cannot win as DRX. You're stuck here as Ryze, you're like, I can't get over this wall, I can't really help this fight, and Kingen has to back off too because even though in a nice position for the Ryze, you might actually be able to 2v3 that. Not in this scenario where you're over the wall.
Yeah, absolutely not. I just loved how Dove played that. Made sure that he stayed in there, got as much attention as possible, and really opened the door for Closer to say goodnight to Deft, who was certainly almost all of their damage in that instance, denying the Rift Herald. And so things are starting to go south a lot earlier here for DRX. And as you can see, Live Sandbox with a gold advantage as we crest the 10-minute mark.
It's crazy, and also with the extra freedom that Envy had, he's been able to actually catch up to Deft CS now, so he's not as far behind as he was before, and actually can be a real force. And we're going to see the commitment here.
Yep, Solar Flare comes down, Chaos going to get the stun, True Shot Barrage comes through, the flash out of the way from Beryl is now Deft going to join. So Flash and Ignite now down for the flash of Beryl, so maybe not necessarily worth.
But, you know, definitely a little bit of a missed blast plant there, and Envy follow flashed, so he also loses flash. This was a little bit less clean than I think it should have been to force it, but they get Beryl, down a summoner, and they're still going to be able to stay in lane.
Yeah, you're not going to say worth for the trade, however, not end of the world or anything like that.
Sure.
It's DRX. Now moving on over, we do have a Chemtech Drake first to start things up. That means that there's no Chemtech room, which feels great. As Charge comes forward, Croco's going to get flayed into the team, as now Pyoshik's in a whole bunch of trouble. The Cataclysm takes the Lantern to try and get out. Flashes now to get away from Closer, who is so dangerous at this stage. But DRX not going to lose anyone, but they do lose position on the Dragon.
I mean, you have the Hextech Alternator this earlier and a Blasting Wand, and that's actually kind of an early power spike for Akali. She's on her way to getting that first item online. They are going to be able to force this Drake too, because Deft is going to get forced out of this lane. I think fighting this right now as DRX is almost suicidal, and they will not actually commit to it. Yeah. Can at least push Envy out of the lane, but they're still going to have to give up this Drake.
Yeah. And they're going to lose that, but Envy over here, Beryl back in the lane now, so not going to be too much more. Chemtech Drake does go down, and Live Sandbox's focus on the Dragons is going to continue. And yeah, Wolf, so far, the start for Live Sandbox, absolutely fantastic. Feels like this team might have been misrepresented by certain things that we've heard before, and maybe Dove really finding his way into this one as Deft is going to cleanse out of the Solar Flare. The rest of Live Sandbox now moving forward. The box goes down just to try and deny them. It's not really going to do too much. The flash now comes out, and Deft is out of some of the spells, but does still have his life.
Yeah, he gets out with his life, but you know, it's a life that you're going to struggle a lot more to hold on to. as they push this wave out now. And it was a beautiful play from Liv Sandbox, reading that Deft stayed long and they had vision control of the river, knew it was a 3v2 advantage there. And they grab a summoner spell.
Yep. Dove now continuing to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to farm, but Kingen hasn't died yet. That's certainly good news. Now Envy going to get slowed down, back denied, so a bit of tempo now given over to DRX.
Teleport here for closer, back to turret, will prevent the plate from going down. You know, it's crazy too. I mean, we talked about it, you mentioned it, you know, just moments ago, but Liv Sandbox was again a team that we didn't have a lot of faith on, and then I've seen some scrims, I've heard scrim results, and everyone was really low on this team. You know, when we saw the roster, we were like, oh, let's see. You know, maybe it's okay. We love Croco. Closer was really good. NBA Kale good in Challengers. I'm going to watch this replay again. But the way they execute these two fights is one of the hardest things to train, right? Like, when you have a roster like this, that was a beautiful crescent guard. When you have a roster like this, like Liv Sandboxes, usually you think, okay, well, they have the mechanics, but how well can they work together as a 5-man? But in this case, I'm like, I'm watching them work together as a 5-man in their first 2 games, and that's the greatest thing I've seen from them so far, outside of mechanics we know are already there.
Yeah, and it looks like Dove has fit in quite well towards this top side. Yes, we've only seen his Tryndamere thus far, but this game, certainly even an improvement from the first. But DRX certainly demonstrating that they haven't necessarily got themselves onto the same page as effectively just yet. There is, of course, always going to be growing pains at the beginning. Def, we'll see whether he can have a better late game this time around. And without having to deal with the Syndra scatters being so effective from range, certainly is something that could work out here. Is now Dove just taking some free buck shots, but isn't going to be too worried about it.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure he doesn't have to use his ult, and King is trying to force his ult. That's what you gain from this. If you do pull it off, it's actually massive. Over here, unfortunately, Kale a little bit isolated. But with the rotation down here in mid-prio, like, they're kind of baiting this in a little bit.
Okay, Dove taking a bit of damage here, but of course, Undying Rage still available. And so, yeah, not going to get Dove or anything like that, as Dove. Funny puns.
Yeah, it happened to us a few times when he was in the mid lane, but when he's playing on the Tryndamere, it's like, well, we do have to talk about this.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to see how the DRX composition is going to try to bounce back here, because obviously Deft is still very powerful in this game. Did get that early pick with Barrel and has full control of this lane. There's a hook.
Yeah, very nice hook, but Croco is going to get himself around, and a lot of respect is given. As soon as Xin Zhao shows his face, immediately DRX back away. Pyoshik still lying in wait, looking for a potential opportunity as Calibrum comes down. Now we've got the close range guns. Flash out immediately from Envy. The heal has been used as well. Solar Flare comes through, but that is the playback. Kale now trying to create a nuisance for himself. Great hook is going to come forward as Croco flashes after Deft. And he was trying to go way too deep for that one and gets punished.
Yeah, a lot of greed here from DRX getting punished tonight. He goes deep. There's a stopwatch on Kale. And the Crescent Guard, once again here from Croco, is really good. Splits the fight in half. Deft is picked. That's 2 deaths for him now. And a lot of extra gold going over to this Akali. And man, this is really starting to look like we might be heading towards potentially an even realer lead than what we saw in the last game. As we watch this moment once again. Notice the ping on Akali instantly throughout this moment. You know, they know that she's not in mid. They know she's not here.
Yeah.
And they're still pushing for this. And, you know, they end up playing this out longer. They're like, okay, well, Akali's going to have to deal with the wave now. So you see she goes back up. That's when they all in. But it's at this moment where you should back off. You know Croco's here. The box is decent, but watch Kale's stopwatch timing. It's perfect. The Crescent Guard split stepped off, and you've stayed just a little bit too late. And Akali shows up at the last possible second too, so you know you've got to get out. Akali gets the whole wave too, doesn't lose anything.
Yep, and DRX now, once again, with a fair bit of attention here towards the bottom side. Pyoshik, unseen for now. Puts down that control ward. And DRX will at least keep their bottom lane alive. Deft gonna have to cleanse one more time. Zenith Blade is going to go slightly wide. So another summoner spell comes through in trade for the ultimate.
This is Pyoshik just kind of babysitting this wave now, because he knows that Croco's nearby, but this could lead to, with this extra pushing.
He does have Flag Drag Flash, but there's 4 members of Liv Sandbox here. They have so much control of the bottom side.
Zeka's not here, so they just realistically can't fight this. He doesn't have Realm Warp, and they know it. And it's another Ocean Soul.
Yeah, not quite as valuable this time around, as of course not as much sustain on either side, but still going to be a boon for, I guess, Liv Sandbox, the way we're talking about it now. Hook goes wide here from Beryl. Not going to be able to find too much more, is now Dove. Struggling a little bit this time. Kingen not 0-3 this time around, which is certainly good news for him.
There's also something I think that needs to be discussed. Look at the jungle gap in terms of gold.
I mean, Croco has really just won this game, early game for Liv Sandbox.
Like,
he has been so good.
He got that extra gold. I misspoke earlier to the Kali, but he got that extra gold earlier on. But then he also has been able to jungle more effectively because he's always one step ahead in terms of this bot lane. And Preshow has kind of wasted time babysitting this bottom lane, which hasn't led to anything. In fact, has cost him his life once in this game. And so he's lost a ton of gold, and this means the Xin Zhao power lead through this mid-game around these early Drakes is just even stronger than it should be right now. And that's a big problem. I mean, he is up a level, was up 2 for a little while there, and he's going to continue to stick around this bottom side of the map.
Well, that is another Solar Flare that is going to go slightly awry. Beryl going to be saving his AD carry with a Lantern very nicely. The DRX are able to at least abate some of that pressure. Croco continues to be frustrating down here.
They were able to sneak away the top scuttle. Kingen was able to hit that and then go and grab the rest of his wave. So actually a really nice sneaky move by him with that commitment to the jungle there on the bottom side. So they do have vision, a lot of it, around that Herald right now. That's up for another minute and a half, and I think that Liv Sandbox would do well to actually contest that and look for the fight here.
Yeah, I mean, they won the last one. They may as well continue, and it looks like DRX are just going to take the trade. Surely not worth their time from what it seems. They are just going to be able to grab first brick on the bottom side.
And this is a game where, you know, Deft is very much still going to be alongside Zeka here, the hope of coming back in this game for DRX, even though he's 0-2-2. He did get that extra turret gold, did get those 2 assists early on, and he's still going to be very much more relevant in this game at this moment in time than Envy is.
Yep.
So it's a trade you take begrudgingly as DRX here for that Herald.
Seems like the trade, though, not necessarily going to work because, of course, yes, the focus is on Deft on one side of the rift. However, Dove getting a lot of the attention, as I believe Shirley popped down towards the top side, or could be put down, but maybe just held
Not yet
because they didn't need it. Didn't want to try and push for the unit turret, but Dove is going to be online so much faster, and he was already playing very, very well in game number 1. So this is a frightening prospect.
It certainly is. And at least there's a little bit more survivability here with the Jarvan on their side, and obviously a Thresh for the Aphelios for Deft to actually survive and use the gold he has in this game. And I think there was no way you could really get anything better out of that trade. Like as I said, it was a trade they took begrudgingly because there wasn't really any other option. And Evi's kind of teasing like he's not really having a lot of fun right now in this game. He's under a lot of threat. But like you mentioned, the real power, at least for until this Ezreal comes online, is on the top half of the map. And this Akali too, who now has a Zhonya's and can go super deep. Like Deft's life, he's got Cleanse, he's got a Thresh, he's got a Jarvan, but it's still going to be a very difficult team fight to play.
No, absolutely, and especially with how Closer has been playing them as well. As Xenoblade goes slightly wide. I'm not actually sure how that missed.
Yeah, that was quite odd.
Yeah.
Visual bug, perhaps.
Yeah, something like that. But Kingen currently in the lead when it comes to CS. Sitting over that 10 CS per minute. Not too bad, but Dove extraordinarily close as Blast Cannon does get lapped up by the Graves. So I have a little bit of a lull. As 2,000 gold the lead for Liv Sandbox, of course. Not exactly running away with this time around. However, they won the last game with an 8,000 gold deficit. So I'd say that they are well and truly in the lead this time around.
Yeah, certainly in a very nice spot. The new Trinity Force build that we're seeing here from Ezreal coming through with Muramana now completed and stacked up, and we'll see what he ends up building third here. You can build very defensively against DRX comp, but you don't necessarily have to, in fact. We'll see what he does end up going with as time does progress forward. But Liv Sandbox were able to get vision around this Drake after DRX took it for just a brief moment. And now they have a very, very large... I mean, I don't think they could control this next Drake spawn any further. Like, yeah. Got the turret down. Look at the deep vision on blue side jungle there on the bottom. Like, they have 4 wards there, 4 wards in the Drake pit. Like, they are gonna get Soul Point. They will lose a turret for it in the top side of the map, but this is much more valuable.
It's a 1-for-1, and I mean, Shirley down there towards the bottom side gets some work done. I mean, it's not going to be able to get another charge. However, it does make sure that Kingan's time is wasted, and they just force DRX away from this Drake, guarantee that one for them. And Liv Sandbox, I have to say, the macro play has just been better for them. And honestly, even after getting decimated in the early game last time around, I think that was largely DRX just being better in these micro mechanic situations. And Liv Sandbox played out the rest of the game far better.
Yeah.
So it's starting earlier this time around, and it's not something that I was expecting to say.
And it's not just the macro, too. We're seeing the good micro plays in team fights. And DRX's way back into this game is going to be around Pioshik setting up a great fight where Zeka and Deft can pop off. And that absolutely is possible once those items start coming online. You know, Dominic's is up here. You do have the double Bloodthirster with the Immortal Shield Bow there. Yep, ready for King. And like, this is a timing where DRX could fight. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late to contest the Soul Point here. But if they can take some incredible fights with that good setup from Pioshik or a nice hook, like somebody gets caught, there's a way. There is a way here for these fights to go DRX's way. But when you're always playing catch-up, you know, with this Graves into a Tryndamere who can split push way better, I do worry. For like you said, the exact same reasons we saw last game, but the situation is worse for DRX this time around.
It is better for King, so maybe this Graves is going to have some of the value that we've seen it have elsewhere. Certainly didn't manage to get the work done in game number 1, but 0-3 at the very beginning of the game feels real bad. So that's not going to be how you make that one work. Solar Flare once again going to go a little bit wide. Beryl able to sidestep that one quite nicely, but Liv Sandbox with so much control of this map right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the wards. There's so many wards across the river in the enemy jungle. They grabbed the Scuttle there on Baron. They were able to steal that one away for free. And it's almost like DRX's coach, you know, Kim was like, hey, maybe guys, maybe a little bit more safe, and they're being a little bit too safe because they're not contesting vision enough here. And Liv Sandbox knows everything they're doing at all times.
Yeah, being largely shut out. And if Liv Sandbox have all of that knowledge, the side laning from this Tryndamere becomes so much more dangerous. Even Akali can make it a 1-3-1 with the safety that Ezreal does provide, hanging out there in that mid lane. True Shot Barrage for the wave clear. I really feel like this is getting scary for DRX, as Croco will be parking himself in the brush here. Of course, a few extra of those, as we do have a second Ocean Soul.
And this is not a comp that could just start a Baron right now when you know Tryndamere is missing. And there's that Scuttle and the control ward that's only just now being cleared by Zeka on the top side of the map. Just so many ways that Liv Sandbox have guaranteed that they know what's going on, so they can't be afraid of anything, and they're just looking for that Drake timer. They're like, our win condition this game is going to be the Drake.
Yeah.
And we don't need to take any fights, we don't need to risk anything because we've got a 1-3-1, and we're going to play it slow, and we know every single step that you take. It's an unfun LCK way of playing, but if it wins you the series 2-0, you'll absolutely take it.
Yeah, you can't question them. If it's the winning line, it's the winning line. That's just how it works. As Dove going to have to run away just a little bit here from Kingan. To deal with that one, and certainly doesn't necessarily need to, as all of the minions were absolutely decimated. Another one conga lining down, but Dove really with a whole lot of control. As now it's Kingan that's potentially overextended.
This feels like game 1.
Yeah.
He has both
That's
summoners.
A teleport as well.
Yeah. He probably shouldn't waste it, but he has no teleports getting committed. He's going to use the Ghost.
Yeah, he's doing his best to dance around the dead turret. Now wants to try and stop this one from happening.
Then
Collateral damage going to come through, and yeah, he does manage to get 2 people down towards that bottom side. No teleport available from Dove, and we do have the Crescendum up for depth, but can they actually outsmite Croco is going to be the question. 4 versus 3 for now, but the 2 solo laners are still making their way in. Solar Flare to buy a little bit of time. Everfrost not going to exactly find it here, as Pioshik needs to be able to grab this smite. Croco gets into the pit. It's going to be a 50-50. They want to try and kill him, but no! Croco's going to steal it away. Deft is going to get obliterated as well, and Liv Sandbox just crushed DRX.
And this is another calculated move by Kingan to try to set up for an objective. He overextends, but DRX are already moving towards the Baron. They're pinging it, but yet they don't have the damage to clear it fast enough. And Liv Sandbox had vision around Baron. They knew it was happening. The response is instant. Look at the vision that they have there on the top side of the blue jungle. That one solo ward there and the brush wards there in mid mean that they can respond so quickly. While this is happening, look at the rest of Liv Sandbox. They're already coming over to Baron. Baron. The Solar Flare bought a ton of time, and yes, you do get that pick there. Solar Flare buys time here, and look at what happens to Zeka. Once again, he gets center plated here. Over the scuttle, right on top of Zeka, and that means there's no rise damage here, so you can't win the fight. Right, nice rotation from Croco, secures that smite, as you mentioned, but even if you win the smite war here, you don't walk out alive as DRX.
바로 먹었어, 얘들아, 바로 먹었어!
He's, I got the Baron, I got the Baron.
미드.
And he's obviously calling to push mid. They will grab the Ocean Soul, and this one is all but locked up, Atlas.
Yeah, this is a 7,000 gold lead, so obviously DRX in control of the game. 7,000 gold leads haven't worked out so well in 2022 here in the LCK. As we do manage to get a little bit of extra gold into our back pockets as DRX fans by taking down that inner turret, but it's not going to be enough. And of course, being a little bit facetious here, as Liv Sandbox, look at that. The gold lead really ballooning as that Baron was taken and augmenting it with the Ocean Soul at the same time. I mean, this is all but done. As DRX, we certainly didn't want to have any of the comparisons to summer of 2021. But it's starting to look like things are starting on that foot, which is not really what you want. Still, of course, it is game number 1 of the season. Getting to conclusions from this is a little bit hasty, one could say, but a brilliant start from Liv Sandbox, showing that they have the tenacity to win out in the long games, and then also being able to keep level-headed in situations like this. Still need to finish it off, though.
Jarvan and the Rise chase Dove, who's one step ahead, gets out. They're wasting time here as the push is crashing into their mid turret now for Inhibitor and the inner turret here on the top side of the map. They are going to be able to respond and get back, but they're... I mean, right now, Dove is literally running circles around this team. Croc was having a fantastic game. He gave them such a massive early lead that led to all of this opening up, and I mean... We don't want to draw too many conclusions yet, but I think the conclusions that were drawn before this season are going to be questioned a lot more.
Yeah, I think, well, my predictions are already in the bin. So starting off strong, I have to say. But, I mean, it's not necessarily, because, of course, Liv Sandbox haven't won the game yet. However, let's just say that the fat lady has warmed up her voice well and truly. She is, like, sitting side stage right now, ready to jump right on and call this one.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Elder Flip as an option for DRX to maybe miraculously fight their way back into this game, but they're going to have to get vision control. They have not been able to maintain all game long, and it's going to be even harder now. Like, we talk about the jungle gap in this game, but look at the vision score even difference between these two. Croco is 62 cleared versus the 45, and he's 80 CS up, 80 clears up. Now, part of that has been because they have so much control, they can steal so much of that away, but even earlier on, he was up 30. He is controlling this jungle so much because of the ways he's decided to put pressure on the bottom lane.
Yeah. He's just been in the right place at the right time all game long. Croco has really taken this this whole series and put it on his back. It's really reminding us of just how powerful Liv Sandbox got towards the end of last year, largely based on the fact that Croco was so good. And yes, they've lost players like Summit that we've been singing the praises of for a really long time, but looks like Dove's working out, at least when he can get his Tryndamere.
Oh, absolutely. Vidiet ready this time. He's going for Randuin's third once again. Same build, still holds his stopwatch. Croco still holds his, so they have the kill move ready for this Elder if it comes to that, right? If someone makes a mistake on DRX before that, they can end it. But they have all the tools, minus the death cap, which is almost ready for closer. Like, they have almost everything that they could ever want to ask for to have the perfect team fight here.
Yeah.
And, I mean...
it was lethal tempo Jarvan as well, which is certainly a thing. Of course, does increase the range now, so I guess that's what he's looking to try and execute on as Solar Flare comes down once again, locking up the members of DRX, but immediately Closer just gets exploded. Kayle now in trouble as well as DRX trying to hold themselves in. Kayle goes back, knows that he's dead. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Dove was trying to push in, but that straight up did not work. And is it Liv Sandbox's turn to throw?
I mean, that was definitely a bit of a throw in terms of what they did and what the goal was. They were trying to group up and grab somebody there and then push for the inhibitor, but they actually were easily spotted out and punished there. And you have to respect DRX's composition has insane catch potential, right? Between the Thresh, you have obviously a Jarvan and the root power that is going to be given with a Rise, so you really do have to respect when you're going this deep that they can turn on you on a dime. You also have to remember that a teleportless Tryndamere is pushing a side lane, so this is not going to be a fair fight in terms of numbers here. They're in a choke point, and that's where Rise is really going to shine.
Yeah.
This is a game where, you know, again, this is one tiny step back, but does it give them back control of either crucial objective? Unfortunately, no. Now, they will have some Baron vision advantage here. Ooh, and if they had caught Envy, that'll do it.
Yep, that was a nice one. Preshow Barrage is going to go slightly wide, but does land onto the wave, which is what Envy's trying to push forward to grab themselves some control. Zeka's going to teleport in. Great double knock up there, and the Moonlight Vigil comes down. Envy has to immediately get out of there as the Chakrams are a big problem. The CC's good onto Dove now. He has to try and get himself out, but now Closer is trying to get the work done. Def flashes over and at least executes the Tryndamere, but he will go down. Zeka finally actually able to do damage, and King is still a problem, but 3 versus 4, sorry, Beryl going home right now, and DRX win another fight.
Yeah, DRX win another fight, but this was not a fair fight, and they still almost lost it. Remember, the teleports we saw coming through super late from Closer and very far away. The execution of how he used his perfect execution there with the rotation back in as Pioshik is playing with fire here. Okay, hold that thought.
Going for a little bit of a flank play, and yeah, KL is in trouble. The Realm Warp going to come on forward as Zeka in perfect position to get himself over the wall. Good hook to set it up. And that is a dead support. Croco dead for another 12 seconds, and they may have thrown a Baron. My God, if we get another throw in this series, Wolf, I may lose my mind.
Yeah, this is Game of Thrones season spring so far here in the
And I was pretty happy that show was over, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no, I think we all were.
Plus, they managed to get the bounty on top of it as well. Now, 1 second until the Elder Drake comes up.
And the timing of this is so abysmal for Live Sandbox. They will at least have Dove's ultimate here, but you have to somehow miraculously fight for this. This is all on Envy. For the first time in this game, it's all up to him to actually chip away super hard before this fight starts, but he's not hitting too many of those Qs.
Yeah, it's not necessarily working out right now as King started this one off already, and he can tank it for days, of course, as the Grades. Closer on the side, but he's spotted immediately. Out goes Pioshik as Dove's going to get Blade back. Has to go into the ultimate as early as possible, and now wants to take down Def. It's going to wear off as Def is going to try and grab him, but no! Dove goes into his stopwatch. Zeka has one as well, but now he's getting surrounded. It's a double kill for the top laner of Live Sandbox, and maybe this game is just over.
Oh, it is definitely over, Atlas. They're going to push the win at Dove again with the flank. Such an incredible play, but also Croco's right in where he needs to be, hits the Crescent Guard, and it all sets up. And unfortunately for DRX, both of these games, each and every team fight, they struggle to keep their carries alive when it matters most. And this, shockingly, actually will be a 2-0 for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, Live Sandbox, they turned it all around. It looked like DRX had all the control, but now the Nexus is going to get obliterated, and Live Sandbox start off 2022 with a 2-0 over DRX.
Very impressive stuff here from the top side of the map for Live Sandbox. Everybody doing their job right, and we saw so much, so many resources given by Croco, the bottom side of the map, after he cleared. He always paid a visit where Deft and Barrel were trying to have strong presence there on the bot side, which meant Pioshik had to hover around, but it never led to anything. There was that one all-in, which was shut down so beautifully from Croco, that really led to the bot side also being out of control for Live Sandbox. And then Pioshik fell behind, lost so much jungle farm. This was an incredible series. I know it's early. I know it's tough to be excited when it's only one best of 3, but with a team that most people were putting at bottom 3 in this league, coming out, having one of the most incredible comebacks we've seen, honestly, in a while in LCK. I know it's the first part of the season, but still one of the most incredible comebacks we've seen. And then having a dominant performance in Game 2. You love to see it.
Yeah, I think this is Live Sandbox really capitalizing on what they learned last year, and I personally thought that wasn't going to translate into 2022 because so much of this roster has changed. In fact, it's just Croco. But as it turned out, in 2021, a lot of what they were doing was just Croco as well. The guy was just absolutely amazing. Him and Pioshik actually were two players that were largely sort of on their own trying to make these sick plays to make stuff happen, and Croco demonstrating that he's a little bit of a cut above, especially on this Xin Zhao, that I don't think he's necessarily going to get for free too much longer.
And all 4 of us have been on the Croco hype train for a really long time. You and I cast him in Kespa Cup. Obviously, Chronicler's been watching him for a while. I know Valdez is a huge fan. Dub is having some fun here because, look, the guy deserves it. Everyone was pointing fingers saying, yeah, right, okay, you're going to rule swap to top. He plays Tryndamere twice, plays it brilliantly, gets player of the game in the first game. Might get both. My vote was for Croco. I'll spoil it, but
no, I would definitely give it to Croco as well. I 100% agree with you, but Dove had fantastic game. He honestly had a fantastic series. Double Trindamirs. We've got double Xinzaos for Croco as well. Xinzao very strong currently in the meta as well. So might be a little bit up to that. We'll have to see some more from Live Sandbox. But if you're a Live Sandbox fan, and I know that there are a few of you out there, this is exactly what you wanted to see. However, DRX, it looks like they threw game one and then were a bit tilted in game number two, and that's precisely not what you want to see to start off your season. However, still very early days, so not exactly going to draw ultimate conclusions, but it's a bad sign.
Yeah, and you know, we might have to see some different champions played for King on the top side. The Graves, he did well enough on it in lane, but without the ability to peel for his carries, both Deft and Zeka were consistently caught. And obviously, Graves isn't going to be able to do much for you there except just shoot a big gun and hope they die before your carries die. Putting him on champions like he's excelled on in the past, tanks where you can peel a lot, the Gnar he was very famous for last year, less meta nowadays, but champions like that might be, you know, maybe DRX needs to move back to a little bit of comfort before we can move forward here. Because, yeah, that wasn't clean. And remember, Kingen didn't play through the Graves top meta of Worlds because he wasn't there, right? So this is something that's...
He's still playing through it in solo queue and things like that.
Sure.
It's the same with Dove, right? Like, who obviously was practicing mid Trindamir that then translates into top Trindamir this time around if he'd like to. Also fits for what they wanted to do. His split pushing was fantastic, but I have to say, it was his team fighting. It's just really, really smooth and really demonstrating all of those skills that we saw Dove put forward when he was playing so many bruises in the past. But now I've got some highlights for you. Let's check out how Live Sandbox were able to topple DRX here in game number 2.
We're going to see a lot of highlights of Croco being at the exactly right place at the right time, hitting the Crescent Guards on the right targets, splitting the team up so that he could live so long. And you basically have this almost immortal Xin Zhao, and then this immortal Trindamir with his ultimate. Like, these two ultimates splitting up DRX and going for the jugular on these champions that need to survive long enough to do their proper damage, and it just was not happening. This was it. I mean, this is why I vote here, you know, for the side of the jungle of Live Sandbox. Croco's plays here in this moment, plus the stopwatch from Kale, is just incredible. And then this moment where you see Zeka collapse on, there's no peel for him, there's nothing you do, he's just going to press stopwatch and then die as the Baron is stolen from him.
Yeah, Zeka did about 0 at that point as well, and it looked a little bit like DRX was stalling on the Baron damage, but I don't think that that was what they were trying to do. I think it was Deft like trying to get out and do some more stuff, but they just didn't have any damage elsewhere other than Deft, right? So just wasn't really a possibility. This was a decent engage from Kyoshik to start things up, but ultimately, look at Dove. He like takes his whole health bar and damage.
Yeah, this was a fight that was basically 5v3 for most of it, and then then you actually get the fair fight, and it's like, oh, Live Sandbox actually almost crush it. It's another game where the Ezreal 2 is going to be in a position where he does very little damage throughout the majority of the game, only shining in these last final team fights.
It's like he's invisible. Envy was just like arcane shifting forward, not really paying too much mind as to what was going on, but damn, close out a good one. Let's have a listen to Live Sandbox as they close this one out.
얘들아 달콤한 첫 승이다. 아주 좋다. 집중해 아직 안 끝났다. 형 피해 먹어요 형. 나 오면은 그냥 박을 거야 그분한테. 그거 알아둬.
He's basically like, Kayla's basically kind of memeing like, as soon as I get there, you know it's over, right? You know it's done, right? Because he was the one who was late to the party, of course, at the later respawn.
That's really cool because their rookie's very vocal here, as you can see. Dallas, Envy, and Kale, brand new to this squad, and brand new to the LCK.
It's like, you guys all know it. We won as soon as I got there. Look at the damage here again. The damage overall for Live Sandbox, very low, but they executed the targets when they needed to perfectly, and that's harder to do than it looks.
Yeah, and I mean, this is sort of pretty standard stuff, right? Like, Zeka should be doing more damage than Closer in this one, just because he can actually poke onto the Akali in the earlier stages. This game ended about, you know, I guess it's a relatively long one, so theoretically, Closer able to close that gap, but King doing all that damage largely irrelevant, right? It's just eaten by a Trindamir that is very capable of healing it all back up very comfortably, and Dove has yet another good one. Closer was fantastic, especially in that mid-game fight around the Rift Herald, really helped decide that one, and Live Sandbox looking so much more stable moving into 2022, which is not something I was expecting to say. We're already surprised.
Yeah, I think we are going to toss to the desk and then an interview here, but not yet. We got to time it out very perfectly for you guys. It's our first time.
Yeah, so of course, unfortunately, not going to be able to go back to Valdez and Chronicler until our next series because, of course, Desk after a 2-0 not going to be a thing. However, you will have the beautiful voice of Ji-Sun to translate an interview that will be coming up. We need to check out the POG. We need to see who it's going to be. But beforehand, we need to check out the schedule of Live Sandbox and see exactly what they have coming up next. So they're going to be up against Nongshim Red Force later in this week, and then afterwards, oh man,
it's honestly a stacked schedule.
Yeah, I mean, but the problem is, Wolf, everything looks like a stacked schedule outside of maybe Fredit Brion and Hanwha, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at least you dodged Gen G, but with a strong performance like that, if you come off a win against, like if you're able to tackle now Nongshim, then if it gets easier for the Freaks for a day, and then you have arguably the toughest opponent in the LCK and T1, and then it gets easier before you swap round robin. So it's an uphill battle for the first few weeks, but I think they started really strong, and it's awesome to see that.
But if you had have put DRX there at the beginning, you'd be like, oh man, they're doomed forever. But like they've started things off very, very well here on Live Sandbox's side, and I think that, you know, if they can continue to bring a lot of what, especially Croco had been bringing to this game, I think it might be, the future might be brighter for Live Sandbox than we may have assumed. But now you can see DRX, they're going to have to face Gen G, T1, Guangdong Freaks, then Fredit Brion and Nongshim after that. So it's not getting easier for DRX anytime soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't get the Hanwha buff. So it is going to be a tough schedule. Now, I think some of these matches, especially the Guangdong Freaks and the Red Force one, should be fairly close. And I think if they can bounce back, like if they do end up recovering from tonight well and learning a lot from tonight, like that Gen G series, we were actually pretty excited about it on Friday.
Yeah.
And I were on desk for that. We'll see if it's going to be a tough one based on what we've seen today, but on paper, that's good. The T1, very difficult, but if you can recover, maybe you end up getting those last three and recover your match scores. The Freaks, Fredit Brion, and then Red Force later on. It's tough, though. It really is. And we had so many question marks for DRX, and we were very confident they would look better than Sandbox, but now I can't say that anymore.
Nope, and I think that the desk sort of said it beautifully in the pre-show, which was DRX is sort of off to the side. You just never really know how the team is going to do, but I had the middle of the pack, right? Which I guess is understandable if you're going to take a team that is 100% a loose cannon and you have no idea. Just throw it in the middle and see whether that is where it's going to be. But after today, it looks like DRX having some of their former struggles, like they did at the end of the summer season in 2021, which is certainly not so good because they did manage to pick up a lot of really cool names that didn't necessarily get there. So
I mean, we did see some cool stuff from DRX tonight too. We did see that really awesome Calirum into the Gravitum kill down the bot lane.
Individual plays was fantastic, and damn, my headset makes me look a bit like a parrot.
I wasn't going to mention anything. I was hoping like you were going to get the screenshots on your Twitter. People were going to be like, he's peacocking really hard right now.
Is it? No, it's cockatoo. It's cockatoo.
Cockatiel, yeah, cockatoo, cockatiel and cockatoo.
I am Australian. It does sort of make a little bit of sense. However, this needs to be fixed. Thankfully, now that it's a 2-0, I will have a lot of time to figure out how air works.
We got like a whole hour before that next series is starting.
Yeah, it's certainly taking a long time as we are, I believe, moving towards player of the game, and it will be Croco, of course.
Man, our people are on point today, okay?
Yeah.
We got an extra vote.
We're starting well. We're starting very, very well. Yeah, get an extra vote for our analyst desk, and that allows the English broadcast to really rein it in so that all the votes are successful, right?
Yeah, I guess you guys are just going to have to watch the highlights behind us, but he had so many great moments for engages. He really led the tempo. Jungle gapped Pioshik pretty hard outside of the early game, and
I mean, Pioshik played fantastically well earlier on, but as you can see, we'll bring it up full screen, check out some of these stats here. As 100% kill participation, absolutely fantastic at 15 minutes. Croco really dictating the early game, and it's a bit unfortunate for DRX fans because I think a lot of people were expecting Pioshik to be this shining light finally unleashed now that he has so many fantastic teammates around him, but Croco's showing that he's the star of this show.
Oh, for sure. I gotta say, I mean, it almost feels like the prophecy came true for Live Sandbox today, right? Like everything that you could have been optimistic for occurred, you know? But maybe Dove is really good at top lane. Maybe this is just his thing. He plays it really well. Yeah, only one champion. It's still too early to tell, but sure. We know Krako's insane in the early game. He likes to be aggressive. He pulls it off, and he pulls it off against Pioshik, right? An experienced jungler in his own right. He's got Worlds experience even under his belt. And, you know, Live Sandbox, they killed it tonight. They really did.
They absolutely did. And I think as well, a lot of shout-outs need to be given to this this rookie bottom lane, as we are going to throw it over to G-Sun for some translation of this interview. At some point, I think. Because it's happened. Yeah, here we go.
And we're here joined by Dove and Kroko for the POG interview.
승리
We're
축하드립니다.
here joined by Kroko
감사합니다.
as well.
감사합니다.
Congratulations on the win.
리브
Thank you.
샌드박스에 대한 기대감을 한껏
A lot of people
높여놨던
were
경기인 것
hyped
같습니다. 첫
For
승
Leaf
어떻게
Sandbox
받아들이고
after
있나요?
seeing this match. How do you feel about this first victory?
이제 솔직히 연패
To be
처음에는
honest,
연패할 생각으로
we thought we were
경기
going to
이겨서
start off the
다행이네요.
season with a losing streak, so I feel so relieved.
솔직히 재현이 형이 좀
To
많이
be perfectly
스트레스
honest,
풀려서 말했었는데
Dove was
많이
so
맞을
bad
것
on the top lane, so I was really worried.
생각 이외로 진짜 대회에서 진짜 잘해줘가지고
But he did way better than expected on
걱정했던
stage.
시기에는 오늘 너무 시원시원한 경기력을 보여줬고 특히나 도브 선수
Especially
탑 전형 이후에
Dove, after the
첫
role
세트에서
swap,
POG를 가져가게
you
됐고
won the
상대
POG in your
탑라이너가
first
킹겐
game on a
선수였습니다.
new
오늘
position.
이후에 좀 스스로 탑라이너로서의
How
대한
confident
기대치가
are
높아졌을
you
것 같거든요.
as yourself being a top laner after this victory?
솔직히 오늘 첫 번째 판, 두 번째 판
To be perfectly honest,
둘다 제가 POG 받을 수 있는
I think I
상이라고
deserve
생각했는데
POG in both game 1 and 2, you know?
안 되고
So I wasn't too
그래서 저는
surprised.
좀 아쉬웠어요.
It was actually a bummer that I couldn't win POG in game 2.
그러면 크로코 선수는 도브 선수의 탑라이너 데뷔전
Kroko, what do you
어떻게
think of Dove's performance as a top laner?
경기 할 때도 이렇게 해줬으면 좋겠다.
I hope he performs this well when he's playing Screams as well. I think he's been doing wonderful. Not only Dove, but all the other players. And Dove, you looked so confident on Tryndamere.
다른 이유도 있을까요?
Could you tell us a detail about that pick?
그냥 코치님이 하라고 했어요. 그래서
Just
했어요.
our coach told me to do so, so I
왜
did.
하라고 하셨을까요?
Why then? Why do you think he
그냥
told
연습
you so?
때부터 좀 코치님이 하라는
know,
거 하거든요.
I just play
그래가지고
whatever he
그냥
tells me
그거
to
믿고
do
했습니다.
in Screams as well.
코치님에 대한 믿음을 향해서 많은 분들이
I
박수까지
can
보내주고
feel
계신데
the big faith
사실
in the
텔레포트가
coaching staff.
패치된 이후로 탑 쪽에서는 아무도
And after
텔포를 안 들더라고요.
The
탑라이너
patch about the
입장에서
teleport,
바라보면
not many
이번
people
텔레포트가
actually
어떤
take
영향을
that
주는 것
spell
같나요?
anymore.
저는 이제
What do you think of
포지션
that as a top
변경을
laner?
해서 조금 원래대로 했으면 이제 다른 탑라이너들은 해오던 방식
I mean,
그대로 했을
if
테니까
it were
제가
the
아마
same
좀 많이
patch, you know, other top
밀렸을 것
laners would have played the
이제
same,
바뀌면서
just
이제
like last
리셋이
year.
된
But
거는
because of
동일
this
현상이
new
떴다고
patch, I
생각합니다.
think it has become a
저한테
lot
도움이
more
됐다고
significant, and I think
아,
it's a really good
좋습니다.
patch for
그럼
me.
크로코 선수 패치에 대해서 물어볼게요.
Kroko,
1세트는
what do you think of
한타와
the
또 운영
patch
싸움에
and the
있어서
meta
좀
right
우위를
now? I
가져가면서
think you
경기를
guys were
지킬 수
able to
있었는데
lead the game
이번
based
메타에서
on your
운영에 있어서
team fight and
정글
also
메타는
macro as
어떤지,
well.
그리고 정글의
So could you
위상은
break down the
어떻게
jungle
생각하는지 들어볼게요.
macro? and meta?
지금 조금 정글이
Right now,
실행했을 때 다 같이
you know,
따라주는 팀원들의 몫이
if
좀
a
많이
jungler
중요한 것
goes
같고
in for a
사실 그거
play, I think the
설계하는데도
rest
정글이
should
못
also
그
follow. So junglers that knows how to set up is really important in terms of winning a game. Game number 2, the opponents took J4 so fast, and the rune choice was also very interesting. How was that? I mean, I also tried that, you know, lethal tempo J4. But once you get the proc, it's really good. However, you know, that means you have to do 6 autos in one team fight. So I think Conquer is way better instead of, you know, taking lethal tempo. And Dove, we had another great Tryndamere matchup in game number 2. How did you feel?
이제 첫 라인전 때까지는 첫
Well,
번째
in
판보다
the
잘 돼가지고
first, you know,
이제
laning phase,
판도
I
제가
think I
POG
did
각이
better
나섰는데
than game number 1, so I thought like
근데
maybe I'll be
김민호
carrying the
선수가
game once
템
again.
사고 나서 좀 갑자기 잘해
However, after
졌어요.
buying a couple of
그래가지고
items,
많이
the opponent got a lot strong
밀리는
too.
그래가지고 제가 좀
So I was a little bit bummed.
이후에 좀 공부를 더 해야겠다라는 마음도 살짝 들었어요.
Do you think you have to improve a little bit, maybe? Yeah, I think I didn't have enough proficiency.
코리안 샤오후 도부 선수의 행보를
Looking
한번
forward
기대해
to seeing the
보겠습니다.
power of the
이렇게
Korean
리브
Xiaohu
샌드박스가 젊은 피를 수혈하면서 도부
and
선수가
with
마청이
the
됐어요.
new
팀원들과
roster,
지내보니까
especially with a
어떤가요?
lot more rookies. How do you feel about the current roster of Live Sandbox?
세계가 있고 젊은 기운이 있어요. 제가
I definitely can feel their young spirit.
같이 젊어지고 있다.
네, 그렇죠.
And I'm getting younger together with them.
같이 지내보니까 어떤가요?
What about you, Croco?
애들이 다 비슷비슷해가지고.
I mean, they're all the same, you know.
작년이랑
But the team atmosphere
차이는 없는 것 같아요.
isn't that different compared to last year.
낭만 가득했는데 올해도 낭만적인
I mean, Live
경기
Sandbox was also
펼쳐지길
so
바라시길
famous being
바라겠고요.
for
또 크로커
romantic
선수
in terms of
신인왕을
playing
탔기
the
때문에
game.
이번 시즌 조금 더
But
욕심이 생길
adding
것
on to that,
같기도
Croco,
하고,
you
2년
are the
차이기
rookie
때문에
of
책임감도 많이
2021.
느끼고 있을 것 같아요.
So what's
이번
your
시즌 어떤
goal
마음으로
for
임하고
this
있나요?
season and this year?
개인적으로는 작년에
I personally think that
괜찮기도 했고, 운이
our
좋아서
team performed
신인왕과
quite well,
제가
and I got lucky to
어워즈에서
win the
서브라는
Rookie of the
상을
Year.
받았었는데 이번에는 정말 아예 리셋이
This time
된
around,
팀이기 때문에
it's a whole new
신인이
team.
정말 많아서 저희 팀에서도 웬만하면 신인왕을 배출을 하고 싶고요.
So I just want to keep
개인적으로는
doing a
팀
great
성적도 물론
performance
따라줬지만 개인
and
성적에도
also
욕심을 내고 있습니다.
not only winning a personal award, but I also want to get a lot more accomplishment as a team.
팬분들이 경기장을 찾아주셨고 또 많은 팬분들이 리브 샌드박스의 올해 활약을 기대하고
And a
계신
lot
것
of fans
같습니다.
are also excited
팬분들께
for
한마디 부탁드릴게요.
Live
도부 선수.
Sandbox this year. Any message over to the fans?
팬분들 감사하고 사랑합니다.
Thank
응원
you
많이
and I love
해주세요.
you. I appreciate your support.
크로커 선수의 한마디도 안 들어볼 수 없습니다.
What about Croco?
저는 사실 작년에
Well,
50명 오셨을 때도 되게
Well, even when
떨렸었는데
I had
이렇게
50
관중석이
fans, you
다
know,
꽉차
I was
있으니까
so happy
좀 더
to
떨리는
see them. But with
경기였던 것
this
같습니다.
venue filled with fans,
네,
I feel
적응하고
so nervous
더
and happy at
좋은
the same
경기력
time.
보여드릴
I hope I can
수 있도록
continue
노력
showing
많이
you a
하겠습니다.
great
감사합니다.
performance. Thank you.
좋습니다. 이런 떨림이 또 설렘이 될 수 있기를 함께 응원해 보겠습니다. 오늘 승리
Once again,
축하드립니다.
congratulations on the win, and this will be the end of the interview from Dov Croco from Live Sandbox, and back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the translation of the interview. Great to hear from Croco and from Dove. Of course, Croco hasn't had an audience before, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. Oh, really,
It's
really cool.
insane, man. We've got another awesome series coming up after this, though. It is, of course, going to be T1 up against Kwangdong. You guys are going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get that, but that's only half of our night here, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly right. So we are going to go to a pretty extended break. We have to apologize for that one. But when we get back, T1 versus Kwangdong Freaks, you do not want to miss it. We'll see you there.
해적하면 좋은 건 나쁘지 않아.
사이트 촬영해보는 건 처음이어가지고 긴장도 되고 기대도 되고
재밌을 것 같아요.
뭐야? 너무 잘 보였네. 뭔가 한 60년대 공장 아니에요? 인정. 60, 70년대 공장. 통과 같아요. 뭐 살벌하던데요? 뭘 빨고 있었네? 여기 지옥이야.
원래도 다른 팀이었어가지고 괜찮아?
원래 사행이 형이 아재개가 좀 쳐졌었는데 저희 팀이 이제 좀 아재개가 치는 사람이 별로 없어가지고 좀 아쉽긴 하네요.
눈을 부릅뜨지 않으면 그 얘기가 계속 나오기 때문에 눈을 부릅떠야 합니다.
좀 변화가 아닌데?
그래, 그냥 앞뒤로 뛰면 괜찮아요. 앞으로.
저희 인간 광대가 한 명 있더라고요. 인간 광대 진혁이. 배워가지고. 댄싱 머신. 댄싱 머신.
춤은 뭐 이제 자기만의 자신감을 표출할 수 있는 그런 수단이라고 생각합니다.
촬영을 하는 거에 대해서는 뭐 아무런 생각이 없는 것 같아요.
저는 오랜만도 아니고 처음이라서 기대됩니다. 아, 너무 된 거예요?
저 개인기 저기 기도훈 선수가 많아가지고
랩을
랩.
계속 날 계속해. 여기까지 했습니다.
쇼미더머니.
그분들도 먹고 사셔야 되기 때문에 저는 프로게이머로 직업을 하는 걸로.
뭐야? 형, 진짜 오랜만이야. 보고 싶었어.
차라리 너가 여기 안에서 나오는 걸로 하는 게 어때? 내가 들어가는 걸로. 연출을 만들자고. 야, 너가 이제 나오겠네.
우리 어떻게 팀해요?
제가 놀아주고 있죠.
5살이나 어린 새끼가 그렇게 놀아준다니 이상한 소리야.
형, 그런 말 하면 어떡해.
저 거의 먹혔습니다. 제가 거의 막내입니다. 원래 샌드박스에 있었던 크로코 이 친구가 그냥 왕이고요. 클로저가 한 귀족, 나머지는 한 농노 정도 되는 거 같아요. 그들만의 세계가 있잖아요. 또 농노 중에서도 아래 있고. 이제 마트 형 가오가 안 서네요.
사랑하는 재혁이요 생일 축하합니다. 와.
빨리 불러, 빨리 불러.
재혁아 생일 축하해. 내일도 태어나죠. 얘들아 닥쳐줘.
이런 컨셉 사진 저는 좋아합니다. 잘 나와야 되지 않을까요?
누가 제일 잘 나올 것 같아요?
저희 또 하나의 젠틀맨 두두.
엄청 원숭이 취급하면서 이제 젠틀맨으로 바뀌어서 카메라 한 필하고 이렇게 변하면 안 돼요.
저희 동주가 아주 멋있는 친구. 동주의 절반 정도로 나올 것 같아요.
새로워요. 신입생 느낌이라 신입이 가고 뭐 있겠습니까? 그냥 열심히 앞만 보고 달려가는 거죠. 그냥 그렇게 생각하고 있어요. 팀원들 처음에 저도 걱정이 많았는데 2일 됐나? 3일 됐나? 그냥 제 얼굴만 봐도 웃더라고요.
제 생각으로는 왜 공채 개그맨 도전을 안 했나. 그 형이 가지고 있는 개인기가 진짜 너무 재밌어가지고 나중에 또 만나게 되신다면은 박수 빨리 치기 뭐 해달라고 하시면 될 것 같아요.
공채 시험이 됐거든요. 시작합니다. 네. 시동 좀 걸고. 오케이.
오랜만에 왜 어디 가세요? 촬영이 앞에서 가고 있나요?
작년보다 나아진 모습으로 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
약간 폐가에서 약간 촬영하는 그런 느낌. 무서워요 그래서.
LCK 촬영과 함께라면 언제든지 열정이 불타기 때문에 춥지 않았습니다.
잘한다. 까불지 마라.
잘 나오지 않을까요? 항상 잘 찍어주시는 분들이다 보니까 저희는 시키는 대로만 하면 잘 할 것 같습니다.
일단 멋있는 표정으로 했습니다.
네, 오케이입니다. 고생하셨습니다.
촬영 팀들 다 잘해주시고 저희도 좀 잘해가지고 빨리 끝낸 것 같고 잘 찍힌 것 같아요. 고맙습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. glowing. We're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget? since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above, from above, yeah. Give me all your love, give me all your love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for our second series of the night, and most likely the one you've all been waiting for. T1 finally taking to the stage on the first day for, I believe, 5 years in a row or something like that. The T1's been playing day one.
Yeah,
I think.
What?
5 or 8 or something. It's an extraordinarily large number.
I
sure
don't know
it's a
the
coincidence.
exact number. Did they play on the first day last year?
You don't remember that Harma Life esports game?
Oh, that's true. Yes, that's true. I did forget.
Definitely
I
good
did forget. But now that you mention it, yes, I always remember that KT Gen G game from last year. That one always sticks into my head. But yes, you're correct. And look, I'm excited for this one. It's T1 versus T1's former players in a lot of ways, led by Captain Keen up in the top lane. So very excited to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, let's check out some of the rosters and the changes that we have seen. Of course, one side going to be pretty bare when it comes to changes, and the other side pretty full. As we can see, though, our head coach is now Polt on the side of T1, and Bengi has come in to join Moment there as far as the coaching staff is concerned. Must be fantastic, for Faker to have, his former protege or former, I guess it was his right hand, right? Isn't that the?
I always thought the jungle was a left hand.
Oh, was it a left hand?
No, I don't know. Bengi
Not entirely sure. Faker and Bengi definitely played a lot together, and it's really cool to see him back. I believe tried coaching in 2018 as well. That didn't necessarily work out so well for T1 at that time.
He also did some coaching for the academy team over the last few years, and now he's kind of been escalated. He's been called up, if you will. And then, of course, for the side of Kongdu, I knew it was going to happen. It was the first one.
I can't believe you said it for the first one. Kwangdong Freaks, of course. It's got KD in the name, so of course we're going to say Kongdu a couple of times. All right, guys? You have to realize that is just one of those things that we need to accept. Thankfully, Wolf has ripped the Band-Aid off very, very early.
I had to do it early, But yeah, look, they got Fate, okay, and then they got 3 T1 players, LM, Teddy, and Hoyt.
Yep.
To round out the roster. Keen, of course, still at the top.
Yep, and let's have a look at our first point of the match. T1 with nearly the same roster. In fact, I believe it was one of the rosters that they fielded last year. Zayas, of course, did play a few games. And the Kwangdong Freaks certainly looking very, very different from the Afrika of 2021. Zayas, first season as a starting player, certainly have... If you've been watching some of the T1 media and stuff that is around the tracks, certainly it has been cute listening to him. But I was talking to you, Wolf, and this is one hell of a test.
Oh, yeah.
Start off your main roster career against Keen. That's rough.
Now, the bottom lane is where things get really exciting because throughout the entirety of last year, we had swaps between Teddy and Gumayusi. Now, even though Teddy didn't get the last laugh and did end up leaving the roster, he played a lot more than Gumayusi did, but now we actually get to see them head-to-head. Who's the better bot laner? Today, at least in that isolated lane, we'll find out.
Yeah, we get to silence some of the haters on one of the sides, but let's hear from both of the teams right now.
제가 이제 아프리카에 4, 5년 동안 있으면서 이번 올해가 가장 많이 바뀌지 않았나 약간 그런 생각하고 있어요.
일단 광동 프릭스에 전 팀원들이 많이 있더라고요.
이제 영입 그 뉴스가 떴을 때 이제 T1 선수만 좀 많이 오다 보니까 이게 무슨 일인가 싶기도 하고
뭐지? 왜 첫 판인데 왜 우리가 T1이랑 붙지? 약간 좀 신기했고요. T1이 이기면 더 기분 좋게 시작할 것 같습니다.
아무래도 제가 좀 예전에 있던 팀원들을 만나면은 반드시 이기고 싶어하는 그런 게 있어가지고 광동한테만큼은 지고 싶진 않고요. 혼내줘야 될 것 같습니다.
그냥 바텀 자체로 보면 잘하는 게 훨씬 많다고 생각해서 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
감회가 새로운 것 같아요. 동료들을 대회에서 만날 수 있다는 게. 그죠? 저는 아직 생년이니까.
고마요시 선수는 뭐 좀 더 라인전에서 이득을 많이 보려고 하는 것 같고 진성 형은 이제 뭐 전체적인 밸런스가 되게 좋은 것 같습니다. 당연히 이제 저희 팀이 세드 형이 더 잘할 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
딱히 뭔가 다들 할 말이 없는 것 같아요, 다른 사람들한테. 실수를 이렇게 크게 할 것 같지 않아서 다들.
진성이 형 1년 동안 재밌었고 이제 개막전에 만나게 됐는데 잘해서 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
제가 기인 선수와 많이 닮았다는 얘기가 있었는데
저 처음 듣는 얘기여가지고 저는 일단 닮았다고 생각은 안 하는데 그래서 저는 아무튼 그렇습니다.
안경 쓰고 약간 그런 느낌? 그런 느낌으로 봐주시는 것 같은데 좀 디테일적으로 봤을 때 별로 저는 안 닮았다고 생각해요.
긴 고사라는 말이 있잖아요. 긴 선수가 그만큼 약간 신인들을 잘 잡는 걸로 유명하신데 볼만한 싸움일 것 같습니다.
워낙 또 기본기도 좋고 아시는 게 많아서 그런 것 같거든요. 저는 그래도 자신 있어가지고 잘 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
신인 상대할 때는 그래도 좀 게임이 잘 풀렸던 적이 많았던 것 같아서 사람들이 불러주시는 기인고사 열심히 잘 치러주세요.
312일 만에 이렇게 다시 경기를 뛸 수 있게 됐는데 기인고사 만점으로 잘 통과해 보도록 하겠습니다.
신은 시험에 들지 않습니다.
T1을 첫 상대로 만나게 됐는데
서로 잘 했으면 좋겠고 그래도 제가 더 잘했으면 좋겠어요.
T1 상대로 이기면은 너무 기분 좋은 스타트이기 때문에 좀 어이없어하는 표정을 좀 보고 싶습니다.
이번 시즌 역시 우승을 목표로 하고 있고
T1의 주전의 힘을 보여주겠습니다.
팀 네이밍이 광동 프릭스로 바뀌었는데 엄청 되게 세 보이고요.
응원할 만 나는 약간 광동 프릭스 만들 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
광동 프릭스 화이팅! 꼭 이기겠습니다.
T1 화이팅!
And let's welcome to Lowell Park T1 for their first day of 2022 spring with their brand new, well, sort of new roster, kind of, sort of pseudo new roster, at least confirmed roster here for 2022.
They have made only one change, and it's really just moving a substitute player into the main role with the departure of Kana from the roster. And that's why most people are putting this team as the #1 team in LCK right now on paper, because they already had an incredible team that almost was able to take an LCK title, was very close to even fighting for that World's Final, of course, in the World Championship, and is now back with relatively no changes, right? Even Damwon Kia has made more changes. They completely rooted out their bot lane and have changed their top lane. Genji, of course, has changed the entire roster. So this existing synergy that has been built and molded through what was a very tumultuous 2021 is why this roster is so terrifying right now, why most people would vote this team going to the finals no matter what. I mean, I think everybody is kind of predicting that is going to happen, you know, based on no results, based on nothing but the rosters alone.
Yeah, I think the only argument would be Damwon and Genji, right? But I think they're solidly in the top 3, at least for now. But Kwangdong Freaks, let's see how they're going to be able to do here, as of course, you already mentioned the fact that, Teddy and Hoyt, substitutes on the bottom side of the map for T1 last year, have now moved on over. Of course, Hoyt originally on Damwon back in the day, and has got a very, very long career. Of course, used to play with Beryl on the bottom side of the map for Damwon before they made it to the LCK. And now joined by Elam as well, who certainly had some great moments last year. Fate as well has been a player that we've been talking up for quite some time, although did have a relatively quiet 2021. And Keen's still there as an absolute raid boss towards the top side of the map. I think this is a team that has a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, a lot of people are calling this team like the mini T1 or T1B, and there's a lot of jokes about it around, all sorts of communities, but what's so cool about this match is, as Teddy joked, is like, wow, is this really the starting match of this team that's taken 3 of the players who were overshadowed at the end of T1's 2021 and brought them in? Here they are on your screen. Yesterday's friend, today's enemy. But it's 2 teams that have similar colored jerseys. We're looking at 2 sides of the same flame, I think, in a lot of ways, and that's what makes this first matchup between these 2 so incredibly awesome to see early on in the season.
Yeah, it's really awesome, man. I think so many people were arguing oh, Teddy over Gumayushi, which one of these 80 carries is going to be better? Elam as well, he was in the argument, which I guess was silenced pretty effectively towards the end of the season by Ona, but also there were times where we were having that debate. So looking forward to seeing all of this put to rest. Hoyt as well, certainly back in his time was a fantastic support. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes alongside Teddy, who is such a veteran, and with Keen now as well. If these Kwangdong Freaks players really get it together outside on the rest of the map, the gentleman on your screen just before will be able to get it done. We know what Keen is capable of, but he's just never really had enough of a team around him to really capitalize. And maybe, just maybe, this is his year. But it's going to be very, very difficult to put him up against T1 in their first match.
I also think for Teddy, I mentioned it a lot when we were going through the Stove League, the offseason before this year, and it's hard to stay motivated when you've kind of reached the top, you've reached the peak, and yet still were dethroned by a new rookie. And I think for the first time in Teddy's career since the Jin Air Green Wings era, you know, since he walked through that OGN intro as their representative, he hasn't actually had this much power and agency in his team. The team hasn't relied on him as much since that era. And so he actually gets to be this other awesome anchor with Keen. There's one on the top side and the bottom side now. You put Fate in the mid lane, and suddenly you have a roster of players who are all extremely talented, and I think were overshadowed on their previous teams, but together, they can make something great.
Yeah, they could certainly be put in a position to shine. You're exactly right. And you were talking about anchors. There is the fact that Fate is now in the mid lane. Fly, for the first time in a very long time, is now off the roster of Afreeca, and certainly was holding them back in a lot of ways with, you know, a very slow play style in a meta that did require a lot from the mid lane to put on pressure to create those angles for the rest of the squad, and was something that Afreeca were continuously getting punished for. And we'll see whether Fate is going to be able to change things up. Of course, he's up against the best player in the world, so it is a difficult test to begin with. But I think a lot of people have written this off as a T1 2-0 to start like a warm-up match, right, for T1, but I don't know whether it's necessarily definitely going to be that, and I can see some angles that Kwangdong Freaks will be able to get, you know, get their teeth into. And it is difficult to say Kwangdong Freaks every single time, not gonna lie. You've been saying the Freaks. I think I might start doing it as well.
Well, yeah. I mean,
normally we just call them Afreeca, right? And so now it's really, really difficult.
Yeah. To make it clear to everyone, this is a name and title sponsor. The team is still Afreeca, and actually Afreeca is still the org, but it's a title sponsor, which means, of course, we will call them Kwangdong Freaks because it's a naming sponsor. Yep. Which means a part of the deal, the sponsors, you change the name. So it's still Afreeca. The org is the same, but the uniform is different. The name is different, and Kwangdong is a huge organization in Korea. They make a lot of health products and food and drinks and stuff like that. So you guys might not know it, but it's actually a massive sponsor to get, and it brings a lot of legitimacy to the team outside of Afreeca.
It also brings to us like a few extra things in the break room. You know, we've got like some cool vitamin C drink, and like they're providing the water for us now. It's just absolutely fantastic. I want more collections. Like now that we've got Nongshim and Kwangdong, like maybe there's going to be even more. Maybe BBQ can come back. Well, they are actually sponsoring the LCK, so BBQ's here. There will be a BBQ Chicken opening here at Lore Park as well, I believe, at some point in the future.
I think it's actually open already.
Yeah, so if you come around to Korea and want to experience some sweet League of Legends, then absolutely come and enjoy some of your Kwangdong products. Bring your Nongshim ramen.
Is that presidential candidate Yoon in the audience right now? Wow.
Whoa.
Actually, he is running for the opposition party, for those who don't know, but he also made some statements he wants to actually help gaming recently, so I guess he's coming down to try to make a statement and hang out with the kids.
I mean, last time a politician did that, it went really, really badly, didn't it? So good luck. Hopefully he does well. If everything does work out, he's got my vote that I don't have. Okay, let's get into it. Pick and ban here for game number 1, T1 versus Kwangdong Freaks. Let's see whether the former T1 players can trump the current T1 players is the question, and let's see whether Zeus is going to actually fit towards that top side of the map as effectively as we want him to. Of course, his debut game was fantastic, but then subsequent ones not quite as impressive, so does have a lot of proving to do here on this otherwise completely stacked T1 roster.
Yeah. The Renekton ban, I think, is going to be pretty permanent here in the LCK, as we've seen in the LPL. Ryze ban coming through, too, for a lot of power in terms of rotating around the map. Twisted Fate, the same kind of deal. So this is very similar so far to what we saw in our first series. Now, Jinx priority dropping a little bit in LPL today, and we didn't see it in our first game. So that was where I expected tonight to really start off on blue side, is that Jinx trade with Caitlyn. But in this particular game, neither have actually been picked up in this early banning phase.
Yeah, we will have, we'll see whether the Caitlyn is actually banned away. Of course, both games taken off the board last time, and could just be a first pick. Of course, Teddy on Caitlyn is something that I would definitely not want to see again if I was a T1 fan, because he's certainly had some incredible performances on the champion in the past. But Gumayushi could also do it.
The Vex
is actually going to be taken off the board instead.
Faker has been playing a ton of Vex. He has a really high win rate on it right now, and there's been a lot of rumors that he'll be playing it tonight. But they'll take the Karma early. Lot of flexibility with this pick, and it doesn't show anything about your draft, really.
I hope this isn't Faker's pick, though, because
no, I don't think so.
Just for the sake of the fans, we don't want to do that for the first game. But that's all right. Let's see whether it's Kwangdong Freaks just locking away bottom lane. I kind of expect that. As yeah, there's the Caitlyn that I was talking about. A possibility here. The Kane does have to make up his mind. Xin Zhao is going to be the choice.
It's pretty easy to lock up the Caitlyn here. You get your choice of support on that third pick. There's a lot of options for Caitlyn right now in this meta, including the Lux. We've seen a lot in other regions. And so, because Karma's already locked in, you don't expect T1 here to steal that pick away. There's nothing to pair with it, so you feel pretty comfortable right now. And this does make me wonder if T1 just grabs another melee support like the jungle like the Jarvan, and something like the Jinx here. The speed up is going to be great.
Yep.
Looking for the Ezreal instead, though.
So it'll be a lot of push towards that bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
The Ezreal Karma is certainly very, very good at getting a lot of control. Also, we'll put the Karma in the bottom lane, which is 100% what we want. Yep. Not necessarily what you want if you're a carrier fan. So there's a Valdez out there that's a little bit upset about the situation here. However, it's better than putting Faker on Karma duty in that mid lane. We definitely do not want to see that. Let's see exactly what Faker is going to lock in here. 10 seconds to go. Still a lot of priority picks left up and available. Jungler certainly could be something worth looking at, and it will be the Jarvan that's locked away. The other choice would have been something like a Viego, which is one of Ona's absolute best champions, especially from 2021. But
I like the Jarvan better here, considering you have the Karma, and you're going to be able to really speed this guy up. He's going to be kind of this blunt force object you can run around the map, and the Lux comes through, not a shocker. One of the most common pairings of League of Legends history of all time. And, you know, it's still pretty good for the Ezreal Karma. I think at this you can shield a lot of that poking, and obviously Ezreal's extremely mobile. You're not going to get caught by trap and a binding or anything like that with the Ezreal, so that shouldn't happen unless somebody makes a huge mistake. But there is a lot of burst power with this Lux later on. And that's one of the things that she offers you as a support. Not a lot of peel, but she can with her binding if she hits one. And then, of course, the final spark later on can help execute targets like the Ezreal if he does get locked down.
Yeah. Jay's going to be taken away here by Kwangdong Freaks, and then the LeBlanc targeted against Fate. I'd expect something like a Syndra to come in next, just because I think Kwangdong want to be locking in a mid lane, giving Keen that counter pick, and then things would certainly be in exactly the position that they want. We have to remind everyone that, you know, Gangplank buffed on 12.1 is now quite strong, and Keen is an incredible Gangplank player. Certainly another one of those champions that we have to mention.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where this goes.
Oh wow, we're just not going to ban something. It's just it's a giggle to come through.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's not the end of the world for this draft, but a little bit unfortunate potentially. We'll see how it ends up coming through, and it might be something that we could talk about in retrospect that did come back to bite them. But they'll have to show one of their solo lanes now, and Syndra has kind of been the go-to blind pick so far here in our first 3 games of LCK.
Yep.
It's also one of Fate's best champions.
True. Fate can also use a SKT skin just for the ultimate BM, which I really hope he does do. And let's see what T1 are going to round out their composition with. Something like an Orianna would actually be absolutely fine here by Faker.
Yeah, Orianna would be strong. The face-up
pick Gragas.
Yeah. Now this could still be flexed to support. It's very unlikely, and then you see the Karma mid, but this last pick will really give us, I think, the final say on that. Gragas support isn't really being played that much right now. It's really only in the top side of the map.
Ooh, okay. Faker going back to an old favorite, or at least considering it. With Zoe being picked up, can certainly warp how the game goes. However, I feel picking Zoe into Caitlyn is like really rough, especially if you're playing far forward. But I guess if you're portal jumping in the correct way, you should never just get trapped. But it is, you know, certainly a thing that can be a little bit of a problem.
I think this has always kind of somewhat been considered to be somewhat of a soft counter to the Zoe, this Gwen pick, also to Rumble, because she can nullify a lot of that poke with her mist on its own. But also into the Gragas, it's a pretty solid matchup, this Gwen. We've seen it so many times throughout the course of Gwen, since Gwen was released.
Yep.
And taking a look at this, yeah, my concern for the Zoe is the Caitlyn. But in some ways, it's not a poke comp, but actually the sleep, the Trouble Bubble can set up flag drags, it can set up, you know, so many ways to execute somebody. You end up grabbing somebody with a sleep, and then Gragas knocks them into you with a cast, you blow somebody up early. And then you have a lot of late game power with this Ezreal and the Karma that can move the Jarvan around the map. Your rotation power is awesome too. So I honestly really like T1's draft better overall, as long as the Xin Zhao Gwen doesn't get out of control early on, or if there aren't any mistakes made in the bottom lane. I'm really leaning towards T1 for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I like what T1 have put together, and I feel like you're right, and especially like the 1-2 punch that they have in a lot of these team fights. It's isolate someone, put them to sleep, and end them. which they can certainly do very, very effectively. We can have a look at it right now. Of course, Gumayusi is going to be very, very slippery as well, getting himself out of the way of danger. So he can be a hyper carry in the later stages. We know that Zoe Ezreal have been best friends for a very long time, but I think he might be selling the Quantum Freaks draft a little bit short. I think like their pick capability, especially around the mid game, is going to be something that we really have to keep our eye on.
In the late game, too, they can blow up a Zoe out of position. They can scatter the weak. They have really nice engage potential. Keen is going to be extremely difficult to deal with in the late game. Not only his side laning, but also his ability to just straight up team fight. So it really, I think, is going to be a game that's decided by the tempo that's set by the jungle players in that mid game. Who gets the first Rift Herald? Who gets the early Drake control? That is really going to soar one team into a massive lead.
Yeah, it feels like Snowball is going to be the aim of the game on both sides. And there's so many questions that we finally get answered as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1 of our second match of 2022 Spring.
Little Elemental Lux, love to see it.
Yep. As Carrier is just going to wander over some vision here. They get the bad news that they were all entirely discovered. Not too much shenanigans though, as you can see. Keen, he's moved all the way up here towards the top side, got himself the Ghost Teleport as per usual. And top laners this time around are going to be taking Teleport across the board, despite the fact that it has been nerfed.
Yep. I think that what we saw in the last series, considering the Graves,
I mean, it was very Graves Tryndamere,
yes.
right?
Yeah, I think that even though a lot of people were like, Teleport is basically dead, including the players who were interviewed, I'm like, I don't think so, actually. I think that was pretty matchup specific. But only time will tell. I mean, we saw a lot of the consequences, especially for Graves, matching rotations of losing the Teleport outside of lane.
Yep.
And it's exciting to see Zeus, you know? I mean, he's played very few games of the LCK, but was extremely hyped up because everyone was saying that he was a new up-and-coming top player. And then, unfortunately, Kana just kind of stole the spotlight away, and we didn't see him that much. So now we're going to really get to actually judge him as the top player he will be. As you can see, this is massively Ezreal favored.
Yeah,
That's actually like a pretty overwhelming
That's
number.
pretty ridiculous, honestly. Not a stat that I was necessarily expecting. However, I guess this was over a lot of time where we had some incredible Ezreal players, for one. And also, Ezreal was largely a mid-game spiking champion, and so that is exactly the trough that Caitlyn falls into and can be an area of issue. However, I think that Teddy should have an absolutely fine time here in the laning phase. That is, of course, Caitlyn's bread and butter. And let's see how she is going to go. Of course, Caitlyn just a bit different right now. See whether the statistics will lie or not.
Yeah, she got, I believe her AD scaling was buffed like a few patches ago, but it's really just a meta thing more than, you know, individual patch or stats that are coming through. We're seeing a lot of late game scaling and poking champions do extremely well right now, and
yep.
That is going to be the name of the game for this Caitlyn later on, still taking the fleet footwork.
I think all the buffs to Lux as well allow her to get back down towards that bottom side.
Yep.
And then also augment Caitlyn with the fact that they both have pretty ludicrous range and can be very, very frustrating. Of course, no need to tell any of you who are regularly playing solo queue, because you know, Lux is a problem.
You deal with this stuff every day.
Yeah.
So as do
it's
we.
one of those things.
I am the Lux, so sorry.
Yeah.
But this matchup, obviously, in the early game is going to be very frustrating for Zeus to play because Gwen is very oppressive. As Gragas hits 3, he can actually kind of sustain okay and then eventually start to have a better time, but it's never going to be easy.
Oh, Ona coming on over. Spotting that there isn't any vision here. Teddy not going to get the second part of the shield, but the Mystic Shot is going to miss, and now Teddy looks to get that ward in. Gets the bad news that there is in fact a Jarvan. Headshot is going to connect, but the Peacemaker not going to work out. So Gumayusi is going to be a little bit more healthy here. But the first gank not going to come off, and when it's Jarvan, that actually kind of hurts.
Yeah, it really does. You know, you lost a lot of time looking for this, and all the stars aligned in terms of how they checked vision, but you still couldn't actually close the gap there. It's being a nice push that comes with it, but definitely wanted more out of this.
Yep.
As it will be actually with this a double scuttle play as well for Ellen. He's very happy with this exchange.
Ooh, Fade having a great time here in this mid lane. Scatter the Weak going to go wide though, as does the Dark Sphere, as Teddy jumps back and does end up evening out that trade just slightly, but still, you can see Gumayusi well and truly happy to take trades, and wow, the Mantra Q really hurting.
Yeah, White's going to have to burn everything he's got here to just sit under this turret. They know that, obviously, the back happen there for the enemy Jarvan, so they're not going to get dove or anything like that. It's still very early on. It's definitely fine, but you could definitely see the pain starting to flow through here on the bottom side of the map.
And Gumayushi now going to look for an opportunity to grab himself a back. Does so pretty comfortably as the wave just crashes on in. So not too much to worry about here. T1 with a slight advantage around this map. But Keen's going to head back towards this top side. And so it's therefore going to be pretty much equalized everywhere. No real leads to be picked up. What we've seen from the laning phase, as you can see, Fate actually doing a pretty decent job here. And Keen as well. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on him. Very different jobs for both Zeus and Keen this game.
Oh,
but we know, like we've been talking about this for I don't know how many years, is like when will Keen have the right team to allow his incredible skill as a top laner to really be put on show? And maybe this is it.
Yeah, we're not going to draw any conclusions tonight, but we'll get a nice little, I guess, preview of what to look forward to in the future.
Yep.
Just use that picked up Ignite onto Fate for a little bit of extra damage. Bit of a ping pong on the top side of the map as neither player teleports because you can only teleport to turret. Can't freeze the wave there in the middle, so it's just exchanged. And here comes Owner once again. Elam is seen. He's going to look to try to collapse here.
Yeah, when comes Lightning, going to come through, lands onto Carrier. Is now Elam going to be forced to flash, get himself out of there, but Ono just flags, drags, gets himself straight in there for first blood. And Kwangdong Freaks, nothing that they can do to answer it, just a bit out of position. And didn't want to waste the flash, did Elam, as now Gumayushi in a bit of trouble. Now Hoyt going to get snared up, but not going to be too worried about it. Sharing snares on both sides. Faker taking, once again, a bit more damage there in that mid lane, but he's keeping up in farm just fine. 90 caliber net gets Teddy out of danger. And T1 just grab themselves that first blood and get themselves out.
That's a really nice pick for Owner, who lost a little bit of control over the jungle early, but is able to capitalize finally as the binding lands.
Yeah, Peacemaker comes through and pop goes the Carrier. Gumayushi going to have to get out of there, and Kwangdong Freaks answer back immediately.
That was a pretty uncharacteristic positional mistake from Carrier. That is really going to hurt. So we'll have ultimates traded up here. Needlework going to fade away here.
Yep.
But that's actually huge, like almost more significant than the Jarvan pick in the first place, because now you get to grab a bunch of extra gold here on Lux by slapping that turret. You've got the push here. Very uncomfortable for Ezreal because he doesn't have 6 yet, so he can't actually push this wave back out, so has to put himself in danger. Could get bound again. Now this was an incredible play from Owner and Carrier. They actually make the call here. They look for the tether, which forces Elam to flash over the wall, and then he's just flag drag followed on. It's a really nice play there from Carrier in particular.
Yeah.
But then standing here when Hoyt has sweeper and he can just easily bind you is a bit greedy, let's just say, to be nice about it.
Yep. As that is going to be a light binding connecting. Teddy doing a lot of damage here as well, but Gumayushi trying to turn that one around. If the turret had been a little bit closer, Teddy could have been 100% dead, but okay. Teddy going to avoid the True Shot Barrage, and that's going to probably put an end to that. Bubble going to connect here onto Elam, though. Does have level 6 available. Scatter the Weak going to be there from Fate just to get him out of the way. Keen dashing on forward, snipping up Zeus here just a little bit, or Zeus as we pronounce it.
Yep, there was a support player called Zeus, that's the main reason. Uh-oh, Keen gonna take some damage.
Snip, snip. Should be all right, as he is Gwen. And Faker actually going to find a lot of poke onto Elam. Puts Fate to sleep there as well, as now Carrier looking to try and get himself in. Oh, Unleashed Power comes out immediately from Fate. Says goodbye to the Karma. It was nice to have you, but if you could just go back to base, that would be great. And that's precisely what Carrier's going to have.
Yeah, Keen doesn't have control of this top wave, and yet still, I think this move from Owner is pretty risky. It's undetected so far. There's no ward here. He's able to verify that. So looks like he might actually just get away with it. Elam is heading in that direction, is going to blast Cone over the wall, sees that's actually happening, but doesn't know the timing here. And so actually he's just going to miss it. He just barely gets away with it here, Owner, and I mean, that was a sneaky play. That was a high-risk play, but it will absolutely pay off.
Yeah, and it was just too dangerous. You can see just enough vision available for T1 to make sure that Kwangdong Freaks didn't know that there was just one person taking it. Otherwise, you would assume that that Blast Cone would have been utilized there from Elam. But with no flash, and as Xin Zhao, I mean, that's a one-way trip.
Yeah, you just don't have enough information there, unfortunately. We'll replace his controller that he dropped with a second one and head back onto the Rift. And the control of wards here for Kwangdong is very high on the Drake side of things, and they are going to look to try to push mid in. There's an opportunity here with a rotation from Elam over to look for a Drake play, and they're going to have to do it soon. Otherwise, that Rift Herald is going to give T1 prio. So the timing window here, if they wanted the first Drake, is very thin, and they need to collapse on it. And I think they're just simply not going to be able to have enough control. Syndra is rotating over, is going to take the blue, but with this bot push, I think this is going to be not only the Rift Herald, but very likely the Drake that goes to T1 as well.
Should be. You can see Owner in position. Not going to be able to grab the Rift Scuttler, so at least some vision there on the map. Kwangdong Freaks, as LM's going to be able to secure that one. I do want to talk about what Teddy just did before. Gets the Inspire Shield out from Carry and instantly ults.
Yeah.
And straight away gets that poke. I just like it.
Yeah, it's
played well.
It's nice to see.
Showing that he's still just as extraordinarily comfortable on this Caitlyn as he was in the past, although takes a whole bunch of poke there, so I guess you can count that as a caster curse. LM now in position to possibly
I think as soon as Syndra shows, they will make their play, and she does show here.
As yeah, Hoyt's in a lot of trouble. If that Mystic Shot had have hit, then it could have been Gumayushi going for the dive, but decides not to. Flashes available on both sides.
This is a this game is, we've only had 2 kills in it, but it's like very much a tightrope walk between these two teams around these small advantages. Now finally Kwangdong Freaks are going to take their opportunity to group up here. They see that Owner hasn't been involved. It was not actually down here to push for this, and now they're going to try to take back vision control at least over this Drake.
Yeah, certainly feeling like a handshake throughout a lot of it.
Yeah.
You can see like both teams seem like absolutely everything's fine. Like this is how we're supposed to do it, as the carrier has to soak that ult. As Owner now looking to try and get out of there. LM not going to be trifled with at this point in time. Hoyt could be in trouble here, though, as the Ignite goes down. The last auto comes through, and there's the flashback. I don't know what that was, but that wasn't it, Hoyt, as he's going to get solo killed by Carrier.
If you hit the binding, it's fine, but why do you rely on hitting an ability that, you know, everyone is so great at avoiding at this point? They've all played enough League of Legends to know how to sidestep that one. If you don't hit that, you die. And for contesting a ward where your team is not actually even trying to make a play around this area, there's extreme greed. He pays for it here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Carrier's like, you miss, I kill you. That's the end of it. He has to use Ignite, but he'll take it, absolutely.
Ooh, Zayas coming on in. They did just trade ultimates once again. That body slam looked like it could have been the start of something. Not going to happen. So Keen just going to look to snip up these minions as they hop underneath the turret. Just thinking about it back, but no, that wave's crashing in, so he's going to collect the gold first.
Only a leeching Leer here means there's no way you can try to, you know, continue that trade. Unfortunately, Gragas is going to heal himself up very easily, so Zayas is very happy to continue to be obnoxious here, and will even force LM to rotate up and Krugs and be ready to respond.
Yep. Does so, though, as it's going to be a bit of a handshake there with the back coming through. Oh, no, Zayas actually going to be cancelling that one. Staying up towards that top side, as in goes the Rift Herald, as Teddy diving forward once again, utilizing his Gale Force. Teddy's just going to be able to poke the eye of Shelly, but still it's going to be plates down in favor of T1. So Gumayushi continuing to stack things up. And the early laning phase of the Caitlyn not really providing what we've expected of her in the past, showing that the Ezreal certainly working out here for T1.
This is a pretty huge moment for Unleashed Teleport and the teleport changes, because there's no way Fate can realistically teleport in here and contest. So Faker is able to freely back teleport to lane.
All right,
okay.
Zoom in. There's the final spot. Gumayushi taking so much damage. There's the ult from Teddy, but easily blocked there from Carrier. Still, a lot of damage done, but Hoyt also not as durable as he wants to be on this Lux, as now Teddy's going to get tethered. There's the 90 caliber net to break the chains that bind, but Owner's now clearing out some vision. Faker here as well. Ellen perfect positioning right now as the Paddle Star does go wide. And Kwangdong Freaks are going to at least be spared for now.
Definitely true. You know, Faker will lose a few minions for this, but the exchange is well worth it. And they have full vision control now over the river. This is going to force a rotation over here from Fate, and T1, I mean, it looks like they're just going to let this go.
Oh, no! You saw him, we were like, oh, this has got to be the beginning of something awful, as LM has to come over to protect Teddy. Gumayushi picks up his first kill of the season.
Well,
does it in style.
Kwangdong are definitely not going to be able to contest that vision now.
Oh, Zayas, what? Okay. Keen is at least able to dodge out of the way. Is Zayas actually going to pay for this one with his life is the question. He thinks the answer is Honey Fruit, but I don't know whether that's exactly the case. As Keen, can he actually dash over? No, not yet.
He doesn't have it.
Cooldown doesn't come up in time.
And Faker was nearby. It was a risky proposition. Flashless, of course, not going to be able to make the chase happen. And Ooh, this is suddenly really taking a turn for the worse here for Kwangdong Freaks in a lot of aspects of the map. And the one Drake lead here is not going to be that significant now, and especially because it was a very late Drake that we saw taken here. But you can clearly see. Okay, hold on. I don't want to get too deep on this because Gumusi is in danger.
This is certainly the Sharks circling the Ezreal right now. Is Teddy taking Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot, trying to keep him hungry, I guess, if I was an apologist.
He has flash and heal.
Yeah, now let's see whether he's actually going to be able to survive. The answer is absolutely not, as Hoyt picks up the kill. And Owner is just going to take Shirley in trade. And I guess you could type Worth in all chat afterwards, and you'd be almost justified, as... that was really cute.
Going deep for that one.
Wait, did Faker actually break his own stopwatch?
Yes,
he did. Okay,
I think that was probably a mistake there. I don't think he actually thought that was going to work out. Keria was coming up.
Well,
and actually, he's
going to have to flash, get himself out of the way. And that is just flash secured from Keria in trade for an Ignite. Oh, God, is this actually going to do it?
No.
No.
It was kind of dangerous, but no.
It did hit Hoyt. I mean, Hoyt's been hit by a lot of those, not going to lie. But yep, he definitely copped that one as Shirley. She's going to cram her skull into this outer turret in the mid lane, and T1 going to continue their slight advantage. I mean, we're not going to say that they're running away with the game just yet. It's only 900 gold. Does feel like they have things a little bit more under control than Kwangdong Freaks right now as we check this out in pro view.
Yep. He has just that extra bit of vision from the minions there on the control ward. Pulls it off. Bob's Teddy, but will pay for it later on with a completely unrelated dive that's going to come down here and grab him. Nothing Keria could have done. He was almost there in time. Does burn both summoners there, which is still going to be, he's still going to be feeling that for a little bit longer. But either way, it's a big comeback of gold over to the side of Kwangdong, who do have a slowly getting fed Caitlyn on their side. Only 100 gold to lead, but getting, you know, pretty fairly strong at this point. Is going to be a big menace in these upcoming Drake fights now.
Yeah, Faker also with a slight advantage as well, which is certainly good news, especially with your turret going downward. The outer turret in the mid lane certainly creates a bit of a playground here for the Zoe. We know that mid game is certainly the time where she does shine. Already has that Ludens online. Fate a little bit further behind when it comes to that one.
We'll see what Rift we end up getting here for the Zoe. It'd be really interesting if we get our first Chemtech Rift, which is...
Yeah, we could.
You know, pretty decent
I'm hoping
chance.
for a Cloud. I haven't had a Cloud Soul all day.
I know, that's not right.
No, it's absolutely not right. As Light Binding comes on through, Ono going to be buffering that QE quite nicely. He'll be absolutely fine. Hoyt is so squishy.
Faker is just going to grab a free turret. He's already got one. He's going to get a second here.
Yeah. Oh man, how much health does that have? Jonas Strong. Jonas Strong.
Okay, he still gets it. He's all right. So he gets out of there. That's a lot of extra gold over to the Faker, who's got Ludens online and is looking for more. And the compositions here, again, we talked about how the mid game was so important and how whoever ends up getting a massive tempo advantage is really just going to snowball the game. And because both teams have known this, I think they've both played very cautiously, and we kind of end up with a fairly even game here. Yes, T1 has a significant gold advantage. They have a Drake lead, and they're in prime position to take that second Drake. But this game is by no means over, and Kwangdong Freaks' composition can very easily bounce back with one or two good team fights. The problem is they have now these two Drakes stacked against them. The less of the map is open for them. They don't have vision control. So these are the issues more than the gold right now. And they are going to collapse in here as Keen comes over, but there's just nothing. It's only Keen that collapses over, so not really a collapse at all. But yeah, that's a double Drake.
Keen definitely collapsed after seeing all of the enemies in the area.
And he was like, yeah, I'm here. I'm going right back over the wall.
Nope. As Teddy's Storm Razor now complete. So he's getting there, but this is about slump time for the Caitlyn. Not exactly going to be feeling super powerful, but certainly will ramp up as the game goes on. Will it be enough, though, is going to be the question. Essence Reaver and that Mana Immune already done here for Gumayushi. Going to be looking for the Trinity Force coming up soon, I would assume.
That's the expectation. As once again, you could see the speed-ups here from Keria. I mean, he can really put the threat onto these squishy targets here. If anyone gets caught or rooted, then yeah, it's a pick, right? The T1 has so much pick potential. They don't have to play that way, but it's one thing their composition grants them.
Actually, tell a lie. I don't think it is the Trinity Force, because otherwise that's double sheen. You don't really want that, but
Yeah,
never mind.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I didn't realize it was the Essence Reaver.
Yeah.
Until like the words came out of your mouth just now, I'm like, yeah, that would be totally.
And my brain was just like, we just saw an Ezreal in the last game, so it's got to be Trinity Force, right?
Yeah.
Just a dummy.
No, we both dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah. We're allowed to be dummies. You know, we had an absolutely insane first series, and it's put things a little bit ruffled. As Kerry gonna have his Inspire taken down by LM's Wind comes Lightning. Otherwise, not too much. Just posturing for mid control. Both mid waves are just going to be obliterated, and Kane just happily splitting on the side lane. He is theoretically a bit of a timer for the Kwangdong Freaks, but they can't fall too far behind, otherwise the split is just not going to work. Is Bubble going to connect here onto Fate? Times the Scatter the Weak quite nicely, though, to make sure that there isn't any follow-up. Now going to be okay. So no dive successful. Kwangdong Freaks just suffering at the hands of all the pressure from T1.
They have to give this turret up, or they're going to lose a turret and 2 members of their squad, though, so they do back away. And they're even zoned out of really, like, experience here for the most part. We're going to see LM walk in. They go for this spot. Again, you've got to be so careful. What are you doing?
Yep, just
like,
exploding.
What?
That's exactly what's happening. Sometimes you take a bubble and it just doesn't make you feel all that good. Hoyt is going to find a light binding, but otherwise nothing really going to work out. And LM, yeah, there was no way that he could even crescent guard his way out of that one.
I mean, this is almost like, I don't know. They committed all the way up here to the top lane and then continue to try to get picks. They're not going to get. They're losing control of the map everywhere. The bottom of the map, Zeus is pushing that. Yep, free push for Gumayusi mid. They're going to try to trade turrets here, but even that is like a bridge too far.
That's a flash from Carrier. Gets himself out of the way, so something here for Kwangdong
you're
Freaks.
dead.
But teleport comes in from Zeus. Can he actually find the cask is going to be the question. He's holding it for ever so long. It was a slight drive-by, and eventually he just says, no, I'll hold on to that one. He was planning on drinking that one later. Faker going to stop his back, but I believe wasn't even hit by the final spark.
Well, I mean, this could have gone a lot worse for Kwangdo. Or I did it again.
Kwangdo. Yeah, that was Kwangdo, though, so that was different.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely fine.
KDF, man, I've cast too much Kwangdo in my career across multiple sports. I can't. Yeah, you cast it in multiple as well.
Yep.
But
I cast it with you in multiple.
Yeah. We did it together. But they're not in this league. Okay.
Yeah, not anymore. Well, I mean, technically, their spot was taken by Freda Brion. So I guess theoretically, almost, they're kind of still here in spirit.
Yes.
Same
as a generic green, which are kind of almost here in spirit.
Yeah, in this game, in fact, as Teddy is here.
But yeah, this is a really optimistic attempt here to try to save this turret and actually look for something, because you have a lot of burst, obviously, with Lux here, but
I mean, it was a great play from Faker as well.
Yeah, the insta-sleep there, and they just collapse.
Yep.
You know, I mean, they did get a teleport out of Zeus because he got greedy and thought he was going to trap the whole team. He didn't get anything out of that, and that opened up the map a little bit for Kwangdong here, but it's not looking very positive right now if you're a Kwangdong or a Freaka fan, because it is certainly T1's map to drop.
Yeah, and they have so much control in the mid game as well. We already spoke about it. The Ezreal Zoe combo. These items certainly is just a force to be reckoned with. So it's a scary time. Kwangdong Freaks and Teddy not exactly feeling all that comfortable right now. Only 2 items and some boots and things like that. As the binding is going to connect, Ona able to flag and drag his way out as Keen on the flank. Looks for Zeus. Ona takes a lot of damage. Elam as well getting poked over the wall. And this is the danger into the T1 comp. All of a sudden, one of your members may just pop. Yep. Doesn't happen just yet, but Elam can't go in anymore. And Zeus is a brick wall.
He is basically a brick wall. Now he's chasing.
Oh no, now he's a lion! Looking for Fate, and he should just pop. He does. Fake is going to be able to pick up that one. He's got himself a Gale Force now as well, and it looks like they'll be able to augment this with a turret. Beautiful execution of their comp.
And every single thing we talked about in the draft, and the reasons why I really lean towards T1 is this draft has so much power in multiple ways. It's multifaceted, but what's really been working out for them in these skirmishes is the ability to just straight up grab a player and wipe them out. I mean, this is a pick comp, basically. Now, Kane's flank here is nice. The problem is Zeus is able to deflect himself, cast the cast there, and then just help everybody on the side of T1 get out. Then you chase further, you chase too much. And this composition can poke while chasing and blow you up. Look at the speed up here onto the Gragas, and boom. Watch that damage come through. It's just actually nuts. And that's a turret down. That's our third Ocean Soul of the game, and it's Soul Point that goes to T1, or third in a row of the night, I should say.
That is a lot of oceans, but it is my favorite rift when it comes to, you know, the prettiness factor, so I like it. There's lots of flowers everywhere, lots of brushes. Like that one a lot. As True Shot Barrage is going to come through, almost double dipped on that one. That would have been really cool. Goes back, True Shot Barrage continues, and then hits him when he lands in base as well for the double.
Yeah.
Not going to kill, but it's totally fine. Keen does now have a 1,000 gold advantage, and it's really just looking like the Afrika of old. Like this, if this is a gold graph from last year, I'd be like, yep. That looks about right.
I mean, the problem is, especially with Gwen as the champion, if your team is losing, it's so hard to win hard, whereas Gragas is happy to lose and play weak side.
Oh yeah, he's just got so much utility.
Look at his items too.
Well, Carrier is most likely dead. That knock up in the middle of the blast cone, absolutely beautiful, but unnecessary, as Kwangdong Freaks are going to be able to lock him down. Trouble Bubble not going to connect there, as Faker finds a gap in the wall. Kwangdong now with a bit of control, given the fact that they have an extra man on the field, so it's not going to get fought by Keen just yet. He's looking to find his way around, can just throw a cask in here to cause a ruckus, but decides to hold on to it for the moment. Wants Carrier to be back in action before they use that to start something up.
Yeah, Hoyt's got to be so careful about where he stands right now while he's tossing these skill shots out, because if he ends up getting cast, he dies, and it's very easy to follow up even without you know, the karma here on the field. So
I mean, Fate as well. I think the Syndra is really susceptible to this Gragas.
This is just Carrier being a bit greedy, because T1 are kind of setting up for Baron vision control here, as well as grabbing control over that red buff, and he just ends up getting caught. You feel kind of immortal as Karma sometimes, because you have the ability to speed up and get out of there, but just didn't know they were there because of the control wards that were well placed there by Kwangdong.
Yeah, also just enchant to support warding issues.
Yeah.
You know? It's just how it goes. Crown now completed for Gumayushi.
We'll have that.
Make sure that the Syndra isn't going to be as much of an issue. And I kind of like that idea.
It's kind of a Ezreal specific AD carry item that, you know, we're seeing. Well, I mean, it's outside of mid lane, I should say. The Ezreal is the one that we're seeing it the most on, and it makes him very, very, very safe against pretty much anything. They're going to pop it with the ultimate there, which is actually, you know, not cooldown worth in terms of the trade, but you absolutely want to knock that off with anything you can at any moment.
Yeah. Give Fate the ability to actually do enough damage to him, as the bubble is going to go slightly wide. LM able to walk on forward. Gets himself out of the way of that one, but T1 with the inside track here on this mid lane. And it just feels like they've had this whole map just belonging to them the whole time. Like it has been their domain, and T1 have been able to dictate exactly where these fights are going down.
Yeah, they've also just been able to keep these waves consistently pushed, and that's against a team that has a Gwen as well. And that means that the fight for vision extends beyond warding. It also means that they have to actually have this Gwen doing double duty in terms of clearing the waves. And when you do see Kwangdong take some control over vision, it's usually around the objective T1 isn't at, because it's expired, right? Like, they got a lot of control over Drake Pit, but who cares? The Drake isn't up for another 80 seconds. T1 is able to get the more valuable vision around Baron, then reset, and we're going to see it happen one more time. Like, this kind of rotational power that we're seeing from T1 is something they became very known for and famous for when they went over to the owner roster, when they did fire Danny and they changed their roster up completely at the end of summer. Everyone was like, wow, damn, this team is suddenly incredible at macro, and you could see it here again.
Yeah. Oh, I like it a lot. Another crown now completed. We had like barely any new items earlier on, but now we've got a whole bunch of them, as Shadow Flame also completed by Faker. Does work very, very well if you want to execute those targets, something that Zoe absolutely loves. You can see the advantages here are just getting ridiculous. Faker having a brilliant debut match here on the Zoe, way ahead of Fate right now. And T1 continue to just have all of the control. Remember, this is Ocean Soul for an Enchanter team. Really does give Carry a whole lot more value to have Ocean Soul as well. I mean, shields just become ridiculous. As Ona tried to block it, but Gumayushi is going to have to tank up the ace in the hole. As Kwangdong Freaks, they do not want to give this one up, but they are just not allowed anywhere near this Drake pit.
Keen scene, they can collapse on him. There's the sleep.
Yeah.
How do you live through this one?
Well, let's see. I think the answer might be you don't, but he's going to see what he can do.
I mean, that's most of his health bar gone, so this fight is essentially over before it starts.
Well, Needlework does come out. Faker takes half of his health bar, but I think you might be right. It's getting a little bit too dangerous. Wow, that almost sniped Teddy. Faker's really got his eye in today.
Oh man, look at the damage.
Yeah, Keen almost walked into it. That is the flash forward. Fate gonna have to flash to get himself out of the way. The most valuable flash on Kwangdong Freaks right now is on cooldown, and they are not allowed anywhere near this Drake.
It's a sick play to grab the Gwen early, and you know the skill shot connects right. She gets slept, and she's put down to 1/3 health. She survives and gets away, but once she's dead and her mist is on cooldown, she can't do anything. And what allows this to happen? Fantastic warding from T1. There's a control ward on every single entry point to the Drake pit, so there is no flank possible, there's no options. Like, as Keen, you have no agency in this moment. You're trying to flank, you're trying to set something up. You know, you are winning your lane, you're 50 CS up, you're a good split pusher, but if you can't team fight because you have no angles to approach from, how do you play the game? If he just sits in mid, then they lose control of the Drake. It's a lose-lose situation here for Kwangdong, and T1 playing the vision game, playing the macro. Look at that control ward there. Look at the secondary ward that's in between the brush there and the top side of the map. There's no entry point here whatsoever for Keen. Yes, he does, you know, mist himself and get out of here and plays this as best as he can. But still, once he's out of this fight, there's just no way.
Yeah, and wasn't able to wrap around or anything like that. Ace in the hole comes forward. Carrier says, I'll soak this one. That's going to be okay. And T1 continue to just put on the pressure, and it's been what feels like a Zoe masterclass here from Faker with how he controlled the early stage of the game. If you have a look at the player cams, he's constantly telling his players where they need to be, and the way that he's just made sure that there is no way Kwangdong Freaks are allowed to ward. They've got a Lux, right? Like, you can't get into the jungle without Hoyt just exploding. We've seen, even when he's in lane, he just explodes. And now T1, on top of it all, have themselves an Ocean Soul. Like, it just must feel terrible for Kwangdong Freaks right now.
If you could shatter that crown, I mean, that is, like, that's exactly what he's looking for. You shatter the crown, and then Lux is like, oh god, I can't play the game again. It's funny because without the crown, like, that's how Lux just normally is, but that's why part of why she's meta is because she can have this item.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's the new stopwatch, the Shattered Crown of the Shattered Queen, but you break it, and then Lux is like suddenly vulnerable, and it's absolutely worth it to use an Ezreal ult to make her vulnerable like that, and you'll see Caitlyn ult being used the same way to break the shield, but T1 have so much pushing power now, and the Ocean Soul, so there's no chip damage that can really slow them down. There's nothing that stops this train. They have full vision control around Baron, and once they group up for that, that's going to be the next nail in the coffin here. Because Kwangdong Freaks, like I said, they have no ability to flank, no agency, no control over the map. It's not about scaling, it's not about damage here. Unless T1 make a huge mistake, there's no way for Fate to have that 6th Scar of the week because nothing he does is secret. And it's a really oppressive way of playing the game, but T1, they are doing it so well.
These true shot barrages, man, they are just heat-seeking onto these mages. It's ridiculous. Yumiyushi also having a brilliant game, really just showing what we were largely expecting from T1, but it's good to finally be right because our first series of the night was absolutely a surprise. This is more kind of what we were expecting out of T1, and if we were to evaluate things that Zeus has been doing, I actually kind of like that we see him more on this tank, right? More on this champion that is able to nullify the pressure of the opposing team rather than trying to prove himself with something mechanical or something like that, because that's not what T1 needs. They've got a lot of incredibly talented players on this team. You don't need too many chefs.
Well, I mean, his build is he's got Chem Tank, so he could just rush in, plus he has Karma to speed him up, who also has Shirelius, okay? So he can get where he needs to be at any time. Then he has Fimbulventer, so he's going to get a shield.
Yep.
And he's also got Force of Nature against all the magic damage, because it's basically a pure magic damage team outside of Teddy. So how does he ever get stopped? He can CC whenever he wants. He can be where he wants with impunity. And Kwangdong have no vision here. They're just grasping at straws.
Yeah, teleport going to come on forward as now Kwangdong Freaks desperate to try and make this at least a 50-50. Keen going to dash on forward. Zeus taking a fair bit of damage. I have a feeling that Keen might be immune, but they do wait for the mist to wear off. Keen can dash himself away as Kwangdong have found themselves into relatively decent position, but it is going to be secured by T1. Now can they win themselves the fight is going to be the question as Keen just dashes his way out, and Kwangdong Freaks say, well, I guess we just can't engage against these guys.
And now you got to be careful because they're all getting sped up here. They got the heals from that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a pick, potentially. Yep, Zeus is going to go down. True Shot Barrage. Oh my god, that value is absurd! Teddy's still alive, though, and it's going to bait Ona further in. So much damage, but it's T1 that lose their jungler. Keen now flashing forward, but Elam once again going to fall down. Keen dashing to get himself out of the way, and he does have a lot of movement speed, so he'll be all right. So 1 for 2 so far, but you can see T1 with their Baron buffer still continuing to push forward.
They're putting that pressure on. I mean, they have on their side an incredibly fed Ezreal at this point, who's so difficult to kill. And so why not push forward? You got the range, you got the poke, and that was the best case scenario, I think, for Kwangdong actually in that last exchange. Like, the Freaks are able to pull it off, but are there really any winners here? T1 will have enough time to reset and contest this Elder Drake.
I mean, yes, there were winners here, Wolf. It was T1. They got themselves a Baron. They've had every single neutral objective on the map this game.
Yeah, it is really just been an outclassing. And yes, LM is trying to get in here and look for this Smite, but he's pushed out by the cask. And so you're just zoned out of Smite range here, unfortunately. Yeah, and then T1 are very happy to continue to chase, as another True Shot's going to land onto the Lux. Almost gets a double.
Yeah, what the heck are these True Shot barrages? It's just insane. This one,
that was
probably the best I've ever seen. However, not exactly going to work out for T1, outside of getting that one pick onto Ellen. As we can see.
Yeah, this was a little bit overzealous, but they still have, obviously, the health bar advantages here, and there's no support. You know, Hoyt is playing Lux. There's no support to try to turn it slow and actually flip that fight around.
Yep. Kwangdong Freaks. They can't lose this Elder Drake. If there's a neutral that you definitely need to contest, it's this one.
Especially with this pick comp for T1, you die even faster if that's believable.
Yeah. Well, Faker looks for the bubble, doesn't find it. That's crucial for Kwangdong Freaks right now, as the Elder has been enraged. Thankfully, the Rift Scuttler is there for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, that's actually pretty massive for them. It's going to allow them to outplay some of these shots.
Oh, another True Shot barrage is going to land onto 2. Both of the carries for Kwangdong Freaks. I don't understand. Gumayusi's just ridiculous at landing these.
That Trouble Bubble helps zone here quite a bit, but there's still an opportunity for Kwangdong to engage with Keen. He's got a nice flank angle here. He is seen. He's got to go for it.
Yeah, Blast Cone comes on over, looking for some damage onto Zeus, but Zeus doesn't really know how to take damage at this point in the game. I think that Keen just hit him with a snip, but it just didn't really do too much, as T1 looking like they are immortal. They've got this Ocean Soul. They've got all of the shields from Carrier, as well as Owner almost explodes. Does go down towards his stopwatch, as 2,000 health. But it's going to reset the Elder Drake. Oh no, now LM caught in the back of the pit. Has to throw down the Crescent Guard, looks to get out of there as Zeus throws through the ultimate, doesn't do too much as, oh my god, Teddy's starting to rip them apart, but no, the Elder Drake is going to be secured, and now it's Gumayusi's time to shine. Grabs himself one, and oh god, this dragon is tearing them apart. T1 will now take this one to the bank and win game 1.
T1 were on the back foot at the start of this fight, and then they also ended up losing a lot of control over the space around the Drake. They had, you know, several of their players were extremely low, especially Owner, who went down to like 1/5 health at one moment there, and yet they're still able to masterfully bring it back. The Drake resets, they're able to walk it back and force that back line away. The DPSs of Kwangdong taken out here, and T1, great in the macro, great in team fighting here across the board. This is what you want to see from one of our top 3 teams in the LCK.
Absolutely, the Nexus will be taken down, and as it goes down, Faker for the entire season unkilled. Can you believe it? Yes, it's only been one game, but still, it's a kind of cool stat. The rest of the team did suffer at least one, but that is a beautiful mid-game comp executed absolutely fantastically there by T1.
I mean, you have pick potential. The other thing too is they played the weak side Gragas so beautifully. Zeus got all the tank items, and he had so much power. If you make one mistake, even if it's a long-range Trouble Bubble, he can speed up with Karma. He's got the Chem Tank. He gets on top of you, he body slams you, and you die. He could cask you. And then he's also unkillable because he's got his Force of Nature. He takes no damage. It was just absolutely insane how they utilized this Gragas pick.
Yeah, I think
you lose lane, it's fine, because his value later on is so insane.
And the ridiculous thing is that already T1 have showed us that this is a new look. Because so often their success came from playing strong side top lane. Cannon needed so much help and needed constant attention because he was the kind of player that liked the push. He was the kind of player that liked to, you know, do damage and play through his lane. But demonstrating that Zeus now is able to be this like weak side top laner to allow Gumayusi to really shine, to allow Owner to spend so much more time towards that bottom side, demonstrates that there is now a very different T1 that everyone has to look out for. And if he can also play that carry role on the top side, then, yeah, T1 is definitely going to be one of the teams to beat this season.
I couldn't agree more. We also know, too, that Zeus' proclivity was towards strong side champions in the past. So I wouldn't worry thinking, well, this might be an opposite look for T1. Maybe there's some weak points they could find if Zeus is going to be the weak side guy, because I think he's multifaceted in that way, like Keen often is. And so, yes, low damage, but his ability to set up for fights was crazy. And Guma usually almost cracks 30k with all those true shot barrages. He wasn't really carrying team fights with long damage throughput because most team fights were ended by a single pick because Faker gets asleep, Zeus hits the collapse, and they blow somebody up. But the true shots, man, they were hitting, and so much so that before some of these fights, some of those targets were low on health, couldn't even come to the fight, they had to back.
Yeah, that four-man true shot barrage was just absurd. Just ridiculous stuff, but damn. T1 really coming out swinging. Could be a 2-0-2-0 day, which is not really how we want to start things off. That's not how I personally feel like it, but hopefully Quandong Freaks can fight back here in game number 2. After this, the Analyst Desk, and we'll see you back for game number 2.
집중하세요. When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here on the analyst desk in between games 1 and 2, and boy, was that a close game. At least it looked that way, at least on paper, but at the same time, T1 a pretty dominant victory by the end of it. Good performances all around.
Yeah, a really big pivot from the previous series. Well, that was really kind of marked by a lot of back and forth that shouldn't necessarily have been there, and while I think that the overall gameplay level that we saw with some individual mistakes coming to mind from Ellen, for example, what was decent by Guangdong, T1 overall just is still in stunning form. Clearly, Zeus coming in hasn't really harmed them. As in terms of draft, don't think we saw any crazy pivots. I know you personally really wanted to see the Vex. I think a lot of people do, considering Faker's insane win rate with that solo queue. And it was definitely on the table, I think, otherwise, especially in that second rotation where that LeBlanc is already off the table. As a whole, though, I think that both teams really tried, as we saw, to get their bot lane ahead, right? Because with those two lanes, whichever lane gets prior, whichever lanes can really get the other team on the back foot is going to have momentum in that lane. And I lost track of how many times both junglers were bot side. And I imagine if we had all teleported, it would have been even worse.
Yeah, I know. That's one thing that was interesting. We definitely would have had like 4v4s, 5v5s in the bottom lane, but you know, teleport's different right now, so that's not quite the way it went. It was pretty cool to see the Karma coming in here as well, another enchanter once again into the bottom side alongside Lux as well. But we do, of course, have some highlights from this game. Why don't we go ahead and jump into highlight number 1 as soon as possible and break down what was happening here.
Yeah, the key thing to me is that up until this point, we've seen some back and forth, but overall the pace of the game has been pretty glacial. And here we see an attempt to try and get a little bit more out of it. Personally, I feel like that is something that both teams struggled with, was really pulling the trigger, knowing when to go in as much as was necessary. And this was really, I think, a turning point where Zeus started to identify these windows that were available for him. Earlier in this game, he had a similar opportunity in top 10. He was like, oh, I'll wait. So I find a good moment, and this to me is very emblematic of this game, because what's happening is that while it looks like it's relatively even, both teams get a little bit of pain, but are going to be able to run away fine. When it comes to actually getting the turret, it's T1 that does it, and their objective pressure throughout the entirety of this game was really, really good.
Yeah, it was kind of insane. I mean, just their rotations around the map. We were talking about POGs for this game, and we were even considering Owner for a lot of it, just because he was doing so much for his team. He was everywhere. He went bot, got that one-on-one kill against LM, and then he was in the top side, dropping down the Rift Herald, getting kills, you know, just slowly getting his team ahead. So that was really nice to see that T1 as a squad, their teamwork is right on point once again. They haven't really changed anything except ㅣ in the top side, so definitely what we were expecting and really great to see it. But shout out to Kwangdong, they've been looking good at least for their first game. We do have a second highlight. I believe this should be the Elder Drake fight towards the end of the game, kind of what ends up being T1's road to victory.
Because here you see again the objective control is really, really clean. Because I think a lot of teams might get a little bit panicked as the Elder gets lower and lower. Because at this point the game is still manageable, right? The gold lead is not that big, and Kwangdong still has a lot of power in the champions that they have. But here you see how well ㅅ in particular zones away the rest. And because of that, it's just LM in the pit. LM can't actually bring the necessary DPS because the goal there is from Kwangdong try to get in and then get the Elder, and then you can still win the subsequent team fight, even with everyone as low as they are. But instead, T1 holds off. ㅅ, yes, his health bar goes low, but he just buys time, allowing the poke to come in. Elder goes down, and also a big shout out to Guma there, who, while ㅅ was tanking, basically evaporated every health bar on Kwangdong.
Yeah, he was kind of insane. I have to shout out Teddy as well. I think he was doing a great job putting in a bunch of DPS and just in general staying alive on that Caitlyn. I think he was doing his best, but as you mentioned, it just really came down to positioning. They weren't really able to get into the pit, and so they could not challenge the objective, and the second the Elder went down, it was kind of GG from there. So it was kind of on the edge the entire time, even down to that last Elder fight. Even though T1 were pretty consistently in the lead and controlling the game, controlling the objectives, it was still Kwangdong Freaks holding on for dear life and doing a pretty good job of it as well. So I was pretty satisfied with game number one. Hopefully we get a similar one, and we do have the POG vote ready to go right now. So let's see who does pick it up for game number one. And it will be Gumayusi.
3 for 3 thus far, Valves. I'm feeling good today. I have in the past justifiably so been criticized, and this was, I think, kind of a hard one. You already pointed out. I would not be surprised to see a split vote here. Beautiful snipes, notwithstanding, it really was a team effort. This is the one that is going to show up in every highlight reel, because here you actually do see the benefit of building that AP on Ezreal, right? Like that Crown Bale has a lot more oomph when it comes to specifically his ultimates. And this is the moment that, again, I wanted to highlight. Again, another of those big ultimates, drawing Keen out. While Keen is in stopwatch, sniping down LM, going far forward when he knows the victory is found. But you could have just as well gone for Owner. I think that he did a similarly good job. It was really the combination of everyone on T1. Although it's, I guess, not as spread out as I thought.
Wow.
And we don't actually get any Owner votes. One for Kiaria, which
I'm okay with that. You know, we could say that that's my vote, potentially. Me and the media have got it together. But yeah, that's going to do it for this segment of the Analyst Desk. Hope you guys did enjoy it. We'll hopefully join you after game number 2 as well, but we'll see how the next game does go. But for now, we'll throw it back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome back to the desk here for game number 2. T1. Pretty substantial victory in the end, but I'm glad I liked how Valdez described it. It was a close game until it absolutely wasn't. Yeah. And T1 had all of the control. And I think that the gold was close. I think that a lot of the scuffles were relatively close outside of Hoyt and Ellen making a few whoopsies in the early game. But T1 were able to just keep so much control of the map throughout that mid game. They had their priorities exactly where they needed them to be to make their composition work. And it certainly did. It worked absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of lack of commitment early on. I think that was really highlighted well by our casting cohorts there on the desk, that we had so many fights that could have been triggered earlier, but both teams were so timid because, as we discussed, it was a game that was really going to very quickly snowball one way or the other. But if time is left alone, with the way compositionally T1's draft was built, they slowly kind of overtake you, especially with that Ezreal build, the build that we saw on Gragas, and then Kara kind of being the cherry on top to link it all together. So I don't think
Oh no, this is a disaster. Why are we still on Teddy? Oh god.
It happens to everybody.
Now it's God!
No.
It's like a triple whammy of just, oh no.
As somebody,
yeah, Teddy fan, please. We know you can take your glasses off effectively. Oh man, that mask was utterly disastrous. Let's hope that the video gaming is going to be a little bit better than the mask management.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a very different draft going into Game 2 because what both teams built was very much like the last parts of it felt on the fly for Kwangdong, whereas T1 I think really got what they wanted in the end. Whereas Kwangdong was kind of a tier list draft where it's like, well, these are all the champions that are really good, but don't necessarily work well together outside of that bot duo. So we will have a side swap because Kwangdong is choosing blue side here, as you can see on screen.
I find it interesting. I actually think that Kwangdong do benefit from red side, but I guess with the way drafting has been going, the first pick has been pretty pivotal. That being said, in the last game, it was a Karma first pick, right? And they allowed Kwangdong to then throw out what they wanted to do and then answered. And it worked out for T1, but we'll see. We'll see what Kwangdong have ready for us as they now head towards the blue side.
T1 drafted very differently than what we've seen from Vietnam, right? Because they were the first team, or the first region to really play on this patch in preseason. Then we saw LPL.
Yep.
So T1 definitely throwing some curveballs with that Karma draft. And I think now that it's been shown and it's seen, Kwangdong can react a lot better this time if T1 have the same sort of mindset.
Well, the Aurelia ban taken away from T1. An interesting one, as the Renekton, of course, going to be taken off the board. I don't think we're going to see Renekton at all. Especially if it's going to be banned in this series, then it's definitely going to be banned in like every single other one because so many of the other top laners are very, very keen on the Crocodile.
Yes.
It's just a thing.
Not so much keen Zeus, actually.
No, that's what I'm saying. But if it's still like Irma on red side, yeah, no. Not gonna happen.
If they're not able to play it, then nobody's playing it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Twisted Fate as well is going to continue his journey towards the ban list, but this time on the blue side, Rai's going to be taken away here as T1 not wanting to allow that one through. Fate has been pretty good on this champ in the past.
You don't want to get out-rotated. Both of these global, champions, semi-global with their ultimates make it very difficult to contest, and actually we'll see a ban.
That's a lot of respect.
Yeah, onto Gumayusi's Ezreal. Neither of these teams are following the quote-unquote meta as harshly as I thought that we would see and as we saw in our previous series, so I think you're able to flex some of these bans away like the Aurelia, like the Ezreal, make it more T1 oriented, especially because they didn't follow the strict rules of this new meta in terms of tier listing. The Lux will be banned, which is a kind of soft ban on the Caitlyn as well here. And maybe, just maybe, that Jinx will be the first pick here, considering the Ezreal ban and the Caitlyn strength being somewhat nerfed by this Lux ban.
Well, this time around, the Vex is also available. Faker right now in solo queue. We did mention the win rate as Lee Sin also makes it through for the first time. Elam going to be on that one this time. And that's real scary for T1. This is a champion that has been ridiculously powerful. If you saw any of the games in the LPL, you'll see that, yes, every jungler in the LPL and the LCK is Lee Sin main, and Lee Sin's in a pretty good spot right now. So dangerous stuff. We'll see whether T1 have a good answer. Is Karma first pick looking to be the same once again?
Yeah, we'll see what AD carry is paired with it because that's the real tough question.
Oh, Karma Kate is like actually the most awful lane to deal with.
I mean, with the fleet footwork and everything else involved in this as well, you just have so much power and poke, and you're relatively free to do so. You don't have that easy combo, obviously, with the binding, but that's not always how this game is played. As Yuumi is what's really scary, though. Like, if I look at these two supports, I'm like, well, Yuumi is great with the Lee Sin, also great with the Jhin. See how this draft rounds out. But if you want to get the Gragas again, I think you have to do so here. Because Kwangdong will definitely take it away. You're definitely not going to get the Gragas and the Zoe this time. And I think you should probably go down a different route. And the Nidalee would be exactly that. One of Owner's best champions.
Yep.
And this opens up a lot of possibilities for AD mid laners as well.
Faker Zed? Faker Zed. Guys?
Akshan? Faker Akshan? Okay.
Maybe.
Probably not going to happen, but
I did watch that, or one of those streams when he first came out. So definitely a lot of fun, but not quite expecting it this time around. Is LeBlanc going to be taken away from Fate? Certainly one of his favorite champions. Of course, named after Twisted Fate, but that one was banned by the Freaks. And now I'm expecting things like, I guess you could, do you ban Victor still? If you're Kwangdong Freaks because there's an Italy jungle? Maybe
I don't
not.
think so. I think that the AP damage is stacked up pretty high already with this draft. I like the Zoe more because Zoe is already working well with...
Yeah, and fits that poke comp style as well.
Fits the poke. I'd be much more concerned with that. You could even also potentially ban a Jace here as Kwangdong in this next section. You don't want to deal with all that poke. It's actually going to be taken away here from T1, or by T1, excuse me. So... I mean, if you want to be 100% sure about the Victor scenario, you could take it away, but it's also a pretty strong pick for Kwangdong themselves, I think, in this particular case. So it's a tough call. Like, there's not a really easy standout ban here. You could just ban the Gragas and be safe. They banned the Akshan I was talking about because this is a prio pick that's very similar to Lucian. You end up getting ahead, you terrorize the map, and then in late game, he's actually better than Lucian oftentimes, so works with the damage profile. I thought the ban on Zeus's Gragas would have also been fine. Something that we definitely could see here, but that means you definitely got to pick an AD mid. That's so much AP damage.
Yeah, no, you definitely want that. As Victor, also an opportunity to be locked away, and Faker going to go for that. Certainly one of his most played champions of all time, and very, very strong right now. Kwangdong Freaks now to round out their roster, not going to be able to counterpick towards that top side. I mean, they could pick the Gragas away if they would like to, because Gragas can absolutely obliterate Karma if he does land a decent cast.
Yeah.
Like, she is just food for that champion. As Syndra going to be looked at, and I think that if they lock Syndra, then Gragas almost has to be picked away, to be honest.
It's just, there's so much synergy between the two of them. It is a lot of AP damage, but you're okay with that because you've got really safe long-range damage with the Jhin.
Ooh, Graves' time. Okay, Graves Yumi is definitely very, very scary.
It's
I don't
terrifying.
mind this idea.
Now, Graves is really interesting because it limits a lot of what T1 could do here. I wouldn't mind to see an Ornn pick here, actually, for T1. Just play it super slow. You've got the Victor, you've got the Nidalee.
That would be so much scaling.
They're going to go for something a little bit more aggressive, it looks like, here with the
All
Jax.
right.
I would have loved the Ornn, though, and I'm a big Ornn fan, and I like how cute he looks in the cinematic, but, you know, I guess we'll take the Jax here instead. Not commonly seen as a counter to Graves, more commonly a response to the Camille pick and the Gwen here on this current patch, but going to end up taking it here. It gives you a lot of engage power, and now you've got some guaranteed CC basically on the top lane for Nidalee. You've got pretty decent CC with the Victor pick in mid, like the slows can sometimes help you land those spears. If you end up getting the stun, it's amazing. But there's a lot of power in the late game here for T1. Kwangdong Freaks' power is going to be all about the execution, and it's so much of the pressure here is on Elim in this game for Kwangdong. Like, how much of an impact can he make for mid? Can he actually stifle some of that scaling that T1 has? That's the real questions that we're going to have answers to here. It's all on Elim this game, and he got that high priority Lee Sin pick. Let's see what he can do with it, because I think that is really going to be the determining factor here in this second game.
Yeah, and I think if we look over the side of T1, this is the big test for Zeus as well towards that top side. He's picked more of that carry split push style in the Jax, and Keen is on a champion that needs to be shut down. If you were watching any of Chronicler's co-stream of the challenges, you'll know that all you need is a Graves, actually. It's the only champion that you need, and he just 1v5s the entire game. Something that Illimar was able to do. He's definitely, you know, built a little bit differently. However, this is Keen. Illimar has been behind Keen for quite some time, right? So looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go. A big test for Zeus, but the rest of the map for T1 looks very, very scary.
It certainly does. And based on what we've seen T1 do already today, just moments before, with, I don't want to call it a similar draft because it's very, very different in terms of how it functions, especially Zeus' role in all of this. But how well they macroed and how well they took a small lead and controlled objectives with it, if you're able to do that with this, especially if it's a very timid type of play from Kwangdong again, and they're being very slow and methodical about things, and you're just getting able to scale up for free.
Yep.
I just don't trust that Kwangdong can actually pull this off. And Teddy's agency, I think, is somewhat hurt by the fact that, as a Jhin in this case, that he doesn't really have a standard tank to back him up. This Graves pick means that he's a little bit more vulnerable. Now, he becomes pretty tanky when you get the Yuumi on top of him, and he gets those items online, gets the double lifesteal. Yeah. We'll see how this plays out, but I am a little bit worried about what Teddy will be able to accomplish on this Jhin pick more than anything else.
Yeah, I think he should be able to eventually just stand back and fire those bullets. Like, he's got a whole bunch of Caitlyn ultimates, and that's definitely valuable, as this could be a start. As Ona now gets into the brush and gets all of the bad news. He's going to have his red buff stolen away, but can he actually survive? The flash over, and Ona is going to say goodbye. So they trade flashes, not something that King necessarily had to do, but did make sure that Ona did get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a huge win for Kwangdong because you've disrupted Oner's jungle pathing, you've taken his flash away, which removes a lot of his agency in those solo lanes for the next few minutes, and when you steal the red, you're in a very nice spot. So this is a fantastic start. If Keen keeps flash, it's like, it's amazing, but it's still very good.
Yeah, and Kane going to be relatively mobile anyway, as Faker has an 81.5% win rate.
On 27 games career.
Interesting. Yep, that's a large number. So there we go. Faker pretty good at the video game. If you just found that out, then welcome to League of Legends.
Yeah, whenever we see one of these Faker stats, I'm like, what did you think it was going to say?
Yeah. I mean, there's some of his champions aren't necessarily that impressive, okay?
Yeah, well, sometimes it's like 69, 72.
Yeah. Like, that's it's not really, it's not often 80%. It's Teddy. Having a bit of fun here towards this bottom side, as the Peacemaker is not going to quite connect. And as you can see, the Yuumi being very frustrating.
First strike Victor here, by the way.
Yep.
First time here in the LCK. Against a Syndra, you have a lot of these trades that sometimes become prolonged, so don't hate it.
LM going to find Ona yet again. Q is going to connect as he has to try and get out of there. Gets slowed down as Gumayusi's going to come on forward, gets the heal, and LM has to get out of there. Teddy now comes through with a cat on a book, looking to try and make this one in favor of Kwangdong Freaks. As Kerry just standing his ground, might actually be able to make something of this as Ona lands the spear. But once again, do have the bop and block coming on through. Hoyt is going to be okay. Carrier gets on down there, looks for a little bit more as Elim down to very close to 100 health. But he'll just walk his way up.
The scary thing here, too, is Carrier had Flash this whole time, so if he gets a tether, he could follow Flash and guarantee the route, but they're still just playing this super safe. If that ends up hitting Elim, that's a huge kill for Oner, and like the jungle matchup is basically decided at that moment. I appreciate how much they've committed to making Oner's life very miserable early, try to put him on the back foot, as this isn't done yet, actually. He's still there.
Yeah.
There's the ping.
Oh, Teddy sidesteps it quite nicely. They do have vision over there as Faker takes a lot of damage in that mid lane. We'll have to keep our eye on that one as LM has moved towards that top side of the map instead, but he will lose out on his Krugs. As Kerry now going to get flashed on by Teddy immediately to follow. As so good. He's like, no, where did he go?
Oh god, he's playing with the Yuumi. He's got the surprised Yuumi face.
Yeah.
It's not the ideal situation here either for him. That was just, I mean,
that was just classic.
It was definitely a classic Yuumi move there.
Love it. Impressive, definitely impressive. I think use of emotes is what makes a champion. And Showmaker, of course, demonstrated that the best. Some of his emote usage has been fantastic. Teddy really showing his champion stripes here.
Peanut, you know, our summer MVP, also having some great emote game. As again, I was saying this before we had another spear truck there, but like the amount of pressure that's been put onto Oner this game and how many resources have been removed from him and how limited he's been so far, and the fact that they got his flash early really means that T1 have a less aggressive opportunity with these side lanes, these solo lanes rather, to actually make a play.
Carrier coming around,
Level 3.
looking for a bit of a flank here as Gumayusi moving on forward. Should be all right with Inspire on deck for Carrier.
He's fine.
Yeah. Hey, okay. Certainly feeling a bit spicy here towards the bottom side. But Teddy's Jhin, always a joy to watch, but I feel like Gumayusi and Carrier should definitely have control of this lane, and that is exactly what we're seeing. However, it's not translating into huge leads when it comes to gold just yet. This is what I was expecting from this game, Wolf, is LM parking himself up here towards the top side. Leap Strike comes in. There's the counter strike. Good double stun out from Zeus as the end of the line is not quite going to connect.
Doesn't even have to flash. He's actually looking for more. I don't know about that. He's got 6.
Yeah, Safeguard comes in. Q's going to come down, and Zeus going to have to flash out. So that was a little bit boisterous from the Jax player.
Yeah, we were about to walk out of that one feeling amazing for him, but at the end it was a flash that had to go down. His ultimate used. Here his Oner's once again going to look for a spear to connect.
Yeah. Can Teddy actually remain safe is going to be the question as Hoyt jumps off, and now Teddy going to have to take that spear. Waves crashing on forward. Hoyt not going to be able to actually stand with his partner just yet. Looks to get under the turret, but it's not going to work, and a double kill comes through for ㅣ.
I mean, you could try to put the Nidalee down here, but, I mean, they had full control of vision. That control ward you see in the tri-brush is Keen's going to eat a turret shot here.
Sometimes playing Graves is really frustrating. I would do that too. Just throw out the collateral damage and be like, ugh.
But see that control ward in the tri-brush right below the Drake pit? That has been there since we saw Owner commit the first time, and because of the extra wave pressure that's been on that bottom turret, they're just unable to remove it, so they never know when he's coming. Owner comes over there a second time, and they have no vision of this. There's a ward where Owner stands now that timed out as well, just replaced here. And so he knows he's got full control over this area of vision. Keria has Ignite, they have the wave crashing, it's a perfectly timed attack here, and he doesn't even have to use the Ignite, Keria doesn't here to control this and grab this kill, and a Nidalee that was so heavily committed to shutting down early now finds herself 2 kills up in the early game, so much extra gold.
Oh, Faker going to avoid the Scat of the Week quite nicely, actually takes barely any damage whatsoever thanks to the Merc Treads. Hoyt coming up as well, 3 members here in this mid lane as Elm's being relatively patient, looking for his opportunity to strike. Another Scat of the Week will be up very, very soon, and yeah, is going to be avoided once again.
And with that one missing and Faker having flash up, there's just nothing to do here. They're going to look for the scuttle play here as the Rift Herald spawns, but man, Teddy is having a really tough start to this game.
Yeah.
Hoyt's actually almost blown up here instantly, and that's going to be another plate going down. This is just abuse!
Yeah, this is what Caitlyn is supposed to do.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the Jin Yuumi just not enough, especially now that the commitment was put in. Owner spending all that time towards the bottom side is reaping the rewards that they were looking for. As now Fate looking to try and take down Faker. Great gravity field's going to get the flash out as he looks to get out of the way. Dove underneath the turret. Is Faker in trouble? But no, doesn't have the turret aggro as Kwangdong Freaks trying to get themselves at least the Rift Herald for this one, and Owner looking to try and get down towards that bottom side, looking for a bit more of this. The pop and block coming on through, but not enough as Teddy surrounded by 3 members of T1, and this bottom lane is donezo.
I mean, I think this game might be donezo here, Atlas. I mean, this is just T1 walking down the lanes and taking names. They just walk down mid and grab a kill, and then Owner's like, well, I guess I'll pay a visit bottom. Doesn't even connect with anything there, and that's a whole turret dead. Pre-10 minutes, every single plate over to Gumayusi. Look at the CS difference here as they proxy the wave. As this is Owner coming in, it's a little bit too late here for Fate. He has to flash out of the gravity well, dodges the spear, but the Chaos Storm's on top of him. It's perfectly juggled turret aggro there. And then Teddy is just out of luck here, goes ahead and drops down this ultimate to try to CS the minions, but even Gumayusi blocks him from doing that.
Yep, standing in the way. That's why Gumayusi wasn't actually trying to stop that one. And yeah, unfortunately, Hoyt, nothing he could do, and nowhere for Teddy to go. I think maybe they probably should have gone back home, but this is the good news. See, it's fine, Wolf. Don't worry about it, because look at this. Top lane, absolutely fine for Kwangdong, as you can see. Look at that. They grab themselves a turret. No worries at all.
Zeus is finding himself a little bit down on CS. And also, let's be real, like Zeus kind of cheated death a few times there on the top side of the map. And is unfortunately finding himself very low on CS, but
oh god, it's the same.
It's the Keen effect, right? Like, it's just how it goes.
Oh, well. I guess it's just never going to change. You can change the name, you can change the players, but it's always Keen, and not a whole lot else.
Keen's going to call T1 after this and be like, look, Zeus is doing all right, but how would you like it if I came on to the most famous League of Legends team of all time?
No.
He's very loyal.
I'm sorry that Keen has to be an Africa mainstay forever. It's just how it is. We've wanted Keen to move somewhere else for too many years in a row now, and it's just not allowed to happen.
It's in the LCK rulebook.
Yeah, I think it is somewhere in the rulebook.
Yeah, it's one of those extra clauses at the bottom.
Yeah, it's the Keen 1v5 rule.
I mean,
always has to be the thing. As Guma gonna once again try and save his caster minions, and does so. And that's how you know that T1 are definitely doing pretty well this game. As you can see, he's ahead by an epically large amount of gold.
We saw this on the Sona earlier, the early Oblivion Orb into the Putrefier, and now Keria is building it as well into this Yuumi, so it's going to reduce, obviously, Yuumi's ability to heal, and that will spread into things like this Lee Sin, who's going to try to use Gorge Rinker to extend his ability to survive in these fights. I don't think they have any idea that they're about to die.
Yep, Owner's going to come on in. Doesn't land the first spear as now Keen tries to get out of there. Will be able to do so as they get the ward down. Faker coming on forward. Can he get the death ray to land? Fate coming on in as well is okay. Underneath the turret is Gumayushi. We'll see whether he can survive as Lee Sin grabs that first kill. Faker having to flash out of the way, but the Syndra is going to clean him up. Elam trying to keep himself alive as Zeus picks up the kill, but he will fall as well. And in the meantime, on the top side of the map, some stuff happened, but it looks like no one died.
Yeah. Okay, well.
That was a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's break them down piece by piece, one at a time. We saw a massive Scatter of the Week from Fate. Like, we didn't see it really on camera, but you could see the aftermath of it. The reason why every T1 player was
That's why no one was moving and it wasn't paused.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we'll watch this actually again. As Faker comes in, now he does have Flash, and there's a Zeus engaged here, but he's actually perfectly kicked away here from Elam. They have no idea Fate is here. There's no vision. They know he's missing in mid, but the triple scatter and the fadeaway shot there from Keen there, the collateral damage means that this is a cleanup. And Zeus just barely gets the last auto here to get the kill. That's almost 3 for nothing.
So close.
And
big
over here,
turnaround.
Yeah, over here on the top side of the map, you see Teddy is able to survive here with the last chapter.
Almost extraordinarily good, as once again Teddy getting denied after a flash. Can't feel good.
Feels bad, man. But this game is still very T1 favored, but at least Fate is trying his best to fight it back.
Yeah, Prowling Projectile comes through, but Owner is going to be completely out of the way of that one. Still, it's only about a 2,000 gold lead, but once again, it feels like T1 has all of the control. Very similar idea to that of the last game.
Well, when you swap the side lanes a little bit here and you give Zeus the ability to kind of sit back and relax and chill at the bottom where very easily Keria can come assist him, and then Faker's left on his own, and against a Syndra on the side lane here, he's going to be great, especially when you have this much control warding. Look at how many wards T1 has. Top side of the river, top side of the mid lane, and then obviously even deeper onto the right side and the red side of the jungle. There's no way Faker gets flanked here. This is the one window where somebody could, sneak through where Elam is right now, but yet Faker still has plenty of time to get out as soon as he realizes that it's happening. And he's not overextending, so he can side lane safely, and Zeus can just sit here and play weak side. And, I mean, there's no, again, feels like no hope for Kwangdong to break back into this.
It's very difficult. I think if they were to do it, it would be on the back of a cat with a book and a dude that got his cigar back. I think that's probably the avenue to get back into this one. Keen is often the answer when it comes to the Freaks.
Part of the reason why Victor has made a big return is he was fairly vulnerable in side laning, but the crown means that he can almost 1v1 anybody when he's fed, and now Faker has that online.
Yeah.
This is the real big power spike for Victor, and part of why he's seen so much right now in pro play.
Well,
this is a little bit risky.
Being taken down, and that is going to be secured by T1. Elam looking for an opportunity, but Keria avoids the Sonic Wave. Death Ray comes forward as it is going to be the Hextech Soul, so we get some portals around this map. That's pretty exciting. As Keen now just going to be on the inside track here, looking for some damage onto this outer turret into the mid lane, as Elam, with a cat available, has found himself a Jax, but it's not exactly who he wants, as the gravity field going to be avoided by a quick draw there from Keen. Nicely done. Spear going to go wide yet again, but his poke can just be reloaded once again.
As soon as that minion wave is gone, I think you've got to be really careful about staying here as Kwangdong, because you're just going to get chipped down again and again and again against this comp.
Yep.
That spear hits, I mean, they might actually engage. Ooh, gotta be careful, Keen. I don't know about that.
Oh no, that is not what he wants. The collateral damage comes down, but now doesn't have that available for the next moments. And Elam gonna take a bit of damage there, but Ace in the Hole not exactly doing the most right now, with mainly attack speed built up on the Caitlyn. As that's a decent stun, but not a lot of follow-up. It's Kwangdong Freaks. I mean, it felt like it was a moment, and you can feel that Gumayushi, even though he's 2-0-1, is kind of feeling that he's in the Caitlyn zone. The Caitlyn, this is not really working. Yes, I'm shooting fast, but I'm not doing very much. So not necessarily up to full power. He will get there much faster than Teddy last game.
I mean, you just can't close the distance here as Kwangdong. You can't even get through this choke point.
Yeah, it's going to be Owner that secures Shirley. And not a lot of options as Faker is going to get stunned up. The last bullet comes down, but there's the Chaos Storm. Elam having to run out of there, and Keen is going to be the first target to be taken down. No stun to come through from the Jhin, as well as Zeus going to leap strike right on top of the Syndra and put her into the death chamber. That is 2 quick kills for T1, and they're not done yet, as that's the cat getting taken down. Elam is going to follow. It's a double kill for Kumayushi, and maybe I told a lie. Maybe he's absolutely strong enough, as he's now 4-0-3.
I mean, he's just so far ahead. Unfortunately, at this point, Teddy is 2 levels behind, and he just does so much damage when given the opportunity to. The angle there was good, and Kwangdong Freaks just don't have any agency in this game. And what we are watching back-to-back here is Zeus taking a champion and being totally willing to lose lane to Keen and then do everything correctly throughout the rest of the game. Now he's actually free enough to split push super hardcore. He's played the weak side of the game long enough to where now he's actually relevant. Now he can actually do things, and Keen is going to have to be cleaning up his mess repeatedly. He's going to be very frustrated to do so. And this is, again, a situation where you have him on a champion where you don't have to build aggressively, you don't have to build for damage. You could just kind of go, well, you know what? I'm Jax. If you guys try to go through this choke point, I will stun everybody, and you will all die. Look at where he positions himself after this curtain call goes down. He's like, yep, I'm going right to the back line. Nobody can leave here because they're in a choke where they have that gravity well going down. And Zeus can just zone everybody out and then follow up on the chase, and there's so much poke and so much range. Oh.
Yeah, Carrier, his karma has definitely always been good, but he is putting on a clinic here today, and that's not normally a champion that we talk about skill expression on, so definitely feeling good as now Keen is, yeah, he's getting some special treatment now from T1. They noticed the fact that he is 50 CS ahead, and they said that that's not on.
This is going to be a fairly frustrating game to play as Teddy. Element Hoyt especially, but I want to say Teddy more than anybody else because this has been a game where he's been kind of camped.
But also, like, he's flashed for kills and not got them twice.
Yeah, and he's playing against what a lot of people decided, including the T1 coaching staff at the end, is his better half, right, of last year. And, you know, just, it's not really completely his fault. I mean, I'd say it's mostly not his fault that he's losing this game so hard, but yeah, I mean, it's just the way things are going in this second game, and I think Kwangdong Freaks will draft differently the next time they face T1. We've learned a lot about how T1 wants to play around Zeus and how they want to use him, because he also played weak side Gnar in the past, right, and then popped off in the late game.
Oh, Teddy once again diving forward, gets punished immediately as T1 Siege is so scary.
Look at all the wards, look at all the vision, like how do you even, you can't do anything.
Look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Oh no.
Maybe less exciting to see Nidalee traps and control wards, but like.
Look at the Nidalee traps, look at the control wards, oh god. Well, look at Keen. He's having a bit of trouble here towards the mid lane. However, Zeus not going to go forward. Elam, in fact, is going to die as there's the ace and hold to come forward. Going to be blocked there from Hoyt, who takes half of his health bar and damage. And the Ignite is going to finish off the Lee Sin. Chaos Storm! And Fake gets obliterated. Faker, though, in a bit of trouble. Collateral damage, not quite enough. That is why you buy crowns, ladies and gentlemen. As Zeus now looking to dive underneath the turret. He might just be able to find a kill, but no, gets himself out of the way, and at least Fate's ultimate still does some work, and enough work to stop the Jax from destroying them in their own base.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out that even a 7,000 gold lead isn't enough for an 18:45, 19-minute, okay, we just push and win the game.
By the way, it's also the Caitlyn 404 power trough not found situation here, as rapid fire cannon now complete, very close to an infinity edge as well, you'd assume.
Well,
and,
you know what's crazy too is, well, this is just a replay of everything being a disaster. As Elam is like, I just want to play the game, what I've seen from 7 different angles by all these watching eyes of these wards, but the soul in this game is, oh, okay, well.
Yes, this is the moments before the Syndra has an absolutely terrible time. Yes.
Does he give the kill to Faker? Yes, he does.
Well, trying his very best to be like, I can kill a minion or 3, and did manage to get at least a few of those. And as soon as we're celebrating, kills on the minions, you know that things are going pretty horribly wrong. And right now, T1 in a much more commanding position than they were in game number 1.
The soul in this game, too, is going to give slows to these abilities. They're going to chain together, and Kwangdong are just going to get slowed, and they're not going to be able to run away. They're not going to be able to escape from the inevitability that T1 has become in this game. Oh, boy. The poke is real.
Yeah. Faker actually looking for more here. Chaos Storm to come down to start this one all up. Carrier has a Sonic Wave on him, but just doesn't care. The spears are landing as well as Zeus looking for the flank angle. And Owner has said, I'm flanking you, lands the spear to lock down the kill. And I feel like T1 are just playing with their food now, Keen being one of them, as Peacemaker is not going to land onto the Graves. And T1 should just be able to rotate back to this Baron that's in utter darkness for Quandong Freaks.
Remember when LM took Owner's flash away early on? Remember when they tried to kill Owner several times?
I think I remember that.
And then it was like, okay, we just got to make sure this guy doesn't get out of control. And then he got absolutely out of control and gave Gumusi 2 kills, and then it went up to 4 kills and 4 assists. And now they're just going to do a 21-minute Baron uncontested. Because if Kwangdong wanted to walk through...
Yeah, Carry is the one that took the teleport. I thought that for some reason that might have been Fate, and it was absolutely not. As Faker, this is how he rotated over.
Yep.
I don't know if I get the replays. Ah, okay. So they teleported in to destroy Fate.
This is actually something that players aren't fully used to responding to just yet because it's such a rare scenario and it's still very new.
Yeah, that's true. You don't. It's hard to guarantee souls to practice with.
But also there were control wards on top of the exit, so it was like extremely safe for them to do so as well.
I mean, when you've got complete and utter control of the map like this, like, I don't even think they needed the teleporters, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Just walk through the river where there's no vision available anyway, as T1 with their Baron going to be pushing towards this in a turret.
If you're not sidelining as Fate, like, why do you even exist? You know, like, we're at that point in the game where it's like, well, I mean, should he have been doing anything else? Like,
yeah. I mean, at this point, it's solving issues that has happened prior that is a little bit more important.
Yeah.
Because right now, it is Quandong Freaks circling the drain. It's a 10,000 gold lead. There is a Baron buff available. Hextech Soul is almost complete.
First,
as finally Static Shiv is coming back. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I hope that you know, in 2 minutes' time, we do actually get the Soul. Because I miss Static Shiv.
Yeah. I think it's the first shellacking of the season. Day 1, we got in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically not. If you go through like Jake Spawn Tiberi's rules on what a shellacking is, it is a sub 20-minute victory. However, I think we can bend them for this. Because it just feels like T1 have had so much control. And look at the scaling nature of this composition, right? As Keen trying to be the champion that he wants to be, and they do manage to take down Gumayushi. So maybe it's not all over yet, as the health bars are still just diminishing. T1 is still so much control. And there are 5 traps here still causing trouble as Gumayushi finally finishes his Infinity Edge.
He's like, thanks for sending me home so I could buy this. I just couldn't find the time to back. But I will finish that now and come over to end this game with the rest of my team, or at least get this Hextech Soul. I don't know if you even chase this if you're Kwangdong. You really got to be careful about it. I don't think it's wise to try to grab Owner here. It will easily escape, and then they will turn on you. They can drop like 7 more wards on their way over to the Drake. They still have that Baron buff to get the empowered recall. And because there's no vision whatsoever, T1 can actually just back, and then they, Kwangdong don't even know. Because this was, really nice set play here from Elam as he comes over and looks for the kick after the lockdown. But in real time right now, we're seeing 1 lone Graves against the world.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of that. Keen, he does at least have a cat, as the exhaust does come through. Keen taking so much damage. The rest of his teammates are there to stop him from dying to the ace in the hole as the exhaust comes through onto Zeus, but there is nothing that Fate can do about it. He tries to flash, it does not work, and these health bars are getting absolutely destroyed. Faker looking for the triple kill as Keen's in trouble, and he'll get it. Can it be the Penta for Faker to start off? Owner says absolutely not. You'll have to settle for a Quadra, my friend. It's like, no, I'm defecting. I'm defecting.
I want to go back. I want to go back.
I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Oh, God. Well, at least they're still happy to have a little bit of fun here as Faker picks up the Quadra and will now destroy the base of Quandong Freaks, and that will be the 2-0 for T1. An expected result, but for the T1 fans out there, I'm sure they are so happy to see Zeus playing well. Even though he didn't necessarily win lane this time around, this team is working like a well-oiled machine from what this game has taught us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they had Owner playing with one paw tied behind the back, so to speak, on the Nidalee pick, and yet still he emerged as victorious. He outplayed Element every turn, came bottom there, helped get this Caitlyn fed in an already winning lane. It was the vision control I found most impressive, and I know we did look at the wards, look at the traps, but the control ward that allowed him to continue to go bottom lane and gave more power to the bot duo there, because there's no way as a Yuumi Jhin, you can go clear that ward. The attack speed is too low. You'd have to split off the Yuumi. You're going to die. It means that he knows he can make those guaranteed visits. They controlled vision around the left side of the map on blue side, so that there was no way to flank. And Keen, once again, wins lane against weak side Zeus. But because there's no vision and no agency, he can't do anything, and it feels so frustrating. If you're a Kwangdong fan or an Afrika fan of old, you really felt like maybe this series, especially with the ex-T1 players, you could pull it off. Maybe you could bring us to a Game 3 in this one, but Game 1, slow start. Game 2 wasn't even a game. I mean, that was extremely one-sided.
And yeah, looking at these players as well while they're celebrating, of course, Carrier has been pretty outspoken, wishing that he can have his time to actually experience LoL Park with fans. I believe he debuted when there weren't any, and there hasn't been any until this day. So very happy to finally be on stage and actually performing. Actually, no, I think he had like a few days, but honestly, not enough to really get that full experience, especially with so many people, as you can see here in LoL Park now that things have calmed down just a little bit.
It's a T1 favorite crowd, as it often is, and Kwangdong has 3 T1 players on their roster, former T1 players on their roster.
Yeah.
But it's Faker looking at his Legion, right? He's looking at the Faker Legion, and we have 2 flame-colored jerseys here. Maybe we'll call this the flame matchup from now on, but Kwangdong come up short tonight, and T1 again assert their dominance. There was no question that T1 was going to be a top 3 team going to this, and I think most people expect them to make finals based on rosters alone. But this was another reality check, I think, for those doubters who didn't believe that T1 could continue to be strong with a new top laner.
I think that like almost no one would have, like, I think a lot of people were like, oh, how is it going to change with Zeus in the roster? Is he going to be a liability? And I think he's already answered no. Not liability, not necessarily hard carry, but I think suits this roster a lot more than what Kana did with Gumayushi on, right?
Yeah,
because
he fills the hole.
And Guma is a carry, 80 carry on the bottom side. Teddy wasn't. Teddy was more like a weak side sit back, I will always be able to do stuff in the late game for T1. However, Gumayushi, like, lanes super hard, wins all these skirmishes, is always ready to rotate, always ready to get that damage down. And when you're putting on that much pressure on the bottom side, you need someone that can soak pressure on the other side of the map. And I think that Zeus demonstrated today that he's certainly a candidate for being able to make that work.
Yeah.
And, yep, the unkillable Demon King Faker in that mid lane. He died once this entire series. It was, I think, you're allowed shellacking for the second game. Not so much in the first one, but it still felt like it was constant control for T1. And you can see the fans just so happy to finally be able to come and see their favorite teams play. And I'm also just over the moon that finally we get to fill up LoL Park once again.
It's just, I think it's the dawn of a new era. I mean, I really think it is. We've got fans back in the studio. We've got a new set of LCK teams that spent the big money to make sure the players don't go to LPL. We got some players back from LPL, right?
It's true.
And everything is awesome. We got an English analyst desk. We have so many awesome things to show you guys. We're still doing Pog State. We got such a good year ahead of us. I feel like today, we didn't get the full 6 games, all right? We only got the 4.
Yeah, we only got the 4.
But you know what? Like, I think we got a really bright few months ahead of us.
I agree. And let's have a look at some of those bright moments in these highlights as well. Epic segue. As Teddy getting speared was what really started this one off on the right foot for T1.
So much vision control down here means that he can come over here, and there's nothing that Kwangdong could do to get ready for it. The bot duo there can't prepare. And then Owner again comes over here. I'll spoil it right now, especially because I'm not the only one voting anymore. I voted for Owner this game, and it was a no-brainer to me. I mean, he was everywhere he needed to be at all times.
I think there's like almost everyone except for Zeus deserved a bit of a look when it came to the voting. Because Faker as well played very, very well outside of the early game. I think Fate actually had a pretty good laning phase, but I think Owner is probably going to take it for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many moments here with this composition where if you control chokes too, like Kwangdong really struggled to actually get anything done. And Fate had great moments. Like, a lot of people talk about BDD as the greatest Syndra player in Korea, and I think he definitely was last year, but I think Fate was a very close second in terms of what he was able to do on the champion. His scatters were really good this game too, but sometimes it was just too little too late in these scenarios.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue here for Kwangdong Freaks. One thing that we do want to talk about is the fact that we've had 2 of these great games from Owner, and this is now that Bengi has been moved up to the main roster in that coaching position, and we've heard has had very, very, close interactions with Owner, trying to teach him how to be Faker's right hand, and he's the perfect guy to do so. And he's looking great here today as the triple kill comes through. Let's have a listen to T1.
나텔 있어. 안 끝낼 것 같기도 하고. 끝나. 아 에바지.
It's like it's over. It's over. It's over. Wait.
죄송합니다. 15초 빨리 밀면 끝날 때.
I really love how vocal everyone's being. As Ona said, sorry for stealing the penta.
레이저 한번 가야 돼 이거.
Definitely a deserved sorry. That was pretty rude.
I didn't realize we were up to a penta there almost, but yeah. Yep. Nexus is gonna go down here. This is sad. Happy sad B from Teddy. Again, it's gotta feel really bad, as especially Teddy and Ellum, but I think Teddy more than anybody is gonna feel the sting of this loss because he had no ability to play the game here against his former teammate and now biggest rival in Gumayusi.
Yeah. I also think as well, like, he had so many close calls in the early game. Like, we remember that that terrified Yumi emote that came through after Carry just disappears into a brush after he flashes, and he feels a little bit silly for it. So, slightly unfortunate. But still, I think that Teddy can turn it around. We know that Teddy's mental has been good in the past. The guy played on Jin Air for a very long time. And if that's not going to solidify your mental, I don't know what does, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got himself a really nice roster here. And T1
I think there's a lot of potential, right?
T1 also might be the best team in the spring season. Like, they might just smash this whole season and take the trophy, so...
Especially early, right? Because they're the team that has the most synergy pre-built because they played together for such a long time outside of Zaya's topside.
So I mean, I also think people should be excited about T1 because of this, but I don't think you should be too worried about Afrika just yet.
Yeah.
Kwangdong Freaks, of course, their title sponsor. But yeah, the Freaks very much bopped today, but there's a lot of time and adjustments that can be made over the next few weeks.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Kwangdong Freaks versus DRX. Let's see how that one's going to go. But let's have a look at who T1 has to face towards the end of the week. It will be Fredit Brion. Has been a blue shell in the past. I have a feeling not going to be as much of an issue this time around. And then it will be DRX, Live Sandbox, Nongshim Red Force, and finally Damwon Kia. So honestly, if T1 aren't 5-0 at the beginning, I think that T1 fans will be disappointed.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, until you hit Nongshim, you're really not worried. Let's be real. And then
we also have to celebrate the fact that T1 won their first match for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's kind of a jinx with that.
Yeah, it's been a thing. So able to get across the line. Last time it was Home Alive Esports that were definitely a struggling organization at the very beginning of the season. And now actually able to get that monkey off their back. So definitely congratulations to them. KT Rolster going to be the next on the chopping block for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, and this is going to be, and you'll be on the desk for that one, and you'll get to give your thoughts there. And I look at this matchup list, and I think there's definitely a lot of time to bounce back here for Kwangdong. Like, these next three matchups are, I think, plenty enough training to be ready to tackle Genji hard. And it's your first match of the week against Genji on the 26th, so you can use that extra break time from Sunday to Wednesday to really hone in how you want to prepare, because you're not really worried about the Fredit match that week.
Yeah, true.
So I am kind of looking forward to that Kwangdong Genji matchup, actually. I think it'll be a good one.
No, it'll be a lot of fun. I'm actually, yeah. To be honest, there's not a lot of matches that I'm very much not looking forward to. There is a specific one towards the end of, I believe, this week.
Yeah, the Fredit.
That I'm certainly not looking forward to necessarily, but we might be able to have a lot of fun on that.
Yes.
Let's just leave it at that.
Yes.
But still, I think everything else, I saw it and I'm like, oh man, this is cool for this reason. And then you go to the next one, it's like, it's cool for this reason. And there's all sorts of different ways to, oh man. I just really love the changes that did happen in the Stove season, or whatever you call it.
Stove League.
Stove League.
It's a very silly name.
Where you put all of the players into a stove and everything's on fire.
LCK Crockpot.
yeah, something like that. But anyway, I really like how it's all shaken out. And the teams that we have are very, very interesting. We're going to get our first look at Genji pretty soon. Very excited for that. I believe that's going to be Friday. But I think at the moment, like, I want to see whether Damwon Kia are still as good as they were, whether, you know, Dokdam and Kellen are now an upgrade over Ghost and Beryl, whether Bertle's actually going to be a good choice, right? Because there's so much to discover. KT, I mean, is Arya going to be coming back from the LJL and just showing us that he was forged in the fires and now he's an absolute god as well here for the LCK? It's
certainly could
so much.
I'm kind of leaning towards Hoya being the starting player for Damwon myself, but we'll see what happens. We only just have to wait until they give us those rosters to find out. But I
Yep.
think we're going to do a POG shortly here.
Yeah, I think POG is going to be coming up very, very soon. I wonder whether we're going to... I don't think we'll necessarily get spoiled in the background. I'm hoping that we do not, but if we do, we'll try and get on top of it. As they're, of course, checking out some highlights right now. But yeah, it's probably going to be Owner, right?
That's who I voted for. I think there was an argument for Zeus and for mid, but I'm an Owner guy here.
Yeah, I think also Carrier deserves a bit of a nod for how well he played the Karma, but it is very difficult to give Karma POG votes. I think that's like one of the most difficult to justify when it comes to League of Legends, just in general. So a tough one. Carrier really did bite the bullet today and played 2 games of Karma. How scared were you in game number 1 when it was first pick Karma that Faker was going to play in the debut?
I didn't really think it was going to be Faker, just because Karma's been so popular as support recently, and it's an Enchanter support, so.
No, I know, but I mean the fear. I had the fear was in all actual, you know, realization of truth not there, and this is the realization of truth that we needed, and it's Owner getting a deserved POG.
Yeah.
Congratulations to him, and of course the tutelage of Bengi as well. Really, Owner coming out of the gate swinging.
I think Owner is a player who we've talked about so much as, like, the only things that you're worried about from him last year are like, okay, he's still pretty new, like, will he choke? And then, no, he didn't. And then, you know, we're like, okay, well, he's an aggressive player. Can he play slow? Actually, yes, he did. In this game, can he play when he loses flash and his red buff early? Yes, actually, he did. And he did very well, and he controlled vision and then just destroyed the bottom lane and hit a bunch of spears and popped off. And the more times we see this player, I'm like, this guy needs more credit. I mean, I don't feel like he's being hyped up enough.
I think we've been giving him a fair bit of hype.
I mean, you and I, and on the other 2 cohorts of our team. But I feel like from the fans, I'm like, put some respect on this guy's name, because he has been, I think, honestly, the most consistent jungle player outside of the teams that, you know, dominated the championships. Dom won Kia both times. I think outside of Canyon, like, he's been the most consistent jungle player in the LCK. Peanut in summer, yes, but like across everything, including Worlds, I'm going for him.
Ooh,
pretty split vote.
That's the quadra. Oh no, the quintuple Karma votes. So maybe I'm just gonna have to take it back. Maybe Karma was the way to go. And to be perfectly honest, I'm glad that we gave Carrier the honorable mention for how well he played. But I think Owner, I agree, was just a little bit too good in my eyes. If he hadn't have stolen the Penta, maybe Faker gets it because he gets a Penta. Maybe that's how it is. But I believe we are going to have the interview ready in just a moment. So take it away, Ji-sun, when you are ready.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the interview translation. The first victory secured by T1 on the opening day. It's going to be Owner Gumayusi joining our interview. You guys are playing against your former teammates. What was your mindset heading into today's game, and how are you feeling right now? I thought that opening match would be so important. You know, it could be a stepping stone for us to start off a winning streak. So I feel wonderful right now. Me too, you know, I always thought the first match is so important, so I'm happy that we prepared so well, and I also won the POG, and also we got the victory. And I saw you actually throwing something to the audience. What was that? That was an event that T1 prepared. You know, we are going to prepare some gifts and jerseys for the fans so we can throw them for the fans here at the venue after the victory. It's gonna be a massive event for the fans as well. Game number 1, we had a lot of battle down on the bottom lane. You were facing up against Teddy and Hoyt. How was that? Well, you know, we had a lot of, you know, screams when we were staying in T1 together, so I was kind of used to this matchup. Owner, what did you prepare for today's matchup against Kwangdong Freaks? Well, nothing special. I just wanted to get rid of my mistakes. Gumayusi, you also made some very interesting comment in the pre-match interview as well. One does not pass a god. So what do you think of Zeus' performance today? I mean, I think he was a little bit nervous, so I tried to, make him feel a lot more comfortable in order to feel relaxed. Owner, how was your, teamwork with Zeus? Because you guys have been playing together for a long time.
제가 제일 긴장을 많이 하기 때문에
I am the one that actually gets nervous the most, so I couldn't give him any advice. But just as usual, we just wanted to focus on our own teamwork. Game 2 and game number 1, you guys let Hate and Lux, a very popular bottom duo, over to Kwangdong Freaks and decided to play Ezreal Karma. Our bottom duo is confident at every comp down on the bottom lane. We can win either side of the matchup. I'm pretty confident. Very confident, right? And I saw you practicing Ezreal a lot after Worlds last year. Especially the ultimate was always hitting the enemies. How was game number 1 for you? I don't really think that I played well because I was pretty nervous in game 1 as well. I hope I can play better next time and come back with stronger Ezreal. But Karma also had some fantastic performance today. So did you think that you will win the POG over Kyria? I mean, at the end, my damage graph was massive and my KDA was clean, so I was pretty confident. What did Kyria say? He values team's victory more than his personal POG. So I thought he was also pretty happy about the result. Speaking of POG, you are the POG from game number 2. So could you break down the jungle matchup that you decided to play? I was also pretty confident, as Gumayoshi said. I can win either side of the matchup. Nidalee or Lee Sin, and Nidalee is pretty good right now. And you were playing around the bottom lane a lot. Was that a call from Gumayusi? I mean, our bottom duo are just too aggressive. They just get overexcited every time, so I just went down to control them, I mean, it's all about hierarchy. I'm pretty sure he has to pay a visit down on the bottom lane because,